Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 451, 308, Een Chang'an. In Mithria's belly lies the future. Chapter 451, Chapter 308, Een Chang'an. In Mithria's belly lies the future. Within the Golden Province, the governor's face was extremely grim. Beside him, an attendant lowered his head. "Sir, what should we do now?" The governor's expression was uncertain. The capital enacts an emergency ordinance, and each province must send a venerate according to the decree. 19 provinces, with 16 each for upper, middle, and lower levels, and one exceptionally special celestial Tao province. The upper 16 and middle 16 provinces have other divine spirit races, but as for their lower 16 provinces, without the divine spirit race, the governor is the only divine being. The governor of the Golden Province spoke gloomily, his face extremely unhappy. "Hunt down the world-honored one Buddha." The attendant took a deep breath. "Sir, should we?" The governor was silent for a long time, then shook his head darkly. A wry smile appeared on his face. The attendant fell silent. After a long while, the aged governor sighed deeply and said, he reached out to hold up the illusionary decree, acknowledging its command. The old governor spoke in a deep voice, his eyes shimmering. The attendant hesitated to speak. The old governor glanced at him and said, "I know what you want to say. That world-honored one Buddha is unfathomable." His eyes were cold. With those words, the old governor strode out of the Golden Province, the attendant following slowly. The old governor looked at the elderly attendant, who was a recent acquisition, a junior with decent talent, and seemed related to some destiny event. The attendant, or rather Huang Xiaoxian, made a formal gesture. The old governor squinted. In the other shore world, the world-honored one Buddha allows all sects and factions to exist openly. As he spoke, the old governor saw, amidst the thick fog, lights flickering everywhere. He understood it was divine beings from all provinces stepping out. Thus, they all moved towards the direction of the other shore world, with mist swirling around. 45 figures gradually formed into a torrent, a throng of divine beings. Other shore world, within the divine realm. Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brows, his heart slightly heavy. At this moment, his own spiritual sense was faintly alerting him, as if something unfortunate was happening. He tried tracing cause and effect, but his gaze was blocked by a mirror. A powerful entity had severed the celestial secret in cause and effect with a supreme treasure, making it difficult to deduce. Zhang Fuxing's eyes sparkled. Now he's pulling out all stops and can instantly kill 1 or 2 venerates in a life-and-death fight. He might battle against 3 or 5 venerates simultaneously if they do not possess supreme treasures. But as long as he successfully ascends to God and achieves the true man, Arhat fruit position, truly stepping into this domain, then Zhang Fuxing confidently believes that within the same realm, he is truly unbeatable. Thoughts turning over, he knocked on the gate of the pass for the 249th time, using the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron as an anchor, choosing a new scroll once again. Or rather, it was a palace complex located deep under the sea. Zhang Fuxing was momentarily stunned, and, just as he was about to knock on the gate of the past again to choose a new picture, his expression suddenly changed. He carefully observed that this reflection was of the East Sea Dragon Palace. It was understandable, since the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron has been stored in the East Sea Dragon Palace for countless years. The key is beneath this East Sea Dragon Palace. Something seems suppressed, constantly surging out real seawater. Exactly real things like the Buddha country, like exotic treasure locations, like the 9 Other Death Chi, are actual entities that do not require refining illusion into reality and can be introduced directly into reality. Is it? Zhang Fuxing was greatly astonished, stepping into the East Sea Dragon Palace. Using Fire Eye's golden gaze and celestial eye technique, yet saw no presence from different dimensions. In other words, the East Sea Dragon Palace in different dimensions has not yet been occupied by those who dwell in celestial position. As divine thought swept over, the Dragon Palace was magnificent, extremely luxurious, but no special point was found. The only special point seemed to be the ECCI, faintly visible beneath the Dragon Palace. Because of the entire Dragon Palace's suppression, like the source of death chi beneath Luophone Mountain, Zhang Fuxing could not touch or enter the ECCI directly. Chapter 452, 308. Yin Chang'an. Within Mithria's belly lies the future. 2. Chapter 452. Chapter 308. Yin Chang'an. Within Mithria's belly lies the future. 2. Yet clearly, he could perceive the breathtaking aura hidden within the CI. It was definitely not simple. After briefly pondering for a moment, Zhang Fuxing chose to retain the Dragon Palace of the EC and no longer anchor a new scene, and so the Dragon Palace, along with the true ocean and that mysterious CI, descended to the eastern part of the mortal realm. Thus, within the mortal realm, there now stood a true ocean. He surveyed the vast divine realm, where the Guanghan Palace, Great Lane Temple, and South Celestial Gate stood above the sea of clouds in the celestial realm, and myriad star beasts roamed above. In the mortal realm, 5 great dynasties thrived on the land, with Arhats standing in the Little Thunder Sound Temple of the west, and the waves of the East Sea roared in the east. There was also the Nine Nether Realm, where Luophone Divine Mountain pierced the dark sky, and countless incomplete souls accumulated over the years wandered within the Nine Netherworld. Zhang Fuxing felt a sense of satisfaction growing in his heart. He sighed softly and, after confirming that the ancient saint within the other shoreflower cluster remained temporarily unreachable, returned his thoughts to himself. Upon opening his eyes, the golden needle floated in his palm, while beside him were 3 trembling, shabby old men. He stood before one of the main peaks of the Jiuzhong mountain range, gently inquiring. The shabby old man nodded cautiously. Zhang Fuxing nodded, and his Bodhi thought seeped into the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron. With his current cultivation, he could somewhat activate parts of the supreme treasure. Yet, for top-tier treasures like the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, it remained impossible to activate. But something odd occurred. Zhang Fuxing's brow furrowed as a terrifying repulsion emanated from the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron, nearly causing him to cough up blood amidst the immense backlash. Not willing to concede, he cautiously attempted again, but as soon as his Bodhi thought entered, the repulsion surged once more fiercely. "It's not repelling me, it's repelling." Low whispers resonated in Zhang Fuxing's mind, and altering his thoughts, he separated a normal divine thought this time and infused it into the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron. Indeed, no repulsion emerged, and he successfully took the initial grasp of this treasure, where in a single thought, the golden needle transformed into a long staff, its weight surging accordingly. Zhang Fuxing inserted the iron staff at the mountain's foot. Thoughts churned. He took a step back, his voice deep. The sea-stabilizing divine needle iron extended long into the ground. Zhang Fuxing urged again and again, and under his command, the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron stretched violently, growing infinitely. Almost instantaneously, the divine iron had already reached into the ground, piercing through the profound and mystical entities, straight to a secret land buried for countless years. A faint smile emerged on Zhang Fuxing's face. With a flick of his hand, he gathered the shabby old man, Lin Changle, and 2 others into his sleeve, then took a step along the sea-stabilizing divine needle, iron straight into the boundlessly deep secret land. Heaven and earth spun. When everything before the eyes cleared up again, they stood before a grand, ancient city. Above the city gate, 3 bold and powerful large characters stood. Yin Chang'an. Following the threads of cause and effect, Zhang Fuxing attempted to trace the whereabouts of Yuan Feidao. This time, without any obstruction, he could vaguely see through cause and effect that Yuan Feidao was within Yin Chang'an, within the Yin Imperial Palace, or rather, the Yin Imperial Tomb. From Zhang Fuxing's perspective, Yuan Feidao's figure was somewhat blurred, difficult to see clearly, seemingly seated in meditation, seemingly muttering something continuously. Before him lay an obscure space, ever-churning, ever-shifting, dimensional overlap point. It's truly a dimensional overlap point. Ascension to God was now imminent before his eyes. A smile appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face as he turned his head, his voice low. Lin Changle performed a ceremonial bow, listening as the world-honored one Buddha delivered a decree. Additionally, Zhang Fuxing calmly exercised the power of words and laws follow, and solemnly spoke. Upon the decree's issuance, an ineffable power was bestowed upon Lin Changle. Thus, below a venerate, no one could harm her, no one could obstruct her. Lin Changle executed another bow, sneakily departing along the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron. Zhang Fuxing turned his gaze towards Yin Chang'an, where the majestic ancient city was shrouded in a gray mist, obscuring its interior. He stood for a moment before lifting his foot and taking a step forward. Without hindrance, he walked into Yin Chang'an. Scenes of the city unfolded before his eyes. Li murmura dumfundavli. The city was just as Zhang Fuxing had seen within Wei Lingzhu Divine Realm's ancient Chang'an, entirely identical. The only difference being the city was not empty. It housed one person after another. Passers-by, servants, vendors, tavern owners, children, soldiers, generals on tall steeds, dignitaries in palanquins. All of these people were cast in bronze. Chang'an was a vibrant sea of blossoms, seemingly imprinted from a certain moment of the past, forming this grand tomb, this grave-bound city. Zhang Fuxing murmured, leading 3 shivering individuals, walking before the imperial palace, then moving to enter. Something roared within the imperial palace. A celestial steel, celestial steel, preventing his entry, just as he could not enter Yin Chang'an in the divine realm of Wei Lingzhu. This was a true celestial steel, far surpassing the false celestial steel above the other shore world, restricting not only divine spirits, but even those with divinity found themselves barred from entry. Yet circumventing it was simple. Zhang Fuxing communicated with the celestial position of Laozi, with his thoughts. As anticipated, the glowing celestial steel within the imperial palace instantly fell silent. The Li royal family revered Laozi as their ancestor. This celestial steel would block anyone, but it would never block the progenitor of the Li royal family. Thus, Zhang Fuxing led the 3 in crossing into the imperial palace, navigating through the pavilions, along the winding paths, finally pausing before the Taiji Hall. Before the Taiji Hall, the dimensional overlap point flickered and changed, seeming both real and illusory. Yuan Feidao sat cross-legged at the front, eyes closed, holding in his arms a Buddha's statue, within which floated Mithya, celestial position. He was entirely oblivious to the approaching presence, his entire mind immersed within Mithya, celestial position, engaging with the affairs within the celestial position. Silently, Zhang Fuxing opened his fire eyes golden gaze, truly activating the fire eyes golden gaze, and with terrible expenditure, his essence, qi, and spirit dissipated wildly. Yet simultaneously, he also saw the entity Yuan Feidao was communicating with within Mithya, celestial position's big belly. Incredibly familiar, intensely intimate. It was Nine Netherworld. The veritable Nine Nether, placed a millennium into the future. Nine Nether deep and profound, its land gloomy, Luophone divine mountain standing in the extreme north, unjust death city vacant, Zhong mountain towering, the divine corpse of the candle dragon entwining the mountain body, Yellow Springs river surging, drowning a woman in its waters. Everything was observed clearly through the fire eyes golden gaze. Fire eyes golden gaze, capable of viewing the heavens above and the Nine Nether below. Zhang Fuxing felt a chill run across his scalp. Then an awakening struck. 9 nether exists in the following 10,000 years. Within Mithria's belly lies the future. Chapter 453, 309, Ascension to God Today. Chapter 453, Chapter 309, Ascension to God Today. The celestial vault was dim. A mist arose at this moment, and 45 venerate-level beings had already stood here. The old governor brought Huang Qiuxian, standing at the end of the gods, not making himself the leader, with an extremely serious expression. He was carefully observing the other shore world at this moment. The whole world was shrouded in divine light, obscuring the inner view, but some Buddha's light, Buddha's charm, and the echoing Brahma sound piercing through could be glimpsed. Standing beside him, Huang Qiuxian quietly raised his eyes, gazing at those more august figures above the celestial vault, knowing there were great powers, even great divine power users there. The old governor asked in a low voice. Huang Qiuxian shook his head. The old governor scrutinized him for a moment, then nodded slightly. Huang Qiuxian laughed dryly twice. He knew his own affairs. Was he truly of excellent mentality? Purely trained on high heaven? Who hasn't he seen on high heaven? Not to mention Celestial Venerate and Emperor Shadow. Not even mentioning Cyan Emperor from the past. Just the new 10th seat. A great pope from the ancient saint sect. A big figure pursued by the Federation for tens of thousands of years, yet unharmed. An authentic great divine power user. Even such a great divine power user would call him a little friend, and even when speaking, would clasp his hands. Therefore, naturally, he wouldn't feel nervous facing great powers or great divine power users. The layer of mystery was completely gone. The old governor said in a low voice. Huang Qiuxian nodded, quite relaxed. After all, as this thought crossed his mind, from behind, deep within the mist, suddenly there seemed to be a loud sound. Extremely heavy, shaking footsteps, not just one. Facing the other shore world, the gods waiting for the celestial steel to dim instinctively turned back. They saw the mist rolling unrestfully, figures advancing within the fog. Venerate. Dense dozens of venerate. The old governor's pupil shrank. Dozens of previously unseen venerate-level beings, mostly human-shaped, yet not lacking beasts, such as True Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and behind them vaguely mountains those tigers. Counting carefully, no more, no less, precisely 81 in number. Above the celestial vault, a great power spoke solemnly. The grand sound echoed, yet 81 venerate-level beings remained unmoved, still advancing step by step. One giant tiger lifted its head, issuing a solemn voice. The remaining 80 gods all chanted in unison. 81 grand sounds intertwined, cracking and tearing apart the nearby dense, impenetrable mist. A wild wind arose, rushing in all directions. The 45 venerate in the air were startled. The gods above were astonished too. The white-haired elder twisted his brows. His eyes flashed with eerie light, seemingly probing something. A long time passed. The white-haired elder exhaled a murky breath. The eerie light in his eyes dispersed like ink spreading. Then he spoke in a deep voice. He didn't inquire about whom the ancestral god mentioned by the 81 earth deities, nor did he make it difficult. Only issued a grand sound as if a decree. However, the 81 earth deities remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the so-called incense tributes or Federation's true gods. They calmly moved forward, calmly stood outside the other shore world, calmly waited for the dimming of the celestial steel. In the other shore world, Yin Chang'an, Zhang Fuxing stood in front of Taiji Hall, his gaze locked onto the round belly of the Mithria Buddha statue and Mithria celestial position, his essence, qi, and spirit rapidly diminishing. Opening the fire eyes' golden gaze was consuming him terrifyingly. He listened to the transmission from the Red Bull, true monarch on the other side, listening to the changes occurring outside the other shore world, and also kept staring at 9 Netherworld. The 9 Netherworld was boundless, hidden within Mithria's belly, while in Mithria's belly was the future. So that's how it is. It turned out to be like this. He watched the ancient saints submerged in the Yellow Springs River, watched the candle dragon corpse atop Zhong Mountain, watched the shattered city and the empty grand scene of hell. These only stirred Zhang Fuxing's heart with unease. What truly moved him was that Nine Netherworld, or rather, the future enveloping Nine Netherworld, from which innumerable strands, mixing cause and effect yet beyond cause and effect, emitted endlessly. These strands seemed to directly connect to every being, seemingly calculating all their actions in real time, thus constructing the most probable future. The future, indeed, is uncertain. Yet similarly, the future possibility deduced within the Mithriya celestial position has over 99% likelihood of manifesting. But exceptions exist. Like himself, there was no such special strand connected to his body. Chapter 454, 309. Today, Ascension to God 2. Chapter 454. Chapter 309. Today, Ascension to God 2. Zhang Fuxing suddenly realized Mithriya Buddha, the Buddha of the future, holds dominion over a portion of the future, or rather controls a part of future possibilities, if that's the case. The Nine Netherworld was placed into the future possibility controlled by Mithriya Buddha personally. It is 1,000 years later, within the belly of the Buddha. But as for myself, I am not within the future predicted by Mithriya Buddha. So, the question arises. Zhang Fuxing remembered very clearly that for Wei Lingzhu 1,000 years in the future. For example, if today is January 21st, then for the future Wei Lingzhu, there will be no Zhang Fuxing after January 21st of that year. If the now node advances to January 22nd, then Zhang Fuxing disappears on January 22nd. He never appears in future possibilities. As if, Zhang Fuxing murmured in his heart, his thoughts clear, perhaps this is the only reason why there is no me in future possibilities. After all, every future possibility has the chance to become reality, and if events in every future possibility can only be set, then the future would indeed become determined. Zhang Fuxing naturally realized that the only one who could not have their future set is one who can leap beyond time, a Daluo, and of course himself. But why? Without waiting for a deeper thought, a violent dizziness came over his essence, qi, and spirit were nearly completely exhausted. Helplessly, Zhang Fuxing could only close the fire eye's golden gaze, and when looking again at the Mithriya celestial position, he could no longer gaze into the future hidden within, along with the Nine Netherworld. He exhaled a breath of clear air. Under the gaze of the ragged old man, Li Yi and Luo Cheng stepped forward, reaching out to lightly pat Yuan Feidao's shoulder 3 times. But Yuan Feidao remained motionless and did not wake up. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Tapping 3 times again, strangely, Yuan Feidao still did not wake up. This guy. What is he up to? Zhang Fuxing carefully observed his state, seemingly establishing a thread-like connection with the Mithriya celestial position. But strangely, this behavior was not an attempt to occupy and sit upon the Mithriya celestial position. Then what is it that my grandmaster is seeking? Zhang Fuxing stopped thinking. There wasn't much time left for him. According to Old Bull's description, over 100 venerates had gathered outside the other shore world, all waiting for the celestial steel to be decoded, all waiting for the celestial steel to dim, and then they would all enter the other shore world to hunt him. His current self was certainly no match for 100 venerates. If mishandled, he could truly fall. As his thoughts whirled, Zhang Fuxing had an idea. He lifted his head, glanced at the tightly shut Taiji Hall, then turned around and said, Li Yi shivered, speaking with trepidation. She didn't dare to call him Brother Zhang again. Zhang Fuxing said calmly. He had just tried it, but as his divine thought approached the Taiji Hall, it was immediately suppressed by an overpowering force, unable to open the doors of Taiji Hall at all. If the entire Yin Chang'an, constructed in the likeness of Chang'an City, is indeed Emperor Tang's tomb, then Taiji Hall should be the main tomb. Within it, perhaps lies Li Erfeng's remains. Of course, it may also contain a part of Emperor Ziwei's body, or even a bit of true spirit. Li Yi obediently walked forward, tried to push the doors of Taiji Hall, and failed. She couldn't move these doors either. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Did he think it wrongly? Li does not seem to be the true key. Then who is? He thought of Li Erfing. In his train of thought, Zhang Fuxing suddenly sensed something, seeing two figures approaching from a distance. It was Lin Changle and the accompanying Emperor Tang. Emperor Tang cupped his hands in greeting, sighing with a smile. The ragged old man, Li Yi, and others were, all curiously looking at this middle-aged man at this moment, who seemed quite ordinary. Li Yi had seen Emperor Tang before, just outside the martial mansion. She always felt there was a familiar feeling to this middle-aged man, like the origin of bloodline. However, before she had a chance to ask, the Chongyang heaven and earth had detached from the Golden Province, falling towards the world plateau, causing great upheaval and tremors. Lost in thought, Li Yi heard that terrifying Senior Zhang ask gently. The middle-aged man looked around, a look of sentiment emerging on his face. He walked to the side, gently stroking a bronze statue sculpted in a hurried posture outside Taiji Hall, saying, Zhang Fuxing looked him up and down, finding no difference from other bronze statues. Emperor Tang sighed and cleared his throat, his expression turning stern. Zhang Fuxing did not answer, merely pointing at Taiji Hall, and Emperor Tang understood immediately, striding forward, placing both hands on the doors of Taiji Hall, and exerting force to push. The doors shook, but only shook, they did not open. Emperor Tang frowned, continuing to exert force. The shaking of the Taiji Hall doors became more intense, yet showed no sign of opening. Zhang Fuxing frowned deeply. Was it because it was not yet February 9th? Or perhaps a certain prerequisite had not yet been met? Chapter 455, 309. Today, Ascension to God _3. Chapter 455, Chapter 309. Today, Ascension to God _3, he pondered and contemplated the beginning of the Western journey, the beginning of the Western journey. Zhang Fuxing spoke in a deep voice. Emperor Tang was taken aback. How should I get in? What's inside? Zhang Fuxing didn't answer. He extended his hand, and with rolling fog, an ancient bridge slowly emerged. He thought very clearly that if there was any prerequisite, it was that the beginning of the Western journey was not yet complete, and completing the beginning of the Western journey was very simple. Emperor Tang enters the underworld, and after returning to life, holds a grand water and land ceremony. Guanyin then personally comes, appoints the person to retrieve the scriptures, and grants the brocade robe and 9-ring scepter. All this, for the current him, was easy. The only issue lay with Emperor Tang entering the underworld. Zhang Fuxing said in a deep voice, the Buddha statue's belly is the last place you will go. Emperor Tang nodded without hesitation, but then asked in a deep voice, but, Tao brother, in everything we're doing at the moment, are we? In his words, he naturally referred to that figure, the Emperor Ziwei of the North Pole. In the bewildered gaze of Li Yi and Luo Cheng, Zhang Fuxing was silent for a moment, then said, most likely, but given his position, it's impossible for him to easily awaken. Emperor Tang was taken aback. His memory stayed at the time of entering the underworld, so naturally he didn't know about the Western journey. Zhang Fuxing shook his head, did not explain anything, just pulled Li Erfing and stepped onto the bridge of helplessness. He turned back and instructed. The bridge of helplessness trembled, heading towards Mithria's belly, but upon nearing it, Zhang Fuxing perceived a tremendous resistance. The resistance was not targeting the bridge of helplessness, nor Emperor Tang, but solely targeting him. He was astonished, gestured to summon Li Yi. She was also not hindered by the resistance. The future was rejecting him, sending Li Yi back to the original place. Zhang Fuxing tried to forcibly break through this layer of resistance, with the great sun illusion and 10 sacred grotto heavens appearing behind him. Yet no matter what, it was always just a tiny bit off. Zhang Fuxing realized he had to first achieve ascension to God. In essence, it all came back to the words ascension to God. Zhang Fuxing stepped down from the bridge of helplessness and spoke in a deep tone. Emperor Tang solemnly nodded, and then, along with the bridge of helplessness, entered Mithrida's belly. Zhang Fuxing carefully sensed, ensured he could indeed bring Emperor Tang out at any time, and then breathed a sigh of relief. No need to knock on the gate of the past. But he discerned cause and effect, but found that the seemingly destined event of Emperor Tang entering the underworld was not directly completed, as if something was still missing. Zhang Fuxing pondered, should he wait? But the celestial steel could dim at any time, and the 100 venerates could enter the territory at any time. Even if he could hide here, what about everyone else? If High Heaven City were to be destroyed, rebuilding it would be difficult. Not to mention, Hua and his parents were still outside. Thoughts turning, Zhang Fuxing had an idea, turned around, and eyed Lin Changle. Lin Changle hurriedly approached, respectfully saluted, while the 3 shabby old men watched with their heads shrank. Zhang Fuxing looked her up and down, contemplated for a moment, and spoke calmly and warmly. The shabby old men were suddenly shocked. Bodhisattva? Appointing a bodhisattva? Zhang Fuxing gazed intensely at the deeply nodding Lin Changle, and with a gesture, I'll grant you the power to command the heavenly star battle formation on Earth, bestow 10 direction Bodhi thoughts, and his expression grew more solemn, and with a thought, chaos fog flowed out, for which an old man emerged. True man. Only then did Zhang Fuxing continue. Under the celestial sound, Lin Changle didn't hesitate a bit and performed a grand ceremony. A smile blossomed on Zhang Fuxing's face as the true man beside outlined light and shadow, constituting a grand contract, which then was established. The content of the grand contract was simple. Zhang Fuxing lent all his essence, qi and spirit that surpassed the celestial human limit level to Lin Changle. For ascension to God, only the cultivation limit of celestial humans was sufficient. After ascension to God, he could retrieve his essence, qi, and spirit back. Even after ascension to God, it might not just be ascension. As long as Lin Changle could briefly intercept hundreds of celestial venerates, the Pantheon would undoubtedly notice, and he could then directly contact the Pope of the Pantheon to retrieve 40 to 50,000 years of spiritual cultivation from the Pantheon's deities, which would be easy. At that time, the time for enlightenment under the Bodhi tree could be completed in an instant. Vast power stripped away from Zhang Fuxing. Essence, qi, and spirit. The 10 sacred grotto heavens he cultivated, the saint's golden body, the ox demon of the flat sky scripture. Aside from the primordial scripture, he gave everything he could. He felt his life level plummeting, losing his myriad year refining spirit position. A dazzling, immortal light emanated from Lin Changle. Her cultivation skyrocketed. Innate, celestial human, beyond celestial human. She has become him, infinitely close to the venerate's domain. No, with half a foot already stepping into the venerate's domain, it's considered a pseudo-venerate. Zhang Fuxing only retained celestial human limit cultivation for himself. But the issue was that even at full strength, he was countless times stronger than the celestial human limit. Thus, even lacking a portion of celestial human limit power, his stripped essence, qi, and spirit remained vast beyond belief, still in the pseudo-venerate realm. Lin Changle now resembled a true bodhisattva, a great sun halo rising behind her head, brilliant golden lights floating in her eyes, great compassion, purity, great brightness. He spoke in a deep tone. Lin Changle saluted. Zhang Fuxing then turned around, decisively stepping into the dimensional overlap point. Today, Ascension to God. Chapter 456, 3:10. Fusing the void and the Tao, finally attaining the fruit position. Chapter 456, Chapter 3:10. Fusing the void and the Tao, finally attaining the fruit position. Standing at the dimensional overlap point, Zhang Fuxing found himself engulfed in a unique sensory experience. The affairs of the current world and those from the different dimension unfolded simultaneously before his eyes, much like when he once penned the Tao Te Ching, existing both in ancient times and the spring and autumn era. At this moment, he existed in Yin Chang'an, and also within the different dimension. In sight, the earth was barren and shattered. Though the sky held a remnant sun, it remained dim and oppressive, an undeniably true remnant sun. Zhang Fuxing raised his gaze, seeing half of a sun, with the other half nowhere to be seen. With his current eyesight, he couldn't discern the details of the sun, feeling only a vague sense of terrifying oppression. Merely looking at it, the oppressive sensation pressed down on his heart and body through the sunlight. Zhang Fuxing was stunned. Only 2 or 3 had ever instilled such a degree of oppression in him. One being the Supreme, another Hua, and the third, the Celestial Emperor seated upstream of the River of Time. A tremor passed through Zhang Fuxing's heart as he forcibly activated the Fire Eye's golden gaze, his essence, qi, and spirit barely sustaining the moment. But this fleeting moment was enough. A fleeting glimpse. Zhang Fuxing saw that the sun wasn't a sun, but a half-clad corpse in an emperor's robe. The lower half of the godly corpse was nowhere to be found, and the upper half had no head, just a torso and raised arms pierced by a long sword, nailed to the celestial vault, thus becoming the remnant sun. And on that sword, Zhang Fuxing saw 2 blood-stained characters on the sword's body. 4 immortal-slaying swords represent extinct, slaughter, trapped. The immortal-slaying sword nails the ancestor rock Peng in the depths of the current world's starry sky, while the extinct immortal sword sits at the celestial vault of the different dimension, nailing the sun, nailing half a nameless godly corpse. A violent burning sensation burst in his eyes. Zhang Fuxing groaned. Blood tears flowed from his eyes. His body began to wither, crack, and collapse. In an instant, he was near death, hastily knocking on the gate of the past, canceling his exploration of the remnant sun. His body suddenly restored. The sense of impending death seemingly never existed. But his eyes still burned. Blood tears continued to flow. From Zhang Fuxing came a low growl. Pain, immense pain, as if flames wildly burned his eyes, searing not only his eyes, but also his soul. The terrifying backlash ignored historical changes, transcending time to arrive. Zhang Fuxing curled on the ground, rolling frantically, but the burning sensation never diminished, growing ever more fierce. Only a boundless sea of fire remained in his vision. The fire surged from his pupils, engulfing 2 great sun golden lamps, smothering countless cause and effect star lines, climbing up to the Kunlun Yushu hidden in his eye. Suddenly, the golden bell before the Jade Void Palace rang. The burning pain abruptly scattered. Relieved, Zhang Fuxing's 36,000 pores opened wide, pouring out hot sweat. Heart still uneasy, it took a long time for him to stand, daring not to peek again at the remnant sun. The godly corpse. Zhang Fuxing scanned the desolate, fragmented land, an endless wasteland filled with collapsed divine peaks and broken immortal rivers. The different dimension is nothing but a wasteland. On the shattered mountains and rivers, sword scars and blade marks abounded, as if a fierce slaughter had raged. So, Zhang Fuxing murmured, sensing something amiss. By all accounts, he should have ascended to divinity. Frowning, his mind communicated via the scrolls sealed with Red Bull, true monarch, questioning Old Bull. Old Bull's astonished voice echoed in Zhang Fuxing's ear. Not ascended to divinity. That's odd. Suddenly, Old Bull asked. Startled, Zhang Fuxing quietly recalled and calculated, starting from Longevity Mountain's 5 Mansions Temple to the other shore flower cluster, Luofeng Divine Mountain, Dragon Carving Platform, then 8 Sceneries Palace, Buzhou Celestial Pillar, Great Lane Temple, plus the Celestial Realms Cloud Sea, Guanghan Palace, and Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. He answered. Old Bull exclaimed, then fell silent. Zhang Fuxing frowned. After a brief silence, Old Bull's melancholic voice came. 9 is the ultimate number. Many have anchored above 9 major scenes, but there are those who have attained divinity. Pausing, Old Bull continued. Zhang Fuxing's lips trembled in silence. Old Bull sighed softly. Zhang Fuxing's eyelid twitched, coming to an understanding. like Superman getting sick and unable to receive shots. The needle couldn't pierce his skin. He asked solemnly, "Once you ascend, it's quite simple." Old Bull responded solemnly. Zhang Fuxing felt relieved at heart. "It's not too difficult." Old Bull answered, "Soon. Not long. Maybe a few days, a few hours, or—" Zhang Fuxing fell silent, his divine thought returning to himself, softly exhaling. For someone else, this might be a dead end, never achieving divinity in their lifetime, but he's different due to his profound mastery of cause and effect. Dimensional overlap point is just a point, and under normal circumstances, all of Zhang Fuxing's actions should be confined within this point. However, there's a clever way to bypass this. After a moment of pondering, he contemplated Five Mansions Temple, silently tracing the cause and effect between them, and instantly located Five Mansions Temple. With a thought, Zhang Fuxing imagined himself as an arrow and then stomped his foot like a bowstring snapping, shooting himself out. And then, cause and effect parallel. With the cause already emerged, the effect has arrived. Thus, Zhang Fuxing shot towards Five Mansions Temple on the plane of cause and effect, using himself as the arrow, and appeared at the actual Five Mansions Temple. Although he only existed for a moment before being forcefully pulled back by that point, it showed Zhang Fuxing the hope of success. I can only exist in Five Mansions Temple for an instant. This dimensional overlap point is very special. Is it because I haven't truly ascended to God? Or is it for some other reason? Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, again using himself as an arrow, employing the method of cause and effect parallel, and instantly arrived at Five Mansions Temple. At the moment he was being dragged back by the dimensional overlap point, he again used cause and effect parallel, again posing himself as the arrow. Consequently, a strange scene unfolded at Five Mansions Temple. A person, an unreal person, appeared outside the main gate of Five Mansions Temple, flickering at a very high frequency, appearing for an instant, disappearing for 3, resulting in an effect like a video losing frames. Zhang Fuxing, in this peculiar state, stepped step by step into the Five Mansions Temple. Many eyes were watching him. Within Five Mansions Temple, there were people. All were attendants and servants of the ancestor of land immortals. A divine attendant reprimanded, but Zhang Fuxing ignored them. He disregarded those from Five Mansions Temple who surrounded him and went toward the 8 trigrams diagram in front of the main hall on his own, where he sat down cross-legged. Numerous divine attendants and servants surrounded him, yet none dared to make a move, because this scene was just too strange. An outsider flickering at high frequency, appearing for an instant, disappearing for 3, repeating perpetually. Even each appearance of this strange person generated subtle space ripples, which increased over time, accumulating more and more, faintly hinting at evolving into a space tide. There was no choice. Every 4 instants, Zhang Fuxing broke through the dimensional overlap point to forcibly arrive. In the midst of attempts to leave and being dragged back, the space around the dimensional overlap point, like a giant slingshot, continued bouncing, thus creating space ripples stacking infinitely. For Zhang Fuxing, however, this was advantageous. For instance, a bold divine attendant wanted to test him, dropping a primordial chi palm, but before it could approach, it was swallowed by space ripples. Zhang Fuxing murmured, slightly easing his mind, sat in the center of Five Mansions Temple, closed his eyes, discarded external distractions, communicated with a different dimension, communicated with Five Mansions Temple. He multitasked, part observing in Chang'an, part existing in the actual Five Mansions Temple, guiding its essence, attempting to briefly penetrate Divine Realm. The other part of his mind dwelled within Divine Realm, within an illusory Five Mansions Temple. Inside the illusory Five Mansions Temple, Zhang Fuxing utilized the Celestial Eye technique, witnessing his blurred figure continually flickering before the main hall. An intensely peculiar feeling crept into his heart. 3 parts of his mind, 3 perspectives, 3 distinctly different places. Divine Realm boomed, temporarily separated, within essence, chi, and spirit. A whole was formed on top of essence by spirit. Thus, the fruit position of heaven and earth follows the whole and sinks into his flesh. Thusly, ascension of the flesh. Zhang Fuxing underwent immense and transformative change. He stood truly within the field of divine spirits. He became venerate. He became true man and arhat. The profound principles of heaven and earth, the essence of all things, the mystical shadows of numerous paths. At this moment, this time, in front of his eyes, in his heart, venerate. It is the realm of manifestation. Manifestation, it is the navigation through the void. Void, it is where multitudes of worlds are spread. Zhang Fuxing suddenly felt he underwent a Genesis-like experience. The essence, chi, and spirit were that heaven and earth, and opened heaven and earth. The clear and light ascended, while the murky and heavy descended. A fourth perspective unfolded. Half of the true spirit was anchored within a different dimension. What he witnessed was the void between different dimension and reality. It was one ancient world after another, large and small, endless. Zhang Fuxing muttered deeply, while the other half of his true spirit anchored within the void. They then had the ability to traverse the void, traversing the multitudes of worlds, and even capturing the power of multitudes of worlds. A massive light and shadow giant reflected within the void. Zhang Fuxing realized completely. 3 flowers gather atop. 5 chi proceeds to origin. The realm of venerate allows the true spirit to simultaneously anchor in different dimension and the vast void, enabling a walk through different dimension and the vast void with this dual true spirit. Therefore, they became God. But didn't end. True man? Arhat? No, it isn't. The fruit position of true man and arhat evidenced by Zhang Fuxing abruptly shattered. And at this moment, in the vast void, the light and shadow giant evolved from half of Zhang Fuxing's true spirit suddenly adorned with primordial cloud. Primordial one chi emerged behind his head, transforming into 36 colors of light. In the moment of ascension, the day of realm breakthrough, the fully chapter finally progressed from the human path chapter into the true man chapter. Obtained primordial innate one chi. Verified fully true man fruit position. A huge wave surged across the void, impacting simultaneously on different dimension and the real universe, as if a storm pounding the shore. Chapter 457, 311. The world venerate arrives. Chapter 457, Chapter 311. The world venerate arrives, other shore world. It's done. Above the celestial vault of the world plateau, a divine spirit exclaimed, laughing heartily. Amidst the laughter, the celestial steel that suppressed the entire other shore world dimmed by 3 parts. It was these 3 parts. Thus, the venerate could now enter. Kong Shentong straightened his posture, his gaze intense. The elderly man with white hair showed a cold expression and softly uttered a single word. The gentle word dropped like a breeze, suddenly turning into a gale, exploding in all directions, even briefly blowing away the perennial fog over the world plateau. This plateau, towering above the provinces and stretched across the clouds, momentarily revealed its full splendor. One after another, terrifying gazes cast upon it, some openly, some hidden in the void, coming from all sides from various sects and schools. A divine spirit spoke in a low voice outside an extreme abyssal abyss. At the abyssal abyss, or rather under the 5-finger mountain, the Pantheon Pope spoke deeply. The elders and great elders of the Pantheon surrounding the 5-finger mountain exchanged glances, pondering, while in the void, scenes of an alternate dimension projected. There, seated are the 10,000 gods worshipped by the Pantheon. These are all the gods who did not adhere to the 3 teachings over 10,000 years, who ascended to the alternate dimension. Countless in number, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. 10 great divine power users sat at the center of this illusionary projection. Outside were 108 great powers, and beyond them were thousands of venerates, They were in the alternate dimension, their gaze piercing through the ritual to descend into the present world, also observing the other shore world. One great divine power user spoke indifferently. Silence, silence. Sun Shi, who was imprisoned under the Five-Finger Mountain, spoke in a low voice. Another great divine power user interrupted, his voice drifting from the alternate dimension. Old world? Sun Shi fell silent. The great divine power user continued. And the capabilities demonstrated by that Tai by Jin Xing were above this current world-honored one Buddha. The serene voice echoed around the Five-Finger Mountain. Sun Shi simply sighed. The deities of the pantheon in the alternate dimension responded in a deep tone, saying, "Let's just watch quietly." The gods seemed startled and suspicious. Sun Shi raised an eyebrow. The true spirit anchored in the alternate dimension perceived that an upheaval seemed to be occurring, originating from the Great Void. In the Great Void, an immense tide surged, unaware of its rise nor its end, the waves crashing against the shore. A great divine power user uncertainly exclaimed. The illusionary projection wavered incessantly. Clearly, the alternate dimension it mirrored was shaking. One adept at divination, a great divine power user, attempted divination. A faint gleam floated in his eyes, trying to incite the root, but suddenly coughed divine blood, his eyes shattered, struggling to speak. "I see. Fully?" Sun Shi was uncertain and suspicious. He was suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain. The true spirit anchored in the Great Void and alternate dimension could only vaguely sense certain things, unable to see what was truly happening. Only aware that the tide from the Great Void grew more tumultuous, more tumultuous. The alternate dimension seemed chaotic. A great divine power user of the pantheon whispered. As the words settled, a dramatic change unfolded in the world plateau. Sun Shi no longer concerned himself with the changes in the alternate dimension, but looked towards the other shore world. At this moment the fog was temporarily forced back, revealing everything clearly. He could see. Their divine light soared into the sky. 45 venerates from various provinces, plus 81 earth deities, each with their own followers. In attendance, collectively heading towards the other shore world. The elderly man with white hair seated on the celestial vault issued a majestic voice at this moment, resounding across the world plateau, also echoing in 49 provinces. He proclaimed. He was formally declaring war on the other shore world to the world-honored one Buddha, also warning those restless within the provinces. The Federation urgently needed a decisive victory to suppress all unruly hearts. Strike hard once, to prevent 100 blows from coming. Kong Shentong on the celestial vault suddenly whispered. The elderly man with white hair glanced at him, speaking in a deep tone. Chapter 458, 311, World Venerate Arrives 2. Chapter 458, Chapter 311, World Venerate Arrives 2. Kong Shentong's pupils shrank, while the old bull shrouded in mist perked up its ears. The former calmly replied. The white-haired elder chuckled, not revealing anything more, simply saying, how could hundreds of venerates fail to hunt down that returning world venerate? He lowered his eyes in silence, his gaze resting on the grand bridge to the other shore world. Over 100 divine spirits have stepped onto the bridge, approaching Ghost Gate. First, elevate High Heaven City. The white-haired elder issued a decree indifferently, towering above, exceeding the great sun, higher than the celestial vault. 45 venerable gods responded. Continuing forward, going forward, about to pass through Ghost Gate, about to plunge into thick mist to enter the other shore world. The gods were incredibly solemn. One by one, powerful gazes focused here. Su Qinswan, golden armored creatures, the capital. Neoding Ghost Gotha. The other shore world suddenly swayed, shrouded and hindering all gazes with a canopy, suddenly dispersing. The mist also dispersed. All things within the realm were once again clearly visible, and there was one person quietly standing behind Ghost Gate. Is it? He explained to the deities from the different dimension, 10 great divine power users were moved. A martial artist 10 days ago now dared to stand alone before the barrier, facing over 100 deities? Indeed, a great courage, but only courage. In 10 days, even if a true saint or celestial venerate were to personally intervene, at most they could forge a venerate, requiring immense cost. One great divine power user shook his head as the voice fell. Lin Changle stood at Ghost Gate, hands clasped, softly chanting, "Turn back." A venerate murmured, then tentatively struck out, fist raised to heavenly light, tearing through the void. Lin Changle appeared solemn and majestic, only sighed, a great sun halo rising behind her head, and a 10,000-foot Bodhi tree appearing behind her. She softly chanted, her voice becoming heavenly sound. The fist light illuminating miles of land surprisingly stopped in front of her. Old Master in Chang'an Town witnessed this scene. His expression changed, exclaiming. At the same time, 81 Earth deities advanced with slaughter. The true dragon traveled the clouds. Mountain Monarch glared angrily. Beings transformed into deities, each using their own divine techniques. The earth roared at this moment. 81 Earth deities were 81 slaughter techniques. Lin Changle faced them alone. Her heart raced wildly, but her expression remained solemn, holding the 9-ring scepter, draped in brocade robes, then struck the ground with the scepter. She transformed into Guanyin, exercising the power granted by the World Venerate, using the supreme treasure given by the World Venerate. The female immortal whispered. The 9-ring scepter and brocade robes stirred up a curtain of light, vast, reflecting the illusion of Ling Mountain. 81 slaughter techniques struck, colliding with the light curtain, emitting intense, rumbling sounds. The light curtain distorted, but did not shatter. The brocade robes, wearing them one does not fall into reincarnation. The 9-ring scepter, holding it one does not suffer harm. This is the true supreme treasure bestowed by Shekuni Tathagata. A venerate from a certain province praised, a golden scissors manifesting in his hand, he cried. The golden scissors transformed into 2 illusory, divine flood dragons, tearing through the void, forcibly cutting open the light curtain. Over 100 venerates surged forward, terrifying momentum shaking. If not for the heaven and earth chessboard suppressing, if not for the earthly celestial array guarding, the entire Othershore world would likely have already collapsed. High Heaven City, Chang'an Town, wilderness. Countless followers, countless people, countless celestial humans. At this moment silent. They watched, seeing the female immortal claiming to be Guanyin, being blasted back 10 steps, each step resounding throughout the Othershore world. The female immortal coughed blood. Even the saint's golden body cracked. Over 100 venerates already stepped into the Othershore world. Lin Changle's essence, chi, and spirit were exhausted, yet she still cried out, using the celestial array left by the World Venerate. There was starlight bursting from the earth, turning into torrents, rushing forth. Some venerates were hit directly by the torrents. Their divine bodies began to crack and shatter. But immediately, those torrents were suppressed by more deities. Lin Changle made a move, a shout. The celestial vault thundered, great thunder tribulation descended, a venerate severely injured amidst the thunderlight, coughing blood, but still the same words. The gap was too large. Several, or even a dozen venerates injured wasn't sufficient against the might of over 100. The venerates from 45 provinces still dreaded, but those 81 earth deities were fearless and charged forward. Even with brocade robes and 9-ring scepter protection, 10,000-foot Bodhi and great sun halo as anchor, Lin Changle was still covered in wounds. The saint's golden body was broken. She was dying. From afar, Sun Shi watched this scene, sighed. Amidst illusory scenery, a great divine power user sitting within the different dimensions spoke in a low voice. Pausing, this great divine power user pondered and then added. Chapter 459, 311, World Venerate Arrives _3. Chapter 459, Chapter 311, World Venerate arrives _3. Merely from this, one can see how deep and terrifying the foundations of the world-honored one Buddha are. Sun Shi was astonished. Looking at the virtual scene, the great divine power user nodded. It's not impossible for the Pantheon to merge into Ling Mountain. Sun Shi nodded, and with a thought, he followed the spiritual imprint left for him by the world-honored one Buddha and attempted to communicate. After a moment, a look of incredulity appeared on his face as he murmured, "The world venerate." The 10 great divine techniques of the Pantheon were surprised, and someone asked. Sun Shi's expression of confusion deepened, and he raised an eyebrow. The 10 great divine power users looked at each other in bewilderment. One of the great divine power users gazed at the other shore world, watching the Guanyin who was on the brink of death, and suddenly spoke. He casually selected 36 Venerate-level divine spirits, then said to Sun Shi under the Five-Finger Mountain. Sun Shi nodded. He once again communicated with the world-honored one Buddha, whose location was unknown, and moments later, Sun Shi opened his eyes and breathed out. Light and shadow intertwined, presenting the form of a great contract. He said, "The 36 Venerates residing in a different dimension each followed the altar to descend their power, leaving their names on the light and shadow woven great contract." Sun Shi also left his name accordingly. As the words were inscribed, the light and shadows suddenly dispersed, and he, along with the other 36 Venerates, suddenly realized something within themselves was forcibly stripped away. It was 1,000 years of spiritual cultivation. Altogether, it amounted to exactly 37,000 years. Sun Shi marveled. He gazed at the other shore world, where the great realm was already on the verge of collapse, and that female immortal was completely shattered, the earth splitting open, and the celestial vault crumbling. So, Sun Shi was perplexed. In the great void, Truman Fu Li had his eyes tightly closed, and 37,000 years of spiritual cultivation appeared within a contract, adding the 5,000 years of spiritual sacrifice previously obtained from Kong Shintong. It totaled 42,000 years. He had been seated for 7 days under the Bodhi tree. In addition, these 42,000 years equivalently formed 49 days, precisely, not a day more, not a day less. Zhang Fuxing breathed out a breath of clear air, a faint smile appearing on his face. However, he still needed to return to the other shore world to reclaim the power lent to Lin Changle. After all, the tens of thousands of years of spiritual cultivation were also lent to Lin Changle through the contract. So those thousands of years never truly existed within himself. He had never experienced those 7,000 years under the Bodhi tree. But as long as he reclaimed them, everything would be complete. Taking a deep look into the great void, Zhang Fuxing's thoughts returned to his true self, still sitting in the Five Mansions Temple of Reality. His body no longer used himself as an arrow repeatedly and immediately returned to the dimensional overlap point. In the instant of returning, Zhang Fuxing saw the true form of the ancestor of land immortals descending just one step into the Five Mansions Temple. As the great divine power user traced and gazed upon him, the terrifying force ground down, but Zhang Fuxing had already gradually exited the dimensional overlap point. When he opened his eyes, it was in front of the Taiji Hall in Yinchongan. He whispered, a thought surfacing. He then stepped out of Yinchongan, appearing in the mountains, stretching for 1,000 miles, standing upon the earth. At this moment, the celestial vault was collapsing, the earth was sinking, and the entire other shore world was disintegrating. And so, a Buddha's light arose. Chapter 460, 312. The 49th Day, Blessed Life Buddha. Chapter 460, Chapter 312. The 49th Day, Blessed Life Buddha? A huge sense of confusion emerged in the minds of each powerful being. In the Golden Province, thanks to the temporary dispersal of the thick mist on the world plateau, Su Qinswan, who ruled the entire Golden Province and was comparable to the top great powers within it, could observe the world plateau. His enormous head emerged from the Golden Province, or rather, the Golden Realm. Gazing at the other shore world, he could see that world, flowing with a Buddhist charm and shrouded in Buddha's light, now fracturing and decaying. More than 100 venerates were, wreaking havoc. Even though there seemed to be a mysterious array protecting and suppressing it, that world was still cracking, the earth shattering, the celestial vault collapsing. One empty city after another overturned. Even High Heaven City did not escape destruction, perishing, countless civilians and followers dying miserably. Su Qinswan sighed softly, knowing that even if the world-honored One Buddha appeared at this moment, the Other Shore World and High Heaven City were as good as finished. Even if the world-honored One Buddha repelled over 100 deities, after such a battle, who would dare to have their followers reside in the Other Shore World anymore? The central hub that Fuxing wanted to create turned into a complete joke. Unless the dead could be resurrected, the ruined earth restored. But who, throughout heaven and earth, could possess such power? Su Qinswan quietly watched the Other Shore World disintegrate. It was not just him. Within the Five-Finger Mountain, which appeared like an abyssal abyss, Sun Shi frowned. And in the nearby illusory scene, the deities watching the reality aspiring to the Other Shore World also looked uneasy. Especially the 36 venerates who chose to take refuge in Ling Mountain. Each anxious and uneasy, the 10 great divine power users all had their eyes downcast. The other great divine power users also shook their heads. Meanwhile, in the Other Shore World, Huang Qiuxian, with a complex expression, quietly huddled in a corner, watching an entire world slowly collapse. This was a rare and spectacular scene. The celestial vault breaking like shattered glass. Falling piece by piece, the earth overturned, cities crumbled, mountains and rivers had long been obliterated. He glanced at the old governor huddled beside him. Huang Qiuxian nodded lightly, adding a reminder. The old governor responded with a muffled speaking in a low voice. The old governor looked up, his gaze piercing through the shattered sky, gazing at the majestic presence sitting beyond the sky, sitting atop the celestial vault of the world plateau. He shrugged his shoulders. Saying this, the old governor looked up and saw that female immortal was about to die. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits shattered into 1 soul and 5 spirits. The sea of Buddha's light had dried up, and the supreme treasure robe draped over her was about to be stripped away. This female immortal should have perished long ago. But with that mysterious robe protecting her, she stood firm until now. But it's foreseeable, when the robe is removed, the female immortal will immediately perish, perhaps even have her soul scattered. The old governor glanced again at the collapsed High Heaven City, listening to the wails coming from within, and sighed softly. On the other side, in Chang'an, within Yuan Mansion, Wei Bushi asked solemnly. He sighed softly. Wei Bushi remained silent, while behind him, Ruan Yu, yellow-teeth old man, and Li Shiyuan had flickering eyes. All 3 shared the same thought, believing today's events were far from over. For the world venerate had yet to appear, especially Li Shiyuan, after that mysterious, unknown world-honored One Buddha revealed his identity. He understood that the origin of that world venerate might be even greater than imagined. This person, although not truly Shakyamuni Tathagata, not truly Buddha, likely had an extraordinary background in the old world. Li Shiwiwan murmurat. As the words fell, in the distance at the moment of the world's collapse, there was an earth deity, a mountain monarch formed from a tiger, roaring, "Where is the world venerate?" The tiger's roar resounded through heaven and earth, forcing the souls of many civilians, even martial arts masters and grandmasters, out of their bodies. Facing the tiger's roar directly, Lin Changle was more miserably affected, for her earthly soul had long been roared out, her whole body sprouting corpse spots, and now her celestial soul was being forced from her body. The brightness in her eyes was rapidly dimming, her intelligence extinguishing. Where is the world venerate? More and more deities echoed the same, as the mountain monarch opened its mouth, tearing off one of Lin Changle's arms, swallowing it whole, then roaring, This mountain monarch was clearly unusual, for a newly enlightened earth deity shouldn't be able to say such words, for its intelligence was clearly being led by the ancestor of land immortals, remotely controlling this divine body from afar. Chapter 461, 312, 49 Days, Blessed Life Buddha, Part 2. Chapter 461, Chapter 312, 49 Days, Blessed Life Buddha, Part 2 World. The mountain monarch roared again, opening its mouth towards the distant high heaven city. Inhaling, countless soul spirits were sucked into its belly, refined into vengeful ghosts by it. The dying Lin Changle saw many acquaintances, Hu Zhongli, Li Guoquan, Chen Daoling, Zhao Wenting. She watched countless people die, countless souls swallowed and annihilated, feeling a painful tug at her heart. Then, true compassion and a sense of great compassion and sorrow arose within her. It was at this moment Lin Changle suddenly felt the power on her body being gradually stripped away. Is it? She was first confused, then ecstatic. Ignoring the slaughter techniques of the deities, she faced the west, put her hands together, then shouted out loudly. Her clear voice pierced the sky, and at that moment, her brocade robe was torn off completely. Her physical body disintegrated, and her soul shattered. She began to pass away, to die. She began to dissipate. It was also at this time. There was light. There was Buddha's light, shining from the Jiuzhong mountain range outside Chang'an town, not in an intense manner, just slowly, gradually illuminating. The gazes from beyond the world suddenly became sharp, silently wreaking havoc among over 100 divine spirits in the other shore world. The ancestor of land immortals, manipulating the mountain monarch, spoke indifferently. There was no response. There was only a faint light, and a small figure that unknowingly appeared at the edge of the mountain range. That figure was about 16 feet tall, sitting cross-legged on the ground, leaning against a 9-foot-tall illusory Bodhi tree, eyes closed, face as handsome as it was 10 days ago. The mountain monarch opened its mouth and roared. In the sound of the tiger's roar, large areas of the earth were torn apart. With the millions of vengeful ghosts it had refined, bearing fangs and brandishing claws, charging forward with the riven earth. Fragments, shattered rocks, smoke, vengeful ghosts, everything formed a gigantic torrent, rushing forth. Yet that figure still sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. All things came to a sudden halt before him. The fractured earth stood still, and the claw-bearing vengeful ghosts remained motionless, as if there were an invisible, insurmountable line before him. The mountain monarch spoke coldly, and once again executed a slaughter technique, while the other deities, to varying extents, used their methods of slaughter. Whether it was sword energy tearing the void, or a galaxy flowing backward, or flames that could burn a world, or a disaster wind that could extinguish the great sun. Over 100 slaughter techniques, enough to erase a province in an instant, or a great world, but as they neared the figure under the Bodhi tree, they all slowed down, slowing further, until completely stagnating. The deity's expressions changed. The white-haired old man and Kong Shuntong from beyond the heavens stood up. The world venerate still did not open his eyes. Then at this time, divine realm. In the 42nd millennium, I was still contemplating the grand path of the spirit, contemplating the marvelous principles of Buddhist technique and the root of the heavens and earth. I didn't find a way to break through the third spiritual limit. I just suddenly had an epiphany. What is the sea of suffering? What is the other shore? What is the mortal world? Staying away from the mortal world, I could attain purity, but standing amidst the rolling mortal world, I could achieve great. Purity, the clamor of all beings, is my path to achievement. The Bodhi is not attained by contemplation, but is ever present in my heart. Thus I was enlightened. The 42nd millennium ends here, and within the divine realm, 42,000 years had also passed. The three-headed solar divine thought transformed into 9-headed ones, and the number of other star beasts increased tenfold in the mortal realm. The first native venerate appeared, establishing the sword tomb outside Wa, divine temple, becoming the third venerate of the mortal realm, and within the nine netherworld, death chi permeated everything, with countless souls. It was then, sitting cross-legged for 7,000 years, then contemplating under the Bodhi tree for 42,000 years, 1,000 years as a single day, equaling 49 days. The Buddha sat under the Bodhi tree for 49 days, 49,000 years, witnessing the birth, aging, sickness, and death of the mortal realm, also witnessing the rise of the master of the sword tomb from a young boy, becoming the first true venerate in the divine realm in a meaningful sense. He opened his eyes. He opened his eyes in the divine realm, under the Bodhi tree, and saw the unattainable Tathagata, celestial position, hovering before him. The Tathagata, celestial position, ethereal and illusory, took the form of a great Buddha sitting upon a lotus seat. The celestial position suddenly asked. Zhang Fuxing replied. The celestial position spoke again. Zhang Fuxing calmly pointed to the ground beneath him and replied. The celestial position asked one last question. Zhang Fuxing replied. The celestial position wavered, said no more, and slowly merged with him. He gently exhaled a pure breath. There he stood in the present, in the other shore world, under the illusory Bodhi tree, facing over 100 stagnant slaughter techniques frozen before him. Behind him, the illusory Bodhi tree, without notice, had condensed into a real Bodhi tree. Not tall, only 9 zhang. Thus, Zhang Fuxing reached out again, pointing downward softly as he spoke. This voice resonated through the other shore world, through the world plateau, through the 49 provinces. No meteor showers, no golden springs erupting, no lotus blooms. In Chang'an town, Li Xuan gazed dazedly at the figure, uttering foolishly. Beside him, Cui Linglong asked perplexedly. Li Xuan spoke, reiterating, as the congratulatory sound arose. The Buddha stood up from beneath the Bodhi tree. The Buddha sighed. The mountain monarch roared, leading 80 other earth deities in a furious charge forward, the fierce aura pervading the shattered other shore world. It was at this moment. Zhang Fuxing stood silently, and the stagnant slaughter techniques before him suddenly melted like snow, as bright light appeared beside him. For Arhats and 36 Vajras emerged, standing by his side, with 9 circles of great sun overhead, 9 golden crows hovering, breathing heavily beneath the 5-finger mountain, Sun Shi. The pantheon gods within the virtual scene widened their eyes. The ancestor of land, immortals squinted in the wilderness, the white-haired elder above the celestial vault, Kong Shuntong, and others suddenly changed colors. It was at this time. The Buddha surveyed the shattered other shore world and spoke softly. Sea of suffering. He reached out, standing within the other shore world, yet lifted the entire other shore world, then overturned it. Chaotic light filled the air, the world toppled. Thus, under the silent gaze of countless eyes, 81 venerable gods, 81 earth deities, whether dragon or phoenix or mountain monarch, they were all within the Buddha's grasp. Thereafter, the Buddha said, the collapsing world gently crushed the 81 earth deities into dust, leaving empty 81 divine souls. The white-haired elder's eyes were about to burst. 45 venerates stood frozen in the shattered other shore world. The Buddha only looked at the colorful cassock drifting on the ground, then sighed. The soul of Lin Changle scattered into the wind, unexpectedly reunited as if time reversed, gathering soul, essence, chi, and spirit. She stood there once again, as if she had never fallen. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the entire other shore world, once more using the great divine techniques he attained after certifying the fully true man fruit position. He lifted the broken world and said, collapsing buildings, fractured mountains and rivers, falling celestial vault, torn earth, all began to reverse, even saying, the millions refined into wraiths by the mountain monarch, and more dead life forms, scattered souls, were all under the gaze of countless eyes, confused, awed, horrified, all reversed. Not restoration, nor healing, but reversal, as if time was flowing backwards. Also like a result, in the chain of cause and effect being erased. All things suddenly restored to the beginning, 1,000 pear trees blossoming simultaneously. Blessed life Buddha compassionately looked at the 45 venerates, then raised his head, gazing at the outside, gazing at the high-positioned white-haired elder and other divine spirits. He suddenly smiled. The Bodhi swayed, and the divine spirits turned to flee. Chapter 462, 3:13. Great Saint Spirit, Visit of the Earth Ancestor. Chapter 462, Chapter 3:13. Great Saint Spirit, Visit of the Earth Ancestor Escape. Escape, escape, escape. The immense panic swept over the hearts of the 45 venerates in an instant. One palm, one flip, one overturn. 81 deities at the venerate level suddenly turned into flying ashes, along with the terrifying scene of everything reversing. They were all scared out of their wits. Escape, escape, escape. The 45 venerates were all swarming toward the location of the Ghost Gate. In the heavens beyond, the white-haired elder's expression was incredibly solemn. Kong Shuntong was also staring in astonishment. More accurately speaking, those deities who were watching this place, the stronger they were, the more frightened they became. Not for anything else, but because of the world-honored One Buddha's mysterious means. He forcibly reversed the entire other shore world. It didn't seem to be a time reversal, because those revived beings retained the memories of when they died, but the dispersed souls all reunited. This level of technique, said a great divine power user from the Pantheon, seated in the different dimension, exclaiming with joy. Also at this time, in the other shore world, Zhang Fuxing quietly watched the fleeing deities, silently sensing his current state. Powerful. Never been so powerful before. Venerates, also known as the Manifest Saint Realm, attain true man or Arhat fruit position. Their true spirit can be entrusted in the void and real world. In this realm of practice, the task is to capture the world within the great void and refine it into one's own Buddha country, blessed land. Manifest Saint. At this level of existence, within the great void of most heavens and myriad worlds, they're almost equivalent to absolute rulers. But Zhang Fuxing is different. He attains the fully true man fruit position and is seated at the now Tathagata celestial position. Then, Zhang Fuxing spoke calmly, his voice like Brahma, causing the entire other shore world to rotate, sealing all exits. Each venerate tried to break the seal, but no matter how they tried every trick, it was of no use. At the Ghost Gate, there was an illusory line, a line that could not be crossed no matter what. The deities turned back in horror, gazing at the figure standing beneath the 9-yard Bodhi tree. Beside him, Huang Qiuxian shrank his neck, reminding, "We didn't destroy the other shore world, nor did we hunt that female immortal. If we surrender now, perhaps we could." The old governor swallowed hard. Huang Qiuxian felt a chill down his back, wanted to quickly take out the high heaven order to indicate his identity to the terrifying world venerate. Exposure is better than being inexplicably killed. But he hadn't moved yet. In the distance, the world venerate had somehow appeared in front of the 45 deities, suspended high in the sky, accompanied by the 9-yard Bodhi tree. The gods gazed up at that figure. Zhang Fuxing sat down calmly before the Bodhi tree, naturally radiating Buddha's light. Buddha's light intertwined, concealing Ling Mountain. Behind him followed Arhats, Vajras, and 9-headed sun god birds. Even some divine servants and attendants involuntarily prostrated themselves. This scene was overwhelmingly sacred. Zhang Fuxing gazed down at everything on the ground, speaking softly, but with a sound like the great tolling of a bell. The great sound accompanied by Bodhi contemplation fell like rain. The real 9-yard Bodhi tree swayed at this moment, scattering pure light, wisdom light, and compassionate light. With the sound falling, under the light, Bodhi contemplation quietly infiltrated. The 45 deities stood stiff at the original spot, suddenly feeling immobile, and then their vision turned entirely golden, seeing only the Bodhi tree, and before the tree, seated on the Vajra throne, Buddha. As if a bell tolled, Under the quiet infiltration of Bodhi light, one by one, the Venerates showed pure expressions first, capturing the seven souls, then the earth soul, life soul, and heavenly soul, then even the true spirit entrusted in the great void and different dimensions. Bodhi light traced each Venerate's paths of cause and effect, reaching back to all things associated with them. The first Venerate knelt, then the second, the third, the fourth, until 45 Venerates were all prostrated before the Blessed Life Buddha. Outside the other shore world, the powerful beings who watched this scene were speechless. In the Golden Province, Su Chinswan murmured, unconsciously rubbing his eyes, feeling a deep chill. 40-odd Venerates. He wondered, if it were him, facing such an eerie technique, how would he react? No need to think about the answer. In a dazed state, Su Chinswan saw, in the other shore world, saw the Buddha there smiling, saying, as the great sound resonated beyond the heavens, the white-haired elder's pupils contracted sharply, as a very terrifying scene unfolded. The fruit positions attained by the 45 Venerates were revealed under the Buddha's light. Almost all were true man fruit positions. Arhat fruit position ones were few and far between. Yet at this moment, in the baptism of Buddha's light and Brahma sound, the Venerates who testified to true man fruit position had their fruit positions forcibly altered by an indescribable, unstoppable, irresistible, unknown force. The true man fruit position transformed into the Arhat fruit position. Behind each of the 45 Venerates, a Buddha tower appeared. They were all enlightened. They had all returned, utterly devout, facing the blessed life Buddha, prostrated and then loudly shouting. Chapter 463, 313, Great Saint Spirit, Visit from the Earth Ancestor, 2. Chapter 463, Chapter 313, Great Saint Spirit, Visit from the Earth Ancestor, 2. The Buddha did not speak. He picked a flower and smiled. The other shore world was once again enveloped by the Buddha's light, and no one from the outside could glimpse its scene. The outside world fell into a deathly silence. For a long, long time, outside the ruins of Jin City, the ancestor of land immortals gently exhaled a foul breath, closed his eyes, and spoke in a low voice. The great power named Guolinju stood in a daze at this moment. As the deputy director from the Investigation Bureau, she suddenly awoke, drenched in cold sweat without knowing when it started. She nodded bitterly. Murmuring, Guolinju took a deep breath and continued with difficulty. The ancestor of land immortal's expression was extremely somber, and he spoke in a low voice. Guolinju was slightly taken aback. Of course, the waves crashing on the shore, the great tide impacting the different dimension and the real universe. But the ancestor's expression grew even darker as he lowered his eyelids, speaking word by word. Guolinju was first stunned, then cried out in shock. The two Venerates beside her were also terrified. Ascension to Godhood. That world-honored one Tathagata, that blessed life Buddha, has just ascended to Godhood? The ancestor of land immortals silently nodded, sighing softly. Though it sounds unbelievable, it is indeed a fact. After a pause, he continued. Guolinju and the other two Venerates looked at each other and then all suddenly understood. She murmured. The ancestor of land immortals was first silent and then spoke with a faint voice. The three of them fell silent. It seems this might indeed be possible. After a long time, Guolinju asked in a low voice. The ancestor of land immortals replied. Saying this, he turned his head, gazed quietly at this exceptionally beautiful great power woman, and spoke calmly. Guolinju reflexively replied, but heard the descendant body of the ancestor of land immortals say lightly. Guolinju fell silent. After a moment, she asked in a low voice. The ancestor of land immortals nodded quietly. After a pause, he continued. Guolinju was lost in thought, gazing down at the supreme treasure in her hands. The ancestor of land immortals nodded coldly. After another pause, a faint smile appeared on his face as he murmured, The most crucial thing is that this supreme treasure is one of the few that can be destroyed. As he spoke, A look of indifference appeared on the face of the ancestor of land immortals. Guolinju hesitated for a moment and asked. The ancestor of land immortals nodded, staring at the special supreme treasure in the hands of the female immortal, a speck of dust. Within the speck of dust, however, lay an entire grand world. After a pause, the ancestor raised his eyelids, gazing calmly at the other shore world shrouded in infinite light. His eyes were bright. In the other shore world, 45 arhats sat at the edge of the world, motionless, all in deep meditation, constantly reciting the names of the world-honored Tathagata, blessed life Buddha. Zhang Fuxing sat quietly under the Bodhi tree. The stone arhat, stone vajra, and the 9 golden crows had once again returned to their divine realm. At this moment, the only one standing beside him was Lin Changle. Lin Changle whispered. Zhang Fuxing nodded slightly, his expression solemn, yet with a faint smile on his face. He looked back, gazing at the intact other shore world. Even he himself couldn't help but be amazed. Reversing all things. Is this the fully true man, fruit position? The fully chapter of the primordial ancient scripture consists of 7 chapters, each corresponding to a level of fruit position. The human path chapter brought him the fully dharma body, while the true man chapter brought the fully true man fruit position. And, along with the fruit position, came terrifying divine techniques. Zhang Fuxing quietly comprehended the divine technique of reversing everything, known as Tai Wei. This divine technique does not directly interfere with time. Instead, it grants Zhang Fuxing the ability to grasp the cause and effect of all things, for example, particles. The most basic particles that make up the world. Tai Wei allows Zhang Fuxing to perceive basic particles, even completely grasp them. These basic particles are the root of all things, the universe, life, all things, souls, even time, are composed of these basic particles, and these particles are called Tai Wei. Zhang Fuxing gently exhaled a breath of clear air rich with Buddhist charm. Just now, he used the divine technique of Tai Wei, simultaneously grasping the cause and effect of every Tai Wei particle in the other shore world, then tracing the recent state of all particles and through the divine technique, reversing these particles along the cause and effect, resulting in the entire other shore world reversing along. The collapsed celestial vault, the torn earth, the dead life forms, the dissipated souls, particles reassembled, and all things were as they were in the beginning. Zhang Fuxing quietly sensed the realm of evident sacredness, requires capturing worlds in the great void, refining them into Buddha countries or blessed lands. This is very difficult, not easy, requiring the suppression of a whole world's beings. A small world is manageable, but if one chooses to refine a complete universe, as hard as ascending to the sky. For myself, however, regarding the cultivation of the fully true man fruit position, it is not about refining a Buddha country or blessed land, but about transforming into the Great Spirit in a certain universe. The so-called Great Spirit is the fundamental source of a universe, turning the will of all beings in an entire universe into a single thought of oneself. Then, one can simultaneously experience the lives of countless beings, their past, present, and future, learn all they have learned, and when one cultivates, it is equivalent to all beings in the universe helping oneself in cultivation. This is the cultivation technique of the fully true man fruit position. This is the cultivation technique of the fully chapter, terrifying beyond imagination, extremely difficult. But likewise, once one succeeds in becoming the Great Spirit, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face, just as he was about to enter the great void and head to a certain universe or ancient world. He suddenly felt something, looked up. Outside the ghost gate stood a figure, the ancestor of land immortals. He was knocking on the door. Chapter 464, 314. Westward Journey Matters Centered on Me. Chapter 464, Chapter 314. Westward Journey Matters Centered on Me. The divine spirits left, silently departed from beyond the celestial vault above the world plateau, overlooking the other shore world. all the divine spirits left quietly. For there was no reason to stay. Over 100 deities manifested simultaneously, causing a commotion. And what was the result? Either they were crushed with a single palm, or they were enlightened with a single word. Staying held no meaning. As he left, Kong Shintong glanced back towards the changing world with a light sigh. The deities standing beside him remained silent. Even the white-haired elder, the chief officer of the War Department, was speechless. He too gazed deeply into the other shore world, as if something was stuck in his throat. With today's upheaval, the central weakness has been exposed, and the provinces, long restless, could no longer be contained. It can be foreseen that in the coming period, heroes will rise, and fragmentation will occur all around. After a long while, the white-haired elder sighed softly and spoke in a deep voice. Kong Shintong's expression changed sharply. The white-haired elder shook his head calmly. He spoke slowly yet with undeniable authority. His gaze profound. Kong Shintong remained silent, let out a sigh, and continued his journey back to the capital, accompanied by the gods, with a certain old bull sneaking along, trying to minimize his presence. The old bull didn't forget to transmit everything he saw and heard back. Red Bull, true monarch, rubbed his nose, blinking his bull eyes. While he muttered, conflicts everywhere did not cease. Instead, they intensified. After a brief discussion, the 10 great divine power users of the Pantheon made a unified decision. One great divine power user said, fully support the other shore world. Sun Shi, trapped under the Five-Finger Mountain, was startled, not expecting these old guys to be so decisive. However, this was just to his liking. In these times, with great contention approaching, wavering brings no benefit, but placing a bet means going all in. The most crucial thing is, though they say there are 4 major sects, as the Pope, he knows better than anyone that the Pantheon cannot be compared with the other 3 major sections. In fact, if given a choice, who would want to be a Pantheon disciple? Doomed to have no celestial position, and reaching the level of great divine power user is the end, not even having a single true saint-level powerhouse. It is only by relying on a vast number of followers and relatively more venerates and great powers among the human realm can it barely stand alongside the other 3 great religions. 10,000 Gods Pantheon was originally a combination of multiple small sects. Now that there is a chance to normalize, who wouldn't want to try? Moreover, it is a true Buddha, not just a mere celestial position holder. After pausing, he turned to ask, back when encircling the Ling Mountain lineage, you all must have acquired some supreme treasures from the Ling Mountain lineage, right? Within the illusory scene in the different dimension, after a brief discussion among the 10 great divine power users, they quickly reached a decision, and thus the void rippled, and supreme treasures slowly emerged on the altar. The great divine power user murmured in a low voice. Similar scenes played out across regions, most provinces quickly deciding to offer gifts and celebrate. Anyone with clarity could see that this battle left the Federation's primordial chi drastically weakened and the capital's authority further diminished. The era of great rebellion is imminent. And this other shore world in the world plateau is destined to be the most dazzling beacon. It's even foreseeable that in the coming time, this other shore world will rapidly expand and develop. Dominating the entire world plateau is not impossible. At that time, the world-honored one Buddha will sit atop the linked world plateau, ruling over everything. Will the capital be the central, or will the other shore world be the central? Orders and decrees of similar nature spread, and delegations set off from various provinces, heading towards the other shore world. The world plateau became bustling again. The other shore world. Amid the mystic ghost gate, a middle-aged man holding an earth book walked step by step inside. He ascended to the celestial vault, sitting opposite the figure under the Bodhi tree. A peaceful smile appeared on his face. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyelids, gazing at the middle-aged man before him. His eyes were profoundly deep, with 2 great sun golden lamps flickering, accompanied by countless cause and effect starry lines and surging chaotic chi. Zhang Fuxing also mused. Chapter 465, 314, Westward Matters, Led by Me, Part 2. Chapter 465, Chapter 314, Westward Matters, Led by Me, Part 2. He reminisces about the past, marveling. The ancestor of land immortals listens quietly and speaks quietly. Zhang Fuxing smiles, not calling for a fight with the ancestor of land immortals. Both understand that neither can defeat the other. Now, the world-honored one Buddha is not to be suppressed by a mere embodiment of a venerate, nor can Zhang Fuxing wage war against the embodiment of the earth ancestor holding the earth book. He begins to recount. The ancestor of land immortals listens, asks. Zhang Fuxing appears calm. Nodding, the middle-aged man ponders, chews over these 4 words, then bows. Zhang Fuxing gazes at the middle-aged man before him. The earth ancestor remains silent for a moment. Zhang Fuxing's expression remains unchanged, though waves rise in his heart. The earth ancestor continues. Zhang Fuxing calmly says, the earth ancestor carefully speaks. But upon reflection, I suddenly realize that since we met, until today, Zhang Fuxing's gaze slightly shifts, his form dignified. A faint smile appears on the earth ancestor's face. He looks at the world-honored one Buddha and blessed life Buddha before him. His voice suddenly deepens. Zhang Fuxing's mind races between fighting to the end with the earth ancestor or stopping suitably, turning enemies into friends. From a rational perspective, this matter does not seem to require too much hesitation. Indeed, as the ancestor of land immortals said, there's actually no true blood enmity between them. But a problem arises. Miss Mingyu. Zhang Fuxing understands in his heart. Miss Mingyu will sooner or later confront the ancestor of land immortals, perhaps due to the decree of the true ancestor of the earth immortals, or perhaps simply because she cannot tolerate her master's position being seized by others. Overall, both sides will sooner or later come to a confrontation. But the future is the future, and now is now. He does not intend to truly turn enemies into friends with the earth ancestor. Has the earth ancestor ever truly intended to reconcile with him? Zhang Fuxing's mind churns, thoughts intertwining, yet no change is visible in his expression. He speaks calmly. The earth ancestor nods. Zhang Fuxing compassionately speaks. The earth ancestor nods again, gaining some interest, wanting to see what the blessed life Buddha truly wants to say. Zhang Fuxing doesn't beat around the bush, speaks straight. The earth ancestor's pupils suddenly contract. Zhang Fuxing doesn't answer directly, just speaks lightly. After a pause, the world-honored one, seated under the Bodhi tree, smiles. The earth ancestor's eyes slightly light up. He clearly knows what this implies. He can also gain a share in a large-scale, origin-level event. The stronger the divine spirit, the more they understand what an origin-level event means. Like the numerous celestial positions following the beginning of divine enthronement, which are themselves attached to celestial mandate events. Almost without thinking, the earth ancestor solemnly speaks. Zhang Fuxing smiles gently, says softly. The earth ancestor's eyelid twitches, asks. Chapter 466, 314, Westward Affairs, Centered on Myself, Part 3. Chapter 466, Chapter 314, Westward Affairs Centered on Myself, Part 3, Zhang Fuxing replied. The earth ancestor spoke. Indeed, it is extraordinary, but it has been damaged and lost its wonders. Zhang Fuxing spoke very slowly, his mind clear. In the destiny event of the Five Mansions Temple, there is already a matter of reviving the ginseng fruit tree. The earth ancestor, weighing the pros and cons briefly, decisively said, the world-honored one Buddha smiled and said, the two laughed and talked, seeming like old friends who met again after a long separation. Even as Zhang Fuxing extracted the heaven and earth chessboard from the protective array of the other shore world, relying on it to play a game with the earth ancestor. The opponent seemed not to recognize this chessboard from the Five Mansions Temple. Once the game ended, Zhang Fuxing laughed with a sigh. He watched the earth ancestor float away, his smile gradually fading. For a long time, Zhang Fuxing's gaze returned to Chang'an Town and the Jiuzhong mountain range, settled on Yinchang'an, with a slight frown. Strange. The Emperor Tang still cannot emerge from Mithria's belly. This is not good news. As long as the Emperor Tang doesn't emerge, the westward journey cannot continue. Where exactly did things go wrong? Is it because it isn't February 9th yet? There are only 10 days left until February 9th now. And similarly, he now has absolute control over the other shore world, and the Federation won't come to cause trouble in the short term. So, he can patiently wait for February 9th. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, his gaze becoming profoundly deep, standing behind the scenes as a supreme being, unaware of how many people's attention is focused on him. Zhang Fuxing knows better than anyone that whether it's the 9 Netherworld or the Celestial Emperor's gifts, they undoubtedly involve extensive ties, or perhaps, not perhaps, they certainly involve disputes among the Supremes. To get involved is not impossible, but it's better to be cautious, such as first achieving the great sage spirit, first making great strides at the venerate level. Zhang Fuxing sighed lightly, starting to feel a headache. The start of the westward journey, Yin Chang'an, 9 Netherworld, Li Xun, Celestial Emperor's gifts. These matters pile together, as if an invisible hand is urging him forward, forward, and further forward. He refuses. After 18 days, it will be the 8th of February. Lin Changle conducted the ceremonial greeting with utmost respect, and upon raising her head again, the world-honored one Buddha and the 9-Zhang Bodhi tree had vanished without a trace. She looked up, only to see the Bodhi tree and the meditative figure above the sky. Lin Changle sighed softly. Chapter 467, 3:15. Nez's True Spirit, Human Ancestor's Body. Chapter 467. Chapter 3:15. Nez's True Spirit, Human Ancestor's Body Capital. Federation Council. In the vast, suspended hall, the vice speaker looked around and said in a deep voice. The hall was buzzing with many venerates and great powers whispering. According to the Federation system, when a being achieves ascension and becomes a venerate, they can serve as a legislator. All matters of the Federation are decided by the legislator's discussions. A venerate legislator's vote counts as 1. A great power legislator's vote counts as 10, and a great divine power user's vote counts as 100. Knock, knock, knock. The white-haired old man tapped his knuckles on the table 3 times, and when the large hall quieted down, he spoke in a deep voice. According to me, the world-honored one Buddha is difficult to eradicate and suppress. After a pause, he looked around again and continued. In a certain sense, the existence of the other shore world inspires many with ill intentions. The legislators nodded silently, clearly aware of the seriousness of the problem. Previously, there had been rebel provinces, but only 2 or 3, and the Federation could completely suppress them at any time. The reason for not doing so was simply because it wasn't cost-effective. The original 3 rebel provinces were backed by the shadow of a great divine power user in the capital. But here comes the problem. Even the great divine power users who secretly support the rebellion do not want to see the Federation truly collapse. They only want to seek benefits for themselves. But now, with such an other shore world and such a great defeat in the Divine Spirit War, the Federation may really be entering its countdown. The white-haired old man exhaled a breath of turbid air and said in a low voice, "The provinces are turbulent, and the other shore world may enter a period of rapid development." He raised his head and spoke firmly. "I propose a complete lifting of the ban on the fate events, and those 2 or 3 true spirits who have been revived from the fate events and are now suppressed under the capital." The chamber erupted into uproar. Amidst the commotion, the vice speaker lightly tapped the gavel and asked. The white-haired old man, the Grand Minister of the War Department, shook his head. The legislators discussed among themselves. After a while, the vice speaker struck the gavel again and spoke in a deep voice. The process was completed quickly, and he sat at the top and read in a low voice. The council erupted in noise again, but the white-haired old man was not pleased. He just sighed softly. "Only through danger can we seek victory. This proposal may turn the tide for the Federation, but might also accelerate the Federation's destruction. a complete lifting of the ban on the fate events, actively communicating with the true spirits of the old world. Closing his eyes, the white-haired old man remained silent for a long time before speaking in a low voice. Then let's proceed directly and release those three suppressed true spirits. As he spoke, the white-haired old man gently pushed the file in front of him, reached out and pointed, and three names appeared in the void, appearing before all the legislators' eyes. The first is Tied by Venus. The second is Five-Colored Peacock. The third is Great Deity of Three Altars and Sea Meetings. The white-haired old man spoke in a deep voice. The white-haired old man exhaled softly, finally revealing a smile on his face. Among the three true spirits, only this great deity of three altars and sea meetings is the most reliable. The legislators debated again, while a newly appointed legislator sat quietly in a corner, discreetly conveying what he saw and heard back. The vice speaker finally made the decision. Let's go with this great deity of three altars and sea meetings. As it appears as a child and has a pure and kind nature, it should be the easiest to control. All the legislators echoed in agreement. In the divine realm, Zhang Fuxing fell into silence as he listened to the Red Bull true monarch recount what was in the painting. The great deity of three altars and sea meetings is Neza. This thing, with a pure and kind nature, innocent and naive. The worried voice of Red Bull, true monarch, sounded. Zhang Fuxing fell silent for a moment, uncertain. He wasn't sure if Neza was of the celestial venerate fruit position or the Daluo fruit position. It feels like either is possible. He exhaled and said with a sense of melancholy, "No matter." After a pause, he smiled faintly and muttered to himself. Red Bull, true monarch, asked in surprise. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his chin. There are too many mythological stories, and each version of Neza is somewhat different. He did not know which version of Neza was the most accurate, but one thing is certain. In any version, Neza is not to be trifled with. TSK. Zhang Fuxing murmured in his heart, severing his contact with Old Bull. He shook his head, sitting above the clouds of the celestial realm, his thoughts trying to merge with the true spirit in the vast cosmos. The next instant, all things before his eyes changed. Unknowingly, he was already in the vast cosmos. Zhang Fuxing perceived himself, the primordial cloud swirling around, revealing the form of the fully Dharma body, draped in 36 colors of light, surrounded by the faint shadows of the cosmic universe, accompanied by countless threads of cause and effect. He quietly sensed for a moment the true spirit form was no different from his original self, even in a certain sense stronger. What the body has, the true spirit form has. What the body lacks, the true spirit form possesses. Zhang Fuxing looked around. On either side were layers of different dimensions and the real grand universe, and below were densely packed, endless universes and worlds. Smaller worlds span only tens of thousands of miles, and larger ones? They are complete universes, including boundless stars and rivers. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, sweeping his gaze and sensing the worlds, occasionally seeing other true spirit forms traversing the myriad worlds. After a while, he finally made a decision, selecting one of the largest universes. Zhang Fuxing became excited, foreseeing his own astonishing progress. Tied by Venus, Five-Colored Peacock, Three Altars, Sea Meeting, Great God. The news brought by Old Bull gave Zhang Fuxing a strong sense of crisis. These beings have returned. Won't there be even stronger ones coming soon? Zhang Fuxing murmured, taking a step to the edge of this magnificent universe. Then another step, forcefully squeezed in. His divine thoughts swept across the entire grand universe in an instant. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, not rashly sweeping through the entire universe. This universe has existed for countless years, and the powerful ones within may have some strange means. In the myriad worlds, venerates and great powers who met disasters are not few. Even like the Pantheon Pope, who in an exploration of the myriad worlds, was accidentally suppressed by the five-finger mountain. Within the myriad worlds, many old-world relics are lost, whether treasures, regions, or mountains and rivers. Even true spirits. Zhang Fuxing suddenly uttered a soft sound. His thoughts clearly saw a familiar planet in a corner star system of this universe. This is Earth? No, not right. It's Earth, but not entirely, not located within the Milky Way, and lacks mythology, lacks stories and legends, but other things are barely different: races, countries, history. The only thing missing is myth and legend. It's more like a parallel world. The most crucial part is, when Zhang Fuxing scanned and perceived that planet, his heart involuntarily throbbed, as if his spiritual sense was warning him. Interesting. Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes. What could it be? A supreme treasure? A famous mountain or river from the old world? Or perhaps some fallback or true spirit of an old world being? Specifically Earth. With a thought, Zhang Fuxing transformed into a ray of light and fled into the blue planet located in the corner of the universe. Earth, 9 provinces. On Mount Longhu, the old master coughed lightly, speaking wearily. All the disciples were silent. Zhang Xuelan softly said. The old master's expression grew increasingly grave. He breathed deeply. Countless disciples looked at each other. Zhang Xuelan's lips trembled. She really did not understand. Compared to the vast universe, this planet was so insignificant. After a momentary silence, the old master spoke in a low tone again. His gaze penetrated the Time Master Hall, gazing at the beautiful rivers and mountains, sighing softly. Everything will soon be gone. After a pause, the old master continued. Zhang Xuelan grew more confused. The old master coughed violently. His voice grew increasingly deep. Zhang Xuelan perked up her ears, hearing the master speak solemnly. Zhang Xuelan was dazzled and murmured. The old master shook his head. But the time is upon us. I need you to personally go to the land of great treasure. Zhang Xuelan exhaled, rose to perform a salute, and quietly left. All disciples quietly retreated as well. The Time Master Hall became empty once more. The old master sat alone, suddenly changing colors and looking up. Something. Chapter 468, 316, The Peculiar Universe. Chapter 468, Chapter 316. The Peculiar Universe. Zhang Xuelan sat in the black sedan, taking out her phone, hesitating whether to dial the number or not, when her eyes suddenly glanced outside the window, and she paused in surprise. On the street, a young man in monk's robes, looking about 30 years old, extremely handsome, was tilting his head, gazing over here. The little junior brother sitting beside her exclaimed, then added with a cheeky grin, "Senior sister, why are you staring at others?" Zhang Xuelan withdrew her gaze, giving him a glare. "Be serious with your mouth." After hesitating for a moment, she said gravely. The little junior brother blinked. All the outer gods are held back in the starry sky by Master. What unexpected events could there be? Zhang Xuelan glanced again at the extremely handsome monk outside the window, rubbing her temples. Didn't you hear Master say that the barrier is weakening? The little junior brother's expression also became slightly more serious, murmuring, "The weaver, cunning and sly, wields twisted wisdom and hope, roaming in knowledge." Zhang Xuelan instructed the driver to start the car, refraining from looking at the handsome monk again, rubbing her temples. Every text could become a vessel for the weaver. Traces of it may be hidden in all knowledge. The little junior brother still seemed somewhat unconvinced. Zhang Xuelan just sighed. The two chatted casually, though both showed signs of concern, while on the long street. The handsome monk's face flashed with confusion. Is it one of the 4 venerates he sensed? Only weaving fate, wielding twisted wisdom and hope, hidden within knowledge. How could this be powers that a venerate-level deity could control? Zhang Fuxing pondered for a moment, not following the black sedan directly, but instead turned to enter a bookstore on the street. He casually opened a thin book. Dense lines of cause and effect emerged in his lowered eyes, quietly perceiving. Zhang Fuxing was slightly surprised. Amidst the insight into cause and effect, he clearly saw that above the words in the book were lines of shallow cause and effect, linking to some unknown place, directly pointing to a venerate-level divine spirit. This was very interesting. Hidden within knowledge. No, it's turning knowledge into an extension of itself. Zhang Fuxing showed a look of astonishment. This trip wasn't in vain indeed. This universe is definitely not simple. If one becomes a great divine spirit here, the benefits would be terrifyingly large as well. As thoughts spun around, Zhang Fuxing put the book down and strode out of the bookstore, gazing at the distant car, more precisely at the girl sitting inside it. In his perception, that girl did not fit in with this world. She was an outsider, not a creature native to this universe. Zhang Fuxing's eyes were calm. After pondering for a moment, he turned and walked towards Mount Longhu. In the Heavenly Master Hall, the old Heavenly Master's face was full of incredulity. He was attempting to calculate, but couldn't see clearly at all. For gods? A little child beside him stepped forward, presenting a cup of hot tea. Curiously looking at the old Heavenly Master's face full of worry, he was somewhat puzzled. The old Heavenly Master is the most powerful person in this world. What could worry him? Amidst confusion, the little child spoke respectfully. The old Heavenly Master came back to his senses, still frowning, waved his hand. The little child hesitated for a moment, still saying. The old Heavenly Master gave the child a gentle flick on the head. His frown relaxed, and he said with a smile. The little child held his head in his hands, tears welling up, wincing in pain, uneasily shifting his position. But Heavenly Master, won't they get angry when they return? The old Heavenly Master's mouth twitched, feeling an urge to spank the little chatterbox on the butt a couple of times. He huffed and glared. Enough, where does all this nonsense come from? You want meat every meal. Having meat to eat is good enough. The little child spoke with disdain. You don't understand? Chapter 469, 316, Strange Universe _2. Chapter 469, Chapter 316, Strange Universe _2. The old Heavenly Master kicked over, yelling, Silence! The little boy shrieked and jumped away, yelling. The old Heavenly Master blew his beard and glared, picking up a stick. The little boy, sensing something was wrong, bolted towards the outside of the hall. As he ran, he looked back in surprise. Before he could finish yelling, the little boy felt as if he'd crashed into a city wall, his head swelling with a lump, and he fell to the ground. Taking a sharp, cold breath, he looked up at the newcomer, a monk. A monk with hair, dressed in monk robes, looking extremely handsome. The little boy shrunk his head. The monk leaned down with a laugh, patted the little boy's head, and praised. The little boy was a bit confused. Celestial human? Fruit position? Were these things? He promptly got up swiftly, raised his head, widened his eyes, curiously observing the monk, wanting to ask questions, when behind him came the old Heavenly Master's heavy, low shout. The little boy shrunk his neck. The Heavenly Master scolded. The little boy was stunned. It was the first time he'd seen his Heavenly Master so stern. He didn't dare mess around anymore, and obediently jogged out of the Heavenly Master's hall. After exiting, he couldn't help but look back, catching a glimpse just before the hall doors closed, seeing that handsome monk standing with hands behind his back, poised like a pine tree, while his own old Heavenly Master uncharacteristically rose from the meditation mat, slightly bending his waist and back. The little boy muttered, watching the hall doors close, his face full of puzzlement. That monk, who is he? What virtue and capability could compel the Heavenly Master to get up and greet him? Even when the founder of the Shaolin Temple visited, the Heavenly Master remained seated. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Meanwhile, inside the Heavenly Master's hall, Zhang Fuxing looked at the old Heavenly Master with interest, softly praising, sitting at the celestial position. The old Heavenly Master's expression was cautious, fixating on this handsome monk with a smile, and he asked in a deep voice. Zhang Fuxing was intrigued. In the great void, the myriad worlds stretch into a sea, boundless, and above the myriad worlds lies the true universe and different dimensions, interwoven. The old heavenly master licked his lips, unable to see through the monk before him. Each attempt at peering resulted in a sense of heart pounding. He licked his lips, clasped his hands together, and said, Zhang Fuxing wasn't surprised. In the vast void of infinite worlds, although the limit is far less than that of the true universe in different dimensions, it's still capable of nurturing venerates and even great powers. This world may be a mere grain of sand, but it's exceptionally large, noticeable, and even entered by powerful beings from other true universes and different dimensions, which is normal. However, it seems that beings born in the lower realms cannot directly reach the upper realm, not even the great powers. It's extremely difficult even to step out of their own world. The old heavenly master asked solemnly at this moment. Zhang Fuxing was full of interest, saying, Master Zhang felt a chill in his heart. After a moment of silence, he still shared what he knew. He carefully explained, and Zhang Fuxing listened carefully. The more he listened, the more alarmed he became. The four outer gods each mastered a kind of authority or power, like the weaver's mastery over the human heart, knowledge, and strategy, or the furious one's absolute dominion in the realm of war and slaughter. This far exceeds the boundaries of venerates. No, even great powers, great divine power users, and even true saints, celestial venerates, should not possess such power. Zhang Fuxing, extremely perceptive, immediately realized these four gods might control something related to the old world. He thought of the unknown on earth that made him uneasy. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Fuxing looked again at this old heavenly master, his gaze with an exploratory and inquisitive tone. Master Zhang revealed a bitter smile. This. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. This old fellow is probably lying, but it doesn't matter, I have time. Upon entering this universe, Zhang Fuxing had already discovered that this universe's position is far inferior to the true universe in different dimensions. Evidently, it's that this universe is very fragile. In other words, in the true universe, only a celestial human has the power to shatter a star. But here, perhaps even a grandmaster-level being could shatter a star. The Venerate, who in their original realm could only stir up a storm in a stellar system with all their might here, could undermine the structure of the universe with a single thought, obliterating an expanse of the star, see, encompassing countless galaxies. As for Zhang Fuxing, in the true universe, even with all his might, he could only enlighten beings within 1,000 miles. But here, his Brahma sound accompanying Bodhi thoughts could echo throughout the entire universe. In other words, he has the power to forcefully enlighten this entire universe. But it's not worthwhile. After all, he came here to transform the great saint spirits. Enlightening the beings here doesn't help him at all. Besides, in this universe, on this earth, there are things that alert his spiritual sense. As he pondered over it, Zhang Fuxing waved his hand, kindly saying, upon hearing this, the old heavenly master nodded cautiously, gazing at this mysterious being from the upper realm. Zhang Fuxing spoke calmly, turning around, and walked out of the heavenly master's hall. The old heavenly master watched him. After confirming that this mysterious being had truly left, the old heavenly master exhaled a stale breath, quietly activating the formation within the heavenly master's hall, isolating the inside and outside. After several checks without error, he began to move his fingers, projecting 3 phantoms in the void before him. One covered in blood, skin bright red, sitting on a bronze throne, with endless skulls piled into a mountain behind. Another like a rotting giant corpse, bloated, enormous, with pus oozing from its entire body. The last non-human being, exuding a seductive aura, neither male nor female, carrying the unique charm of both genders. It is not of desire, but more like the emptiness, resulting from the collapse of all meaning following sensory stimulation mechanisms. The 3 terrifying projections opened their eyes. The rotting Eternal spoke in a low voice. Weaver, monarch of 10,000 changes. Chapter 470, 317. They call me the Buddha. Chapter 470. Chapter 317. They call me the Buddha. The old celestial master spoke in a deep voice. Once again, a being from the upper world has entered. This time, the newcomer is no ordinary entity. The wrathful one sneered. As expected, just a useless fool who hides in the shadows and plays tricks. Where is this outsider? The old celestial master snorted and ignored the wrathful one, instead looking towards the immortal and the joyous one. The one who has arrived this time is truly out of the ordinary. The joyous one fluttered her alluring eyes, stretched lazily, as a divine aura manifested beside her, like the light and shadow converging all ultimate beauty. She spoke enchantingly. A powerful outsider. The old celestial master still shook his head. This fellow's spiritual sense is exceedingly keen. After a pause, the old celestial master gently exhaled. The projections of the three deities frowned slightly. The wrathful one spoke in a low voice, emitting a clanging sound like clashing metallic weapons. Then what do you suggest? Among the four of us, you are the most cunning, the most shameless. The old celestial master rolled his eyes in exasperation. The wrathful one grumbled. How else do you want me to speak properly? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. In the illusory projection, countless phantasms of weapons appeared and clashed, with echoes of war reverberating. The wrathful one snorted. The result was that you stole the greatest benefit, stole that thing called celestial position, and ran to Father God's place of slumber to play at being some celestial master. The old celestial master's expression turned difficult to look at. Wrathful, if not for me, with your pig brain, you would have long been slaughtered by the endless oncoming outsiders. As the dispute between the two intensified, the immortal, covered in wriggling maggots, spoke leisurely. The immortal belched and continued. Let's deal with the outsider first. The old celestial master gave the wrathful one a fierce glare, then stopped looking at him, spoke in a deep voice. The joyous one yawned, licked her lips. How about? The joyous one pouted and suddenly seemed to remember something, asked, Her. I lured her soul for rebirth. Now she thinks she is my disciple. With that, the old celestial master tiredly rubbed his brow. Far away, Zhang Fuxing sat quietly in a small alley, his thoughts submerged within the divine realm, rested at the gate of the past in the Eight Sceneries Palace. He was peering through the gate crack, observing the scene within the gate of the past. Ever since his ascension to God, when looking back at himself, his perspective could be raised to reach thousands of miles. Thus, every conversation in a certain celestial master's hall was clearly seen and heard by him. Zhang Fuxing murmured expressionlessly, rubbing his chin. As Zhang Fuxing murmured, his gaze grew deeper, a slight smile appearing on his face. This world, this universe, is more complex than imagined. The four venerates wielding certain great authority, and above them, Father God? Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes, but remained unconcerned. This was just his true spirit form. Even if it perishes, there still remains half of his true spirit anchored in a different dimension. By then, with some time, he can still reassemble his true spirit anchored in the cosmic void. As long as both true spirit forms do not perish simultaneously, he remains unscathed. Thinking this, Zhang Fuxing's thoughts returned to the outside world, rising from the alley, murmuring to himself. On the flight to the land of great treasure, Zhang Xuelan and her junior disciple each sat in the first-class seats, both resting with eyes closed. Time passed bit by bit, and the plane began to slowly descend. The land of great treasure arrived. Zhang Xuelan shook her junior disciple awake, and after the plane taxied to a stop on the runway, she stood up. Neither of them brought luggage, and they walked straight to the cabin door, quietly waiting for it to open. The land of great treasure, the junior disciple said with a cheerful smile. Zhang Xuelan shrugged her shoulders. Chapter 471. 317. People Call Me Buddha, Part 2. Chapter 471. Chapter 317. People Call Me Buddha, Part 2. Her voice abruptly stopped, and she stared fixedly at the noisy crowd in the cabin. The young junior brother curiously looked up, and his pupils contracted just as fiercely, as there, standing clearly in the crowded group, was a handsome young man dressed in monk's robes. Is it him? When did he board the plane? Both of them felt a heaviness in their hearts, especially Zhang Xuelan, whose hair on the back of her neck stood up. Is it a coincidence, or? Just then, the cabin door opened, and Zhang Xuelan grabbed the young junior brother, quickly walking away, faster and faster, constantly looking back as she went. Once outside the airport, confirming that the handsome young man did not follow, Zhang Xuelan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The young junior brother blinked beside her. Senior sister, although that person is strange, we don't need to act like we're running away, right? Zhang Xuelan glared at the young junior brother with irritation. At such a critical moment, we can't afford new complications. The young junior brother shrank his neck. You're saying that Monk is the Weaver? How is that possible? He muttered as he and Zhang Xuelan flagged down a taxi. And as soon as they got in, both of their expressions changed again. The driver was dressed in monk's robes, with a handsome face, speaking in a gentle voice. The young junior brother felt his scalp tingling. Zhang Xuelan held back the urge to lash out, her heart pounding wildly. After a moment of silence, she sat in the back seat, staring intently at the driver's back, and spoke hoarsely. The great Buddha palace in the land of great treasure is guarded by formidable Buddhist monks, comparable to the ancient beings of the Shaolin Temple, second only to Master. Zhang Fuxing responded with a smile, pressed the accelerator, and the taxi surged forward. Seeing the car indeed heading towards the great Buddha palace, Zhang Xuelan and the young junior brother relaxed their tensed nerves slightly, yet their hearts remained wary. Everything earlier felt too bizarre, terrifying. While driving, the monk in robes spoke gently. The young junior brother abruptly sat upright, while Zhang Xuelan slightly bent forward, ready to act, and responded in a deep voice. Yes. She got straight to the point, ready for a confrontation. But the monk just smiled, not answering, and instead continued asking. The young junior brother began to tremble, hair standing on end and curling up on the seat, while Zhang Xuelan fell silent for a moment, then answered in a low voice. Zhang Xuelan frowned, unsure if he was playing dumb or... She cautiously nodded. Repeating her question, Zhang Fuxing asked with a smile. Zhang Xuelan's mouth twitched. This universe doesn't have mythical legends, or rather, there aren't any true mythical legends, but the three doctrines do exist, and the deities they worship are those who usurped the celestial positions. The monk nodded, applied the brakes, and the taxi smoothly stopped in front of the great Buddha palace. Only then did he calmly say. The young junior brother coughed violently. Zhang Xuelan's eyelids twitched. Just as she spoke, her eyes suddenly sharpened. She grabbed the young junior brother, pushed the car door open, and in a flash, they were already inside the great Buddha palace. Only then did the two completely relax. The great Buddha palace master is an entity almost at the level of the outer gods. They looked back at the taxi. Sure enough, the strange monk hadn't followed, but instead hummed an unknown tune and quickly drove away. Zhang Xuelan finally let go of her suspicions. Beside her, the young junior brother wiped away sweat. Senior sister, just who is that guy? Zhang Xuelan shook her head, her small nose slightly wrinkled. The two found a monk in the great Buddha palace, presented their jade disc from Mount Longhu, explained their purpose, and under the monk's guidance, they passed through the cluster of tourists and entered directly into the rear hall of the great Buddha palace. In the rear hall, scripture banners fluttered on both sides. In the center stood 3 grand Buddha statues. On the left, the renowned great sun Tathagata. On the right, a great compassion bodhisattva. And in the middle was a statue of the Buddha of Buddhism. Before the 3 Buddha statues sat an old monk, rotating golden prayer beads in his hands. Zhang Xuelan escorted the young junior brother as they respectfully paid their respects. Explaining the purpose of their visit, she paused before continuing. She recounted the encounter with the strange monk. The aged celestial monk slowly turned, slightly frowning. Zhang Xuelan let out a sigh of relief. Holding her hands together, she said. Chapter 472, 317. People Call Me Buddha, Part 3. Chapter 472, Chapter 317. People Call Me Buddha, Part 3. The celestial monk spoke leisurely. After a pause, he frowned and said, "As for what Donor Shulan mentioned about the original human ancestor, the old one is not quite clear." Zhang Shulan nodded, speaking in a deep voice. The celestial monk frowned even deeper. Zhang Shulan was a bit confused. Glancing at her fellow junior who was looking around, she quickly asked. The celestial monk frowned, pondering for a long time before speaking. The celestial monk frowned and, after pondering for a moment, waved his hand. The monks and lamas in the hall silently left, not forgetting to close the door of the hall. As the doors closed, under the wind's pressure, the flames in the candlesticks on both sides leaped violently. The light and shadows reflected on the scripture banner stretched long, appearing somewhat eerie. Wait until the flames settled. The old monk then spoke in a deep voice. Zhang Shulan and her junior listened intently. The former couldn't help but ask. The old monk solemnly spoke, waving his hand as white paper appeared in the void, landing in front of Zhang Shulan. First, draw the appearance of that eerie monk. Zhang Shulan took the pen and sketched according to her memory of the handsome monk, drawing as she listened to the celestial monk's slow voice. The old monk said, "As for the father god of the four great external gods, that subspace, in ancient rumors, comes from the celestial corpse suppressed under Shaolin Temple." After pausing, the old monk continued. The monk's words echoed in the great Buddha palace. It was also at this moment Zhang Shulan's painting was also completed. She felt her heart flutter as she held the painting and presented it forward. The celestial monk glanced at it, his expression turning grim. Zhang Shulan asked, puzzled. The old monk paused silently, his voice turning cold. A faint aura of the Buddha wafted through the hall. Zhang Shulan's breathing became difficult. She spoke with dryness. The celestial monk said nothing, only pointed to the handsome monk in Zhang Shulan's painting, then pointed behind him. Zhang Shulan followed the direction the celestial monk pointed, towards the middle Buddha statue among the three grand Buddha statues. She suddenly froze. It was also at this moment she only just realized the handsome monk she painted was identical to the Buddha statue. A massive shock swept through her body, especially when the Buddha statue raised its eyelids and nodded at her with a smile. That sense of terror surged to the extreme. Zhang Shulan's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 473, 318. Eastern Emperor Splits the Heavens, Tai Births Water. Chapter 473, Chapter 318. Eastern Emperor Splits the Heavens, Tai Births Water. In the great hall, the little apprentice let out a hysterical scream. Evidently, he had also seen the Buddha statue nodding, smiling, and blinking. The old monk looked back in surprise, but all he saw was the solemn and dignified Buddha statue. There was nothing unusual. His expression was as calm as still water, clearly not angry, but his tone carried a slight reproach. Zhang Shulan snapped back to her senses, feeling a tingling sensation at the back of her head. As she spoke bitterly, she stared intently at the normal Buddha statue. Everything just now seemed like her illusion, yet she was already a martial arts master, in the state of liberating oneself. She could even withstand a nuclear explosion. How could she inexplicably have an illusion? Zhang Shulan took a deep breath, wanting to say something more, but the old monk waved his hand with an unfriendly expression. After a pause, he spoke coldly. The little apprentice wanted to flee but was grabbed by Zhang Shulan. She stared at the celestial monk and spoke in a deep voice. The celestial monk waved his sleeve again, and the two in the hall felt dizzy and their vision blurred, but they were already outside the great Buddha palace, on a bustling and noisy main street. Amidst the crowd, under the blazing sun, both were sweating coldly, because beside them was a parked taxi, and a handsome driver leaned out from the window, speaking with a grin. "Hello, passengers. Nice to meet you again. Need a ride? Also, please pay for the car door repair cost." Even in the burning heat, Zhang Xuelan felt like she was in an ice cellar, and suddenly she realized something. She stared at the handsome young driver and spoke in a low voice. "It's you, monarch of 10,000 changes, also known as the Weaver, an outer god representing change, wisdom, knowledge, and conspiracy. This change is not just a change in appearance, but a change in all things, a desire for transformation within beings." Zhang Fuxing chuckled. Zhang Xuelan paused in silence, realizing that escaping was impossible, took a deep breath, opened the car door, and took the lead to sit inside. This time, she chose to sit in the front passenger seat, next to this terrifying and eerie monk. The little apprentice hesitated for a long time, then with a mournful look, sat in the back seat, muttering under his breath. It was unclear whether he was trying to appease this peculiar driver or praying for the real Buddha to descend and punish those who dared to impersonate him. Once both were seated, Zhang Fuxing didn't even ask for their destination, stepped on the gas pedal. The taxi shot forward once more. Along the way, Zhang Fuxing did not converse with the two in the car. His gaze was deeply contemplative, silently pondering. The four celestial corpses, joyful, Bodhi, Go-chun, longevity. Ignoring joyful, Bodhi is a Buddha-level being alongside Amitabha. There's a saying in mythology that the Taoist Zhuan-Ti from the Divine Enthronement story is the Master Putti from the Journey to the West story. True or false? Zhang Fuxing had no clue, but if true, it would be terrifying. After all, at the end of the Divine Enthronement, Taoist Zhuan-Ti, along with Taoist Jieyin, Supreme Tai, and Yuan Shi, broke the immortal slaying sword formation. In other words, Taoist Zhuan-Ti might be an entity of supreme fruit position, and on top of that, Amitabha is also known as the receiving Buddha. Zhang Fuxing's heart trembled, his thoughts spun rapidly. In that instant, he thought of many things. He whispered in his heart, if so, the external gods nurtured by the corpses of the Go-chan Emperor, Longevity Emperor, and Joyful Buddha are likely much weaker than the Weaver nurtured by the Bodhi Buddha corpse. The things that made him uneasy, were they the celestial corpses, or was it the Weaver who transformed into the old celestial master? Zhang Fuxing didn't know, but when he thought of the old celestial master's manner in front of the three great outer gods, he felt this guy was even more problematic. Logically speaking, the Weaver should be the leader of the four great outer gods, yet it did not appear so. Where did the problem arise? The Weaver, monarch of 10,000 changes. The taxi stopped in front of a small inn. Zhang Fuxing opened the car door and stepped out, gesturing with his hand. Zhang Xuelan and the little apprentice exchanged glances. Both silently got out of the car, following this terrifying monk into the inn. Casually opened a room. Zhang Fuxing entered, sitting cross-legged on the bed, not speaking immediately, but still pondering. The cultivation process in the Venerable Realm is a process of completely controlling and refining the Buddha country or blessed land. Once a universe or ancient realm is completely refined, it signifies reaching the limit at this level. Every gesture would have the weight and power of the entire universe or ancient realm refined by oneself. In other words, the gap between venerable beings is astonishingly large. Chapter 474, 318. Eastern Emperor Splits the Heavens, Tai Births Water, Part 2. Chapter 474, Chapter 318. Eastern Emperor Splits the Heavens, Tai Births Water, Part 2. How could a venerate who has refined tens of thousands of ancient realms be a match for one who refines an entire universe? Clearly, their cultivation cannot be compared. Zhang Fuxing's mind was racing. To start this step, he had to first choose an anchor point, or rather, choose the first being to assimilate. He had planned to start long before, but upon learning about the Weaver, especially knowing that he was nurtured by the Bodhi Buddha corpse as an external deity, Zhang Fuxing made a decision. The Weaver was undoubtedly the best choice. Monarch of 10,000 changes. Assimilating this person then the rest of the massive universe would undoubtedly be much simpler. As thoughts turned, Zhang Fuxing looked at the two siblings, spoke calmly. Zhang Xuelan and the junior disciple felt their hearts jump to their throats. She heard this mysterious and terrifying presence continue. After a pause, Zhang Fuxing first carefully observed Zhang Xuelan and then turned his gaze to the junior disciple. He finally continued slowly. As the words fell, Zhang Xuelan glared angrily, but dared not speak, just snorted. Zhang Fuxing knew she naturally wouldn't believe. He didn't need her belief, so he spoke calmly. Zhang Fuxing chuckled and answered himself. Zhang Xuelan coldly stared at the monk in front without speaking. Zhang Fuxing continued speaking to himself. Zhang Xuelan stayed silent, speaking slowly. Zhang Fuxing smiled. He spoke leisurely. Beside him blossomed golden lotus flowers, accompanied by Buddha's light. Immortal flower and solemn Brahma's sound echoed around. Zhang Fuxing's dignified countenance. He issued decrees granting blessings to the two youngsters. Nearing the end, Zhang Fuxing added. As his words concluded, Zhang Fuxing pointed a finger. Zhang Xuelan felt her feet lighten. She looked down and saw a majestic Vajra lotus. Not knowing one was already holding her, behind her came the sound of rustling. She turned abruptly and saw a 9-yard Bodhi quietly swaying. Zhang Xuelan was stunned. Just about to speak, her vision blurred once more. When everything became clear again, she and the junior disciple appeared once more in the towering Great Buddha Palace. The celestial monk frowned and raised his head, yet suddenly widened his eyes. Seeing was a sea of Buddha's light and a solemn lotus pedestal, with a 9-yard Bodhi pure and natural. Behind him came a strange sound. He turned his head, seeing only the great Buddha statue making a flower-picking smile. Like a wake-up slap echoing. He seemed to awaken from a deep dream, suddenly understanding everything. Thus, the celestial monk turned his head and looked towards the bewildered siblings, speaking deeply. Zhang Xuelan and the junior disciple exchanged glances. Small n. Enlightening a celestial monk is simpler than enlightening a mortal. He is already the most devout believer, merely needed some guidance. Zhang Fuxing muttered her name. The reason he chose this low cultivation girl wasn't just because the old celestial master selected her too, but also because Zhang Fuxing, perceiving cause and effect, noticed this youngster has a deep connection with the matters beneath the land of great treasure, things even he couldn't fully trace or understand. In other words, Zhang Fuxing, newly arrived, couldn't comprehend what the weaver intended, nor did he bother thinking. This universe is just a temporary rest point for him. In 18 days, he must return to reality. So, Zhang Fuxing muttered indifferently. All schemes and calculations, all matters had nothing to do with him. Just forge ahead. Zhang Fuxing mused, closed his eyes. His thoughts swiftly traversed thousands of miles, descending upon a body offered up to him. He had already taken the Tathagata celestial position. In this universe, all worshipped Buddha statues, upon his entry, transformed into his likeness. Chapter 475, 318. Eastern Emperor opens the sky. Tai creates water. Part 3. Chapter 475, Chapter 318. Eastern Emperor opens the sky. Tai creates water. Part 3. It's not a sudden change, but rather as if it was always like this, forever like this, with no living being noticing anything amiss. Similarly, every Buddha statue in this universe became the body of its own tributor. That is, the body receiving incense and tributes. Thousands of scenes disappeared abruptly, and when clarity returned, it was inside a grand hall. The hall was pure and desolate, with smoke curling from the incense burners. There wasn't any incense guest around, just a young monk quietly sweeping the floor, wiping away the dust. The subtle sound of the broom brushing against the ground echoed inside the hall. Suddenly, a wind blew, gently stirring the scripture banners on either side. The young monk looked up in astonishment, glancing back at the tightly closed hall doors. If the doors were shut, where did the wind come from? In his bewilderment, he suddenly felt something hugging a broom taller than himself. He turned his gaze toward the massive golden Buddha statue enshrined in the center of the hall. The 16-foot-tall Buddha statue, crafted from pure gold, had at some point stepped down from its stone pedestal, standing upright, gazing down at him. The young monk fell to the ground, then scrambled up, staggered out of the temple door, screaming out in fear. Inside the grand hall, the previously solemn and awe-inspiring pure gold 16-foot-tall Buddha statue's face turned dark. What nonsense is this? Not only did his face turn dark, but in the distance, the old abbot, who was meditating, also grimaced, opened his eyes, and stepped forward. Then, hurried footsteps sounded. A group of monks rushed into the grand hall, led by an old monk who grumpily grabbed the young monk. They were all taken aback. Looking up, they saw the 16-foot Buddha statue quietly standing there, a compassionate and serene expression watching the mortals entering the temple. The old abbot holding the young monk was initially stunned, then enraged. Unleashing a great lion's roar of the Buddhist sect, an intense golden light rose behind him. The sound waves capable of shattering a star cloud condensed into a line, striking straight at the pure gold 6-foot Buddha statue. The great lion's roar crashed against the golden Buddha statue, merely shaking off some accumulated dust. The old abbot was stunned. Then his expression changed. He stepped back, raised his large palm, poised in a pressing position, shouted. A Buddha country emerged in his palm, though it enveloped and overturned, capable of annihilating half the universe. Yet it converged and condensed in a small space. The golden Buddha statue did not dodge or evade. Standing quietly, as the Buddha country approached, it abruptly halted. Then, within the Buddha country in the old abbot's palm, millions of bhikkhus suddenly opened their mouths, voiced, and praised. In a great sound, the golden Buddha statue raised its foot and stepped down. As if 1,000,000 brass bells were struck simultaneously, a golden luster emerged from beneath the Buddha statue's foot, spreading instantly, enveloping the entire Shaolin and Song Mountain. Song Mountain turned to gold. Buddha sound echoed. Vajra protected. Arhat stood aside. And 9 rounds of great sun suspended behind the Buddha statue, shining brightly, illuminating all things in the mountains. Thus, the monks, one by one, fell to their knees. Only the abbot remained unmoved, unable to achieve enlightenment. The Buddha statue lifted its eyelids. Within its chaotic eyes, the gleam of interest emerged. Devout Buddhist disciple, even if not so devout, as long as reciting the Buddha, even if a venerate could be enlightened with a word. Since enlightenment failed, the old abbot before him was not truly an abbot. Indeed, not even a monk. The old abbot turned to flee. In a moment, he rushed into the starry sky. Then in another moment, fled to an infinitely distant realm, from one end of the star sea to the other, to another universe's border wilderness. He stopped, standing above the thin star sea at the universe's border wilderness. Just he had let out a sigh of relief when he raised his head. Yet again he saw the grand hall. Monks prostrated, Vajra protected. Arhat stood aside, 9 rounds of great sun revolving. Again he saw the golden Buddha statue, standing inside the grand hall. The hall suspended in the universe's border wilderness. Right before his eyes, the old abbot turned his head to flee again, only to hear Buddha sound in his ear, a word of summon. In a momentary blur before him, he found himself already bowed before the Buddha statue. The old abbot trembled, speaking with a dry voice. The Buddha statue gazed at him. Within its eyes intertwined infinite cause and effect. Suddenly an exceedingly bright and dazzling flame flickered. Under the fire eye's golden gaze, all illusions are discerned. Prostrated was not the old abbot, but the weaver. More precisely, it was a body transformed by the one who encroached upon the weaver. Zhang Fuxing silently smiled, as if not comprehending or realizing, simply spoke solemnly, questioning. The old abbot dared not even breathe, tremblingly speaking. Zhang Fuxing raised his brow. A severed head? He heard the old abbot, still bowed, continued chanting, declared as once the name was uttered, the face of the 16-foot golden Buddha finally showed some ripples. Astonished and dazed, and its eyes cause and effect trembled madly. Then it shockingly witnessed a scene of illusion. Zhang Fuxing focused and looked. It was an ancient primal divine spirit, standing in a vast void of all things void. Nothing existed, embracing and birthing water, and the sky opened. The sky opened, and the earth formed. The earth formed, and all things emerged. The illusion only lasted a brief moment. Zhang Fuxing was awakened from it in astonishment. Upon opening his eyes, he was back in the grand hall. His heart trembled. Tai, East Emperor Tai, and the terrifying illusion seen from the cause and effect surge previously all indicated one thing. This East Emperor Tai was not the version of the demon lord from past lives novel stories, but the version depicted in the myths of Chu as one of the ancient supreme gods, the god who opened heaven and earth. Is a creator god. East Emperor opened the sky, Tai birthed water, and then the world was able to be carved out from the void. Zhang Fuxing's heart quivered. Could it be a bit deep? Chapter 476, 319. Within the chaos bell, gazing at Tai. Chapter 476, Chapter 319. Within the chaos bell, gazing at Tai, the corpses of the four great emperors and the Buddha corpse are already extraordinary. What about Tai's head, the head of the creator god? But if Tai is the creator god, then what about Pangu? What about the primordial celestial venerable? Zhang Fuxing didn't know. The creation gods in mythology were far too many. Taishang opened the heavens. The primordial opened the heavens. Pangu opened the heavens. The Eastern Emperor opened the heavens. There's even a saying that Fuxi opened the heavens. But the scene he saw when the cause and effect was triggered was definitely not entirely illusory. It was clearly a reflection of a grand scene from the most ancient past. Silence, silence, and still more silence. It was unclear how much time had passed. The Buddha statue stood tall, a soft sigh, and the Mahavira Hall returned to the top of Song Mountain in the Shaolin Temple. The Buddha statue spoke. The old abbot lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes flickering, extremely respectful. He rose, bowed slightly, bent his waist, hunched back, gave salute, and led the way, walking with small steps towards the place where the head was buried. The Buddha statue followed closely behind. At this moment, the entire Song Mountain was enveloped in a faint golden light, completely isolated inside and out. No matter what, those outside could not see inside. As he walked on the mountain, Zhang Fuxing glanced sideways, seeing several familiar fighter jets circling in the sky beyond the golden light. He chuckled and shook his head, casting a glance at the old abbot leading the way, or rather, the weaver, the monarch of 10,000 changes. This venerable god, how many bodies had they quietly occupied, becoming how many people? This guy couldn't possibly be thinking of walking the path of the great Saint Spirit, could they? Once this thought arose, it was unstoppable. Zhang Fuxing didn't think that the path of the great Saint Spirit was exclusive to the Fuli chapter. Just as refining the Buddha country in Blessed Land was commonly used cultivation techniques, although the technique of the great Saint Spirit was rare and scarce, it wasn't unique. Most likely some top-level cultivation techniques at the level of the Venerate all walked the path of the great Saint Spirit. After all, compared to the rough and simplistic assimilation of the universe and ancient realms, the benefits gained from the great Saint Spirit technique were much more. As thoughts whirled, Zhang Fuxing's will descended into the 18-foot Buddha statue, following behind the old abbot, arriving below a stone wall at the mountain's peak. He stared silently, seeing the old abbot tremblingly reach out to trace light and shadow on the stone wall. It had to be said, this old guy was quite good at pretending. If he didn't have deep proficiency in cause and effect, and the fire-eyes golden gaze to see through all illusions, he might have been fooled by this old fellow. As thoughts whirled, Zhang Fuxing watched as the stone wall suddenly split apart, revealing not a stone path, but a vast, never-ending vortex. The vortex was formed of twisted light and shadow, adorned with infinite colors, infinite iridescence. Each rotation emitted a screeching friction sound like countless fingernails scraping a blackboard at the same time, overlapping endlessly. Even for Zhang Fuxing now, hearing it made him feel nauseous, uncomfortable. The old abbot bent over at this time, cautiously speaking. Zhang Fuxing looked at him meaningfully, didn't waste words, and stepped inside directly. The old abbot widened his eyes, apparently not expecting this terrifying guy to just walk in like that. And it worked. It wasn't until he saw the figure of the 18-foot Buddha statue completely enter the vortex that the old abbot came to his senses. At the same time, on Dragon and Tiger Mountain, inside the Celestial Master Hall, the old Celestial Master also uttered a sound of surprise. Just so easily solved the trouble? He was stunned for a moment, then quickly regained his senses, recalling the terrifying power of that Buddha statue, taking a heavy breath. Luck really is on our side. The old Celestial Master pondered for a moment, then reached out and pointed. Projections of the wrathful, the immortal, and the delightful appeared. He spoke in a deep voice. The three external god projections exchanged a glance. The wrathful snorted. Your intrigues and schemes are intriguing. They do have some effect. The old Celestial Master shrugged, smiling wryly. The immortal lazily raised his eyelids, speaking blandly. Weaver, you wouldn't be doing this intentionally, would you? The old Celestial Master raised an eyebrow, replying sharply, Moreover, without the four of us entering the different dimension together to pacify the Father God, in its chaotic state, it would indiscriminately tear apart and kill all living beings. Seeing tensions rise again, the delightful chuckled, speaking seductively. All right, no need to argue anymore. After pausing, the delightful continued. A fanatic expression appeared on his face. The immortal and the wrathful were not exceptions. Only the old Celestial Master quietly lowered his eyelids, the color in his eyes unclear. The wrathful licked his lips. That's the Father God. His face twisted. The bronze throne beneath him exuded a gruesome, bloody aura, letting out roars. Then, Va? The immortal and the delightful glanced speechlessly at this bloodthirsty maniac. But soon, a fanatical smile appeared on the faces of the two external gods as well. The immortal murmured. The joyous sinner is also excited. Joy, joy. The elder master quietly watched the three shouting outer gods, slightly curling his lips, then speaking in a low voice. Pausing momentarily, he smiled and cupped his hands. The three outer gods nodded, and their projection slowly disappeared into the void. The elder master stood alone again in the Celestial Master's Hall. Yet, the smile on his face grew even wider. The elder master murmured, and the bodies occupied by him, soul spirits raised their heads at this moment. Some knelt before the bloody skull. Some lazily lay in the rotting stench. Some are immersed in extreme pleasure and bitter sin, and others are pursuing the four great origins, or perhaps giving tribute to Heavenly Father. Each of these bodies, every soul spirit, suddenly showed a smile at the same time. Cunning, sly, bizarre, the smile flashed and then vanished. The elder master muttered to himself. Sinking, sinking. Zhang Fuxing felt billions of people were howling, screaming, roaring beside his ears. The overlapping sounds hit his ears directly, piercing the soul spirit. He felt a bit nauseated. Logically speaking, the Buddha statue's golden body shouldn't have such primitive physiological perception. The statue is purely constructed of gold, without a shred of flesh. Yet, he still felt nauseous. Zhang Fuxing took a breath and glanced around all directions, seeing no borders, no end, no everything. There were only countless chaotic colors twisting and interweaving, only chaos. Truly, great chaos. Time, space, concepts, everything, all were here chaotically merged into one, intertwining, interfering, blending, shattering with each other. Zhang Fuxing murmured, and through the gate of the past, he again heard the discussions in the Celestial Master's Hall. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, upward, upward, further upward, yet endlessly rising, only witnessing chaos. Utter chaos, originless, endless. He seemed to see all heavens and realms here, as if witnessing the long river of time, and saw places ancient, saw the elusive and blurred future. All things and matters, existence and non-existence, all intertwined here. Great chaos. Upward, upward, further upward. Zhang Fuxing ascended upstream, clearly flying upward, yet also flying downward, or perhaps simultaneously in an instant, flying towards every direction. He took a breath and simultaneously exhaled. He raised his head and simultaneously lowered it. The sense of chaos and confusion, nearly driving him mad, yet also made him infinitely calm, infinitely wise. Zhang Fuxing softly murmured. In his gaze, cause and effect leapt with randomness, scarcely unaffected by such great chaos. Only the 8 sceneries palace within his divine realm, the Tathagata celestial position on him, and a thread of cause and effect from Kunlun Yushu deeply in his eyes. With these 3 things, Zhang Fuxing successfully anchored himself, never losing reason, never completely sinking into great chaos. He went upward, further upward. He saw a head quietly lying at infinite heights, saw the end of chaos beside the head, engraved with 2 big characters. Chaos. It was the word chaos. Staring at the head, Zhang Fuxing felt himself igniting, his whole body scorching hot, just as when in different dimension, bewitching that headless and legless remnant body. Remnant sun. As it turned out, the remnant sun in different dimension was Tai. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the 2 big words chaos, at infinite heights, suddenly enlightened. As it turned out, this so-called subspace, this place of great chaos, was the legendary chaos clock. Zhang Fuxing suddenly came to understand, yet bewilderedly confused, filled with joy, yet also with grief. All contradictions manifested simultaneously on him. He was dying from scorching heat, yet reborn from scorching heat. He died in burning, yet was reborn in nirvana amidst the burning. But amidst all chaotic conditions, he saw the same scene. It's at infinite heights. It's the quietly lying, slumbering head. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, the gaze falling from above to below, and from below to above onto himself. That broken, majestic, indescribable head actually spoke softly. The low voice echoed in. Great chaos echoed inside the chaos clock. The head quietly asked. Zhang Fuxing with difficulty lifted his head, then lowered it, and looked into the eyes of that head. Chapter 477, 320. The Contract Signed by the Eastern Emperor. Chapter 477, Chapter 320. The Contract Signed by the Eastern Emperor. Zhang Fuxing had never seen such a scene before. He gazed at the broken and solitary head opposite him, locked eyes with the gaze of the Supreme, and yet saw the grand scene of the heavens opening. A myriad of different scenes of the heavens opening. There were blurry beings standing in absolute nothingness, where time ceased and yin and yang did not exist. The blurred beings unfurled a scroll, and a ray of light emerged, piercing through this absolute void. Then there was a figure, raising an axe, eyes glaring fiercely, slashing down. The axe tore through the absolute void. Boundless existence spurted forth from it. Many, many similar scenes. Some embraced the void, from which an enigmatic drop of water was born. The water fell, transforming into all things. There was also an old man sighing, pulling horizontally with both hands. A piece of heaven appeared. A piece of earth also manifested. It was these scenes, and yet not just these. There was also Buddha's light piercing the void, blooming a new world. A Taoist cloaked in 72 colors of light exhaled a strand of primordial cloud, transforming into myriad creations. Everything bewildered Zhang Fuxing, and he found himself involuntarily immersed in it. Thoughts surged, emotions swayed. Tai chapter, heaven opening chapter, fully chapter. Zhang Fuxing's comprehension of the primordial ancient scripture was advancing rapidly. In the Tai chapter, he had only touched upon the surface of all things are void, In the heaven-opening chapter, he gained only a glimpse of the killing technique, Panga Banner. They all were being truly comprehended. Without the contract, he delved straight into them as if a momentary eternity. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 10th day, the killing technique, taking millions or even billions of years of cultivation to comprehend a single move, a stroke of cause and effect, were fully comprehended by Zhang Fuxing. He sat cross-legged in the great chaos, letting himself sink within all contradictions, sinking. He suddenly stopped sinking and ceased to be chaotic. Zhang Fuxing lifted his head, the ancestral acupoint between his brows opened wide. The primordial cloud erupted forth. 36 colors of light floated behind him. He sat there, yet it seemed as though he sat beyond everything, transcending cause and effect, unstained by all things. All things are void. The great success of all things are void. Beside him, there was a great banner composed purely of the same chaotic chi, quietly swaying. Tai chapter, all things are void, accomplished. Heaven opening chapter, killing technique, Panga Banner, accomplished. He murmured to himself, perplexed as to why he was not depleted. Within this great chaos, within the chaotic bell, Zhang Fuxing once again turned to that broken head. The burning sensation had dissipated, and as he gazed, only awe and slight trembling arose in his heart, and a profound sense of his own insignificance. Zhang Fuxing spoke softly. The broken head, floating in the chaos, spoke deeply. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows. Once again encountering this, the Celestial Emperor spoke this way, and so did this East Emperor Tai. He paused in silence and asked his biggest doubt from the heart. Zhang Fuxing was puzzled, candidly said. The clear voice echoed in the chaos. In the state of all things are void, his everything was no longer disturbed by chaos. The sound emitted by himself was not fragmented in the swirling whirlpools of frenzied, distorted colors. The head remained silent for a long while, and then another long while. The broken head slowly spoke. The head swayed, revealing the large wound on the entire head without concealing it. Zhang Fuxing's eyes flickered. The broken head smiled without speaking, without answering directly, instead said. Zhang Fuxing's pupils contracted. The Panga Banner beside him swayed. The golden Buddha body suffused with heaven-opening sword chi. It was this phrase again. The Hua Empress had said this to him, and now seeing East Emperor Tai, he also uttered these words to him. This was not some mythical celestial emperor from past tales. This was the true highest divine form of Eastern Emperor, the opener of heaven and earth. Zhang Fuxing spoke deeply. The head's gaze was profound, peacefully said. Zhang Fuxing listened quietly, understanding the intent of this heaven-opening East Emperor's words. Was he referring to Supreme, Primordial, and also referring to the Hua Empress and the one in front of himself? So, the repeated blessings, what are they all for? Zhang Fuxing asked bluntly, yet the head again fell into prolonged silence. After a while, the broken head opened its mouth, emitting a not loud, yet deafening sound. It spoke thusly. Zhang Fuxing nodded. The head acknowledged with a hum. Chapter 478, 320. The Eastern Emperor signs the contract. Chapter 478, Chapter 320. The Eastern Emperor signs the contract. Zhang Fuxing listened attentively. The head nodded slightly and continued. Zhang Fuxing listened quietly. Murmuring, the head calmly stated, thus, the Supreme has created the world. The Luminous has created the world. Primordial, Buddha, Fuxi, Empress Hua. The head's voice gradually rose and fell as if chanting. Therefore, among the myriad worlds, there are legends of world creation. Zhang Fuxing listened in awe, hearing the head narrate, one by one. Ancient creation stories that Zhang Fuxing heard in his past life flowed from the mouth of that broken head. Whether Eastern or Western stories, they all turned out to be the incarnations of some Taoist. All creation myths have been enacted. It was history repeating itself time and again. Zhang Fuxing was intensely moved, listening while pondering. So, Dong Huang's head nodded vaguely in the chaos. After a pause, he continued, Zhang Fuxing listened with rapture. Days for a long time. In some stories, the luminous Buddha indeed served as vice-sect leader of exposition teaching, and he and the primordial celestial venerable both symbolized the past. He couldn't help but ask, the head replied. Zhang Fuxing understood Panga's creation of the world. He took a deep breath and asked his biggest doubt. Facing his question, the broken head merely shook slightly, without explanation, and instead said meaningfully. Zhang Fuxing frowned. The head gently laughed. Zhang Fuxing remained silent. Suddenly, a strong sense of helplessness arose within him, but it soon dissipated. He seemed to be a mere pawn. But even a pawn has a chance to jump off the board. What's important is to proceed, to accumulate, to cultivate virtue, to seek opportunities, to increase wisdom and mana, then to wait for a reshuffle of everything, wait for the opportunity, and finally leap off the board to sit on a high position. This was his enlightenment. Some things, if one cannot resist, it is better to accept and then transform it into one's power as much as possible. For example, the celestial positions bestowed upon him by the Supremes, one destined event after another, one position after another. The head suddenly spoke. Zhang Fuxing raised his head, merely offering a bright smile. The smile faded from his face, becoming extremely serious and solemn. He gazed at the broken head, gazed at the head of the Eastern Emperor who had once created all things and split the heavens and earth. Chapter 479, 320. On the contract, the Eastern Emperor leaves his name. Chapter 479, Chapter 320. On the contract, the Eastern Emperor leaves his name. Zhang Fuxing spoke. The clear voice, supported by the void of all things, resonated unaffected in the great chaos, piercing through the swirling vortex of distorted and frenzied colors, through the most contradictory and complex gathering point in the great chaos, crossing the boundary, colliding against the clock wall, then echoing and reflecting back. So it reverberated over and over. The head slightly surprised, gazing at the small, pure, gold Buddha statue in front, gazing at the humble soul spirit hidden within the statue. For a long time, a faint smile appeared on his face. He spoke with a smile. Zhang Fuxing's eyes were bright, and he spoke in a low voice. The Eastern Emperor's head neither acknowledged nor denied. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with spirit. The Eastern Emperor remained silent. Seeing this, Zhang Fuxing was undisturbed and continued. I might be able to help fellow Taoist Dongwang reunite your true body, even assist in your resurrection. The Eastern Emperor's head pondered. Speaking softly, Zhang Fuxing listened quietly, a bit regretful. He clicked his tongue, still considering if he could directly exchange from this fragmented head for true saint or celestial venerate level cultivation. The Eastern Emperor's head seemed to see through Zhang Fuxing's thoughts. Knowing this fellow Taoist Zhang could exchange time, he spoke silently. Zhang Fuxing felt even more regret, but was undeterred. He gazed at the Eastern Emperor's head, his eyes bright. Then what if fellow Taoist Dongwang merely assists me to transform into a great saint spirit in this realm? The Eastern Emperor was silent, as if considering, mumbling thoughtfully. After long contemplation, he asked, taking such a great risk, what do I gain? Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath. Pausing slightly, Zhang Fuxing earnestly said. The head laughed. The Eastern Emperor's head quietly gazed at Zhang Fuxing. For a long time, he sighed. The Eastern Emperor's head nodded. His voice suddenly became majestic, grand, carrying a smile. The head knew everything, seeing through Zhang Fuxing completely. Zhang Fuxing nodded, but he did not act immediately. Instead, he reached out, sketching light and shadow, sketching out the contract. He spoke solemnly. The Eastern Emperor's head gazed at the illusory contract. A hint of fear flashed across his face, hesitating, wavering, as if the contract had binding power even on a supreme being like him. Zhang Fuxing keenly caught this point. His heart trembled slightly. What exactly are you, contract? As thoughts swirled, Zhang Fuxing saw the Eastern Emperor's head finally nodding in the void. his voice resonating like a great bell. His true name appeared on the contract, and then the vast heavenly sound echoed, chaos clock swayed, grand sounds arose at this time. Chapter 480, 321. Neza is born, returns to the other shore. Chapter 480, Chapter 321. Neza is born, returns to the other shore upper realm universe. Capital. In a land of eternal darkness, a ray of light pierces through, and a point of true spirit burdened with 3,000 heavy chains slowly opens its eyes. In the next moment, the tower suppressing it gently sways, with one end of the chains connected to the tower and the other to the true spirit. Pulled by the tower, the true spirit also follows and leaves the land of eternal darkness. A great light blooms before its eyes. The white-haired old man gazes at the point of true spirit named the great deity of three altars see society suppressed by the exquisite treasure tower and sighs. The true spirit twitches its mouth, droops its eyelids, and remains silent. Kong Shintong narrows his eyes, examining the true spirit resembling a porcelain doll, and speaks in a deep voice. The porcelain doll swallows back a swear word, instead adopting a pure and innocent manner, saying sweetly. A big smile blooms on his face. Kong Shintong and the white-haired old man exchange a glance. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Shintong asks again in a deep voice. After a pause, he continues, "The true spirit remains as innocent as ever." Puzzled, tilting its head. Buddhist sect. Kong Shintong and the white-haired old man furrow their brows, which the true spirit keenly perceives. Immediately, he adopts an angry manner, muttering. The white-haired old man's eyes brighten and he laughs. The true spirit's expression shifts. "Who? World venerate?" He becomes solemn. Kong Shintong responds. World-honored one Buddha, who self-claims as Buddha, emerged recently. The true spirit's expression remains unchanged, yet his mind is shaken. After a while, still adopting a pure manner, hesitantly asks. The white-haired old man speaks solemnly. The true spirit falls silent for 3 seconds, then turns and wants to return to the land of eternal darkness, shouting. The white-haired old man is stunned, and Kong Shintong's heart sinks as well. Just how strong was the world-honored one Buddha in the old world? Upon sitting, what position did he achieve? He hurriedly moves forward, using the Dharma gate taught by the chairman, activating the exquisite treasure tower to tightly suppress the porcelain doll-like true spirit, then speaks. The true spirit hesitates in its steps. What on earth? The Buddha returns, yet only in Arhat. Venerate? What nonsense! His gaze flickers in thought. Perhaps it isn't that big bald donkey? After a moment, the true spirit sits down again, speaking deeply. He thinks clearly, regardless of whether it's the true Buddha. Breaking free is the primary task. Though even after escaping, with this damn tower here, I still can't stretch my hands and feet, but at least there's a chance. Kong Shintong once again exchanges a glance with the white-haired old man, then explains the situation detail by detail, from the emergence of the world-honored one Buddha to the other shore world. An incident suspected to be named the westward journey began, and the bestowing of titles like Guanyin, etc. The true spirit listens, heart trembling with fear, but does not show a hint of it on his face. After a moment, he says, after a pause, the true spirit tugs at the chains, speaking frankly. Kong Shintong and the white-haired old man discussed briefly, finally nodding. The former cautiously activates the spell controlling the exquisite treasure tower, and the chains unwind piece by piece, with the tower falling into his palm. Kong Shintong holds the exquisite treasure tower, gazing at the true spirit, who has been freed from confinement yet still exhibits a pure and honest manner, breathing a sigh of relief. He turns back and says, in the void, figures appear one after another, lawmakers from venerates to great divine power users, who stand solemnly, forming a large array together. Evidently, if the porcelain doll-like true spirit showed any sign of disobedience, they would rest eyes and suppress it. The true spirit is expressionless. After whispering briefly with a white-haired old man, when finally deciding that he should lift the exquisite treasure tower, Kong Shuntong turns and bows, while each legislator departs, along with a white-haired old man. Before leaving, the white-haired old man says, Kong Shuntong nods, watching the white-haired old man's figure disappear. He then holds the tower and looks at the porcelain doll. The porcelain doll gazes at him as well, occasionally glancing at the exquisite treasure tower. Chapter 481, 321, Nez's birth, return to the other shore _2. Chapter 481, Chapter 321, Nez's birth, return to the other shore _2. This damn tower. A long time passed. After pondering the interior and exterior layout of this place, Kong Shintong sat before the porcelain doll and said in a deep voice, Great Three Altar Sea Meeting Deity, you come from the old world. Neza glanced at this middle-aged man and said with pure kindness. Kong Shintong nodded and did not question further, but changed the topic. Neza was momentarily stunned. Kong Shintong quietly recalled, then spoke in a steady tone, An infinite celestial venerate sits in a Taoist palace that transcends thought. Neza's expression did not change, but his mind was a stormy sea. He asked calmly. Kong Shuntong sighed with relief, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and licked his lips. How powerful is this person? Is there a way to deal with? Were you going to deal with? Neza again fell silent. After a long while, he lowered his eyelids, covering his flickering gaze, and said with pure innocence. He began to play tricks. Kong Shintong's eyes shone brighter. As if remembering something, he changed the subject again. By the way, there's also the world-honored one Buddha. Oh, the innocently curious Great Three Altar Sea Meeting Deity asked. Kong Shintong pondered for a moment. Neza's eyelids started twitching, listening to this treasure-holder middle-aged man's continuation. This person once, at Hanga Pass on the World Plateau, rode a bull and left behind a book named Tao Te Ching. Neza remained silent. Just the Buddha is enough. The one to deal with is this Buddha? You mother. He chuckled, wondering whether to immediately disperse his true spirit. As the thought arose, he again heard Kong Shintong speak. Yes, named Hua. Neza suddenly raised his head, 3 question marks popping up on his forehead. Huh? His round eyes were filled with great confusion. After a long silence, he genuinely spoke. Kong Shintong was puzzled. Neza said nothing, just tiptoed to pat Kong Shintong's shoulder, earnestly saying, the rest of the sentence he left unsaid. Who could be bolder than you all? Even a monkey in Yangjian couldn't manage. Across the myriad realms, in a certain large universe, subspace slowly merged into its own divine realm. It did not become part of the divine realm directly, but transformed into the dark side of divine realm only in shadows. Meanwhile, in subspace, or within Chaos Bell, Zhang Fuxing exhaled a murky breath, regretfully saying, the incomplete head nodded. With a pause, he continued, listening to the head's words, Zhang Fuxing felt even more regret. The head smiled. Zhang Fuxing's eyes lit up. He casually said, though the head hides within subspace, evidently he knows all events occurring within this universe. Zhang Fuxing listened, his eyelids twitching. Even he couldn't help but marvel at the Weaver's bold ambition, or rather, the audacity of the ignorant. No wonder this guy is pretending to be weak. The scheme indeed is quite huge. He rubbed his chin, having an idea in his heart. Perhaps I don't have to stop him. The head slightly nodded. Zhang Fuxing's eyes shone. He bowed towards the head, watching fellow Taoist Dong Wang continue to slumber in chaos, then withdrew. Thinking it over, Zhang Fuxing left a passage to subspace at the original spot, quietly detaching the thought from this great universe. Continuing to stay had no purpose. The current task is to return to the other shore world, make the great universe a Buddha country and blessed land, and trade for thousands of years of spiritual cultivation. Then, the great saint spirit can be achieved in an instant. Amidst thoughts, Zhang Fuxing suddenly received a message from Old Bull. He had just become a legislator, now undercover in the Federation. After swiftly browsing the message, Zhang Fuxing showed a peculiar expression. He contemplated taking a deep look at the great universe. Then his will turned, all things transformed. When the view cleared again, he had returned to the other shore world, back to the other shore mountain. February 6th. 3 days left until February 9th. 3 days. The world-honored one Buddha opened his eyes, recalling the words of Hua, an Eastern emperor, his gaze deep and profound. He was admonishing his own nature to be himself first. The body of world-honored one Buddha, the position of Tai Ching. Zhang Fuxing stood up, opened the wooden door of the grass hut. In the other shore world, flowers bloomed and faded. Chapter 482. 322. You may call me Heavenly Lord. Chapter 482. Chapter 322. You may call me Heavenly Lord, the other shore world. All things are silent. Seated outside the grass hut, Hong Tianbao saw his disciple emerge and hurriedly stood up. Then, as if he remembered something, he clasped his hands together and corrected himself. Zhang Fuxing clasped his hands in return, a pure smile on his face, but his eyes were profoundly deep. He constantly recalled the words of the Eastern Emperor and the Niuwa Emperor. What does it truly mean to be oneself? Is it really just about never forgetting one's original intention? Thoughts churned, rising and falling. Hong Tianbao's expression tightened. Sensing something amiss, he spoke in a low tone. Zhang Fuxing neither confirmed nor denied. 3 days later, on February 9th. If all goes well, the other shore world will naturally flourish, and the grand event led by myself in the westward journey will unfold. But if not, then Yin Chang'an, indeed, was left by the Emperor Ziwei of the North Pole. Who knows what will happen? Will it be the return of Emperor Ziwei's true spirit? Emperor Ziwei is probably not a supreme, but at least a top-tier Daoyuo, and possibly even close to touching the domain of a supreme. Just like what fellow Taoist Dong Wang said, such a being just needs to accomplish a major event once more and gain a fulcrum that can leverage the origin of the great heaven and earth. At that time, they will be supreme. Thinking of this, Zhang Fuxing sighed softly, suddenly filled with concern. Neza's true spirit has already appeared in the world, and the warnings from the Eastern Emperor and the Niuwa Emperor echoed in his ears. At the doorstep, there seemed to be signs of Emperor Ziwei's true spirit about to emerge. All of these indicate the same thing. The era of contest has truly begun, and the true spirits of the old world are awakening one by one. Perhaps somewhere on the home planet, the old world celestial venerates and emperor monarchs have already seated themselves, overlooking the mortal world. What will their first target be? No other, only two things. One is the divine enthronement event. The other is the westward journey event. I am right at the focal point, which is not a good thing, but to remain hidden seems almost impossible. Unless, as thoughts churned, Zhang Fuxing thought of his initial plan. To sever the body of the world-honored one Buddha, sever the title of Tai Ching, making himself completely independent. All other selves would merely be part of him. In that way, one's true self could hide in the mortal world, avoiding the dangers mentioned by the Niuwa Emperor and the Eastern Emperor of forgetting who one's true self is. But clearly, for the current self, achieving this is only possible through the method of one chi becomes 3 pristine ones. Yet this method comes from the 3 pristine ones, and I cannot possibly use this method. So what should be done? How can one silently escape from the sight of the Supremes? Zhang Fuxing's eyes flickered, nodding slightly towards Hong Tianbao. After everything here is settled, I will go and bring junior sister back. Hong Tianbao's eyes were bright and spirited. Zhang Fuxing took a step down from the other shore mountain, and with another step, he had reached the Jiuzhong mountain range. Standing in the mountain range, Lin Changle quickly paid his respects. World-honored one, Zhang Fuxing said nonchalantly. With a thought, the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron floated from his hand, and with the aid of the supreme treasure, he arrived at Yin Chang'an and then stepped into the imperial palace. Li Yi and others who were seated on the ground quickly got up. But Yuan Feidao continued to sit with closed eyes, apparently not yet awakened. Zhang Fuxing walked up to the Mithya Buddha statue, gazing into the nine netherworld contained within its belly. Inside the world, Emperor Tang cautiously stood on the bridge of helplessness, not daring to explore the future nine netherworld, while the Yellow Springs River was still in high tide. The ancient saints in the river were also occupied. Zhang Fuxing breathed out a clear breath, raised his head, and gazed at the tightly closed Taiji Hall. Emperor's away. What exactly are you planning to do? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Fuxing made a decision. Amidst the shocked gaze of the scruffy old man, Li Yi, and others, the world-honored one Buddha suddenly scattered as Buddha's light, no longer a Buddha, appearing more like an ancient Taoist. The Taoist's ancestral acupoint on his forehead opened wide, for which the primordial cloud surged out, draped with 36 colors of light behind him. Then, he extended his palm into the void and grasped nothingness. Out of the void came an object of void. Chaotic chi expanded, transforming into an ancient banner. The banner existed solely in Zhang Fuxing's hand. The surrounding void began to continuously collapse and reorganize, emitting a roaring sound like ancient stars colliding. Heaven Opening Chapter, Third Form Killing Technique, Panga Banner. After observing the grand acts of creation by countless creatures, the all things are void of the third chapter of the Tai chapter was fully comprehended. This Panga Banner killing technique of the Heaven Opening Chapter was also completely mastered by himself. Despite not being able to fully exert the potential of this ancient killing technique due to his too weak cultivation. But it is enough. Zhang Fuxing's gaze sank, whispering, while the Panga Banner that had coalesced in his hand suddenly trembled. The banner's cloth was clearly non-physical, woven together by chaotic chi and profound yellow chi. The banner's pole was straight, similarly wrapped in profound yellow chi within the chaos, resembling the Bujo celestial pillar, like a profound yellow waterfall. At this moment, under the trembling of the great banner, threads of heaven-opening sword chi burst forth from its surface. Chapter 483, 322. You may call me the Lord of Heaven _2. Chapter 483. Chapter 322. You may call me the Lord of Heaven _2. Beside him, the three scruffy old men merely watched, feeling their bodies about to burst, their blood boiling. From the world-honored one Buddha bathed in Buddha's light, reclining against the Bodhi tree, transforming into an ancient Taoist surrounded by swirling clouds and swaying 36 colored rays. Zhang Fuxing exclaimed at this moment, and the Panga Banner in his hand also at this moment emitted sword light. Threads of heaven-opening sword chi chaotic sword light converged together, forming a surging river, charging brutally towards the Taiji Hall in the most primal, ferocious manner. It was like the simultaneous ringing of millions of giant bells. The Taiji Hall shook violently. The roar spread in all directions, the entire yin chang'an rocking and swaying. The closed-eyed Yuan Feidao, protected by Mithya celestial position, remained unharmed, but the scruffy old men, Li Yi and Luo Cheng, all dissolved into the most primitive particles and dust under the terrifying sound. When the trembling ceased, on the door of the Taiji Hall, no trace of the sword was seen. Only 365 star points floated, forming the circumference celestial star formation. A genuinely authentic circumference celestial star formation, not a counterfeit formation arranged by Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing exhaled, employing the fully true man-fruit position. Using the Taiji divine techniques, he accurately captured every Taiji particle's cause and effect in yin chang'an, forcibly reversing them, and thus the collapsed trio reassembled, unharmed and bewilderedly looking around. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself. It seemed that he was still far from cleaving open the Taiji Hall. But if suddenly his swordsmanship reached an unrivaled level? Indeed, at this moment, it's very difficult to temporarily find enough swordsmen in the other shore world and complete transactions with them one by one. However, Zhang Fuxing mused to himself, his thoughts quietly sinking into the divine realm. visiting the mortal realm. Mortal realm, 5 nations and 3 mountains. One mountain with the martial pavilion, one with the divine temple, both established by venerates captured by Zhang Fuxing from Yingtian City, and one mountain with a divine spirit force named Sword Tomb, originating from native beings in the divine realm, a truly peerless prodigy. At this moment, on the heavenly Sword Mountain, within the Sword Tomb, sword slaves wandered among buildings resembling long swords stuck in the ground. In a lakeside pavilion, where 2 contemporary supreme beings were playing chess. Jian Yi lifted his eyelids, his hand holding a white chess piece long unplaced, staring at the master of the divine temple seated opposite. He solemnly spoke. The master of the divine temple's expression was indifferent. The original honor sought to decimate your sword tomb, but you refused. Jian Yi was silent for a moment, lowering his head. The master of the divine temple smiled ironically. If I do not grant it, he laughed heartily, placing a black piece down. Jian Yi suddenly lifted his eyelids, staring fiercely at the master of the divine temple, word by word. The master of the divine temple's smile faded, squinting, seemingly considering the truth of the sword tomb master's words. After a long while, he faintly said, "Ludicrous. But even if true." The 2 contemporary supreme beings stared at each other, their energies swelling. The great lake whipped into waves, the clear sky abruptly filled with dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. On the entire heavenly Sword Mountain and within the Sword Tomb, 1,000,000 swords rang simultaneously. Jian Yi again pinched up a white piece, then said, he lifted his eyelids, word by word. With these words, this millennium-formed venerate, the ancient and stunning Sword Tomb Master, placed the white piece on the chessboard. As the piece fell, accompanied by a clear ringing sound, 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, thousands of miles, starting from the Sword Tomb, reaching the entire mortal realm. Under the heavens, swords rang. A piece fell, and all swords in the mortal world at this moment soared and suspended in the sky. For the first time, the master of the divine temple's expression changed, staring at Jian Yi, his heart trembling, not expecting this fellow's swordsmanship to be shockingly unrivaled to such an extent. This fellow, how old is he? 1,000 years. Only 1,000 years. From a mundane mountain boy to now becoming the lord of all swords, bearing the title of venerates. If placed on that now faintly recalled mother star, this fellow probably attains the level of great divine power user. As his mind trembled, the master of the divine temple overlooked the mortal realm, eyes viewing the sky filled with frost swords, but was unwilling to concede. He coldly spoke. As he spoke, a long rainbow approached from afar. The master of martial pavilion had already arrived, 2 against 1. Jian Yi closed his eyes, whispered lightly. In the Sword Tomb, there are fierce beasts roaring, cries of agony. The prepared sacrificial formation activated. The fierce beast's bloodline was stripped away, subtly merging with Jian. Chapter 484. 322. You may call me Heaven_3. Chapter 484. Chapter 322. You may call me Heaven_3 at this moment. The frost sword suspended in the mortal realm burst forth with sword light, illuminating the entire world in the deep of night, as if it were daylight. It is a sword, yet not just a sword. The grass and trees of Sword Mountain, then the grass and trees of the mortal realm, followed by the swords drawn by children on white paper, even the word sword, Qingfeng, 3 feet of spirit, and so on, written in volumes of books implying long swords, were all resonating with sword sound, all were emitting sword light. The master of the divine temple and the master of the martial pavilion gasped, the latter exclaiming, Dao! Dao! Jian Yi opened his eyes, and the 2 venerates felt a chill down their spines. Just being watched caused their skin to crack, as if seeing an endless river of sword energy. This guy, how could he be this strong? They both turned to flee, but the endless river of sword energy had already surged downwards, and whether it was the master of the divine temple or the master of the martial pavilion, the 1,000 marvelous techniques and myriad methods of the 2 venerates could not be used at this moment. The sword path of the Sword Tomb Master already dominated this world, shining brightly in all directions, pinning them down motionless. Jian, he spoke in a low voice. He gently caressed the peach tree beside the pavilion, softly saying, the sword resounded at that moment. The Sword Tomb Master calmly said, I have already transformed into the sword path, and cannot stop. The mortal realm began to crack. The 2,000-year-old venerates also started to crack along with it. The Sword Tomb Master was burning, transforming into the Tao, dying, entering extinction, becoming a plain and ordinary sword energy, sword light. He sighed. The mortal realm was being obliterated in the endless river of sword energy. The two venerates were also about to die. In fact, they were the longest-lasting things, apart from the Sword Tomb Master, and that peach tree. The worldly dust, all things were lost, only leaving the pure color of white. The earth, mountains, rivers, cities, dynasties, all were collapsing in the river of sword energy. As everything was about to end, the master of the divine temple looked despairingly at the boundless whiteness, muttering. Before he finished speaking, a curious voice echoed. The Sword Tomb Master, who was transforming into the Tao, answered in a low voice. Unification of heaven and earth. He suddenly realized something was wrong. This voice, a fourth person? Here, beside the peach tree, apart from the three venerates who were dying, a fourth person appeared. The master of the divine temple and the master of the martial pavilion also looked over in shock, only to see a face that was strange yet somewhat familiar. In their minds, as if thunderstruck, they suddenly recalled the past events of tens of thousands of years ago. Was it him? It was him. It was that monk, that mighty Buddha. The three divine spirits, who were dying, transforming into the Tao, all stared in horror at the suddenly appearing young man. The young man gently caressed the peach blossom tree, picked a peach blossom, and gently blew on it. That peach blossom disintegrated, turning into dust, blowing towards the already white mortal realm. And then, the whiteness began to fade. The Sword Tomb Master looked around foolishly, seeing the shattered sword mountain gradually reassemble, seeing mountains, rivers, cities, dynasties, all beings, all kinds. Everything that had been wiped out in the river of sword energy reappeared from the fading white. The singing of birds and fragrance of flowers, walking beasts and flying birds, sword slaves holding trays, the old woman incurably wounded with her life, at an end. Even the two venerates were uninjured. Even the one transforming into the Tao himself was restored. The Sword Tomb Master looked dazedly at the young man, Zhang Fuxing, with his back to the three venerates, gently patted the peach tree. Feeling the rough texture on its trunk, he smiled and said, As for this method, I simply made time flow backward for a moment, just a thought. After a pause, the young man turned around. The primordial cloud floated, 36 rays of light draped behind him, along with Buddha's light swirling, Brahma sound lingering, Bodhi swaying, seemingly both Tao and Buddha, being both Buddha and Tao. He admired the middle-aged man, known as Jian Yi, with great appreciation, exclaiming, Chapter 485, 323, Swordsmanship into the Tao, Taiji Hall broken. Chapter 485, Chapter 323, Swordsmanship into the Tao, Taiji Hall broken. The Sword Tomb Master was bewildered. Old heaven. It sounds absurd and outrageous. Yet the scene of all things reversing is right before my eyes, and apart from myself and the temple, the master of martial pavilion, the rest of the myriad creatures clearly don't remember the world being destroyed once. It's as if it never happened. This is true time reversal. Gianni looked at his own hands, bewildered. So it really is old heaven? Is there really old heaven? He was first startled, then enlightened, and gazed at old heaven, speaking with a trembling voice. If you truly are the heaven above, if indeed it's destiny, could you ensure my wife's safety? Zhang Fuxing smiled calmly. After a pause, he spoke gently. This middle-aged man knelt to the ground, prostrating. Zhang Fuxing nodded with a smile, tracing light and shadow with his hands, his voice rhythmical, as if it was heaven itself speaking. Indeed, it was heaven speaking. He thus spoke. Jianyi replied resolutely. Zhang Fuxing did not choose to take away his truly stunning, terrifying talent, for a very simple reason. As long as the talent remains in this little guy, with every spiritual cultivation I do, he will once again leap across 1,000 and 10,000 years, grow again, and reach even higher levels of swordsmanship. And at that time, I can come to harvest once more. Taking away the talent is akin to draining the lake to catch the fish. Leaving the talent means someone is helping me cultivate. Zhang Fuxing's faint voice floated out. Jianyi felt his understanding of swordsmanship gradually becoming blurred, and everything began to peel away. He was not disheartened, but rather more excited, partly because his wife could live long with the world, but also because this way he could climb the sword path anew, climb the high road once more. Jianyi's emotional fluctuations were observed by Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing sighed, feeling the addition of a light ball in the contract, his smile widening as he looked back at the vast mortal realm. He suddenly realized a point. If the entire mortal realm is like a pond, then the multitude of beings are like fish in the pond, and himself the owner of the pond, as well as the angler by the pond. This place is his pond, his pasture, and farmland. After some contemplation, Zhang Fuxing made a decision. Amidst the reverence and horror in the eyes of the three venerates, he opened his mouth and spoke, sound reverberating in all directions across the world. The vast heavenly sound echoed as Zhang Fuxing floated away, disappearing on Heavenly Sword Mountain. Only the residual sound lingered, and a peach blossom drifted down. 8 Scenery's Palace. Zhang Fuxing sat cross-legged, his gaze exceedingly clear. Canceling the celestial steel and lifting the prohibition of the human race from slaughtering each other was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a long-held idea. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, his gaze extremely profound. He even set up a once-in-10,000-year grand tournament of heaven and earth to encourage competition among the human race, offering to fulfill one wish for the winner as a promise. It can be anticipated that in a period of time in the future, the mortal world will see the rise of blades again, perhaps even rivers of blood. The population may sharply decline, but equally, the strong will explosively grow. It's like nurturing goo. Zhang Fuxing muttered. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed that way, using the heaven and earth as a goo jar, the multitude of beings as goo insects and fish, to then pick peaches from the goo king and fish out the beings. TSK. In this divine realm, would a protagonist-like figure emerge after tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, rising from the insignificant, leading the beings to defy heaven together? Zhang Fuxing shook his head, stopping his wild thoughts. He quietly took out the terrifying swordsmanship insight from the contract, slowly integrating it into himself. It was done. Jianyi's millennia of accumulation, comparable to an ordinary swordsman's refining of swords for several million years, and now all of it belonged to him. Zhang Fuxing murmured in a daze, immersing himself in the resplendent swordsmanship. Everything has its own way. Between heaven and earth there are 84,000 paths. Water, fire, knife, sword, fist, time, withering, killing, life, death. Everything has its own way. All techniques have tier divisions. For example, a fist can be trained to true intent, then intent and body unity, intent and chi integration, intention and spirit unity. And the same is true for all techniques. The ultimate state after breaking many shackles is the same. That is entering the Tao. With fists, one enters the Tao of the fist. With strength, one enters the Tao of strength. With withering, one enters the Tao of withering. The Tao of the fist can transform into the great Tao of the fist. Strength can transform into the great Tao of strength. All things are as such. Zhang Fuxing softly sighed, simultaneously gaining insight into the way of the sword. Beyond true, intense state of entering the Tao, there is no further realm division. There is only accumulation. Achieving one part of the sword's Tao, 3 parts, 5 parts, until reaching the final 10 parts. Beyond that, it is the ultimate level of the great Tao, which is not something Zhang Fuxing can currently fathom, but he can still glimpse a corner. Murmuring, Zhang Fuxing fully merged Jian Yi's swordsmanship insight into himself. He opened his eyes, and within the 8 sceneries palace, the sword hums. Every wisp of chaotic qi flowing around was issuing a sword hum. Jian Yi, within a millennia, actually comprehended 4 parts of the sword's Tao. Zhang Fuxing truly marveled for parts. If given a few more tens of thousands of years, wouldn't he possibly step into the realm of the great Tao? Isn't it possible that he could truly become the sword ancestor? Zhang Fuxing stood up from the meditation mat, suddenly turned around, and walked toward the back hall, stopping before the Now Gate. Through the crack in the door, he gazed at the scene within the Now Gate, staring at the small sword on the table. A thought, then another thought. On the table in the room, the small sword called Qingping actually trembled slightly. Zhang Fuxing did not feel regret. Instead, his smile was extraordinarily bright, murmuring to himself. In this way, with 4/10 swordsmanship plus the primordial killer move, the Panga Banner, he turned around, walked out of the 8 sceneries palace, and with each step, a sword rang out, until he walked out of the 8 sceneries palace and returned to his body in the outside world. Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes. It was as if a sword sounded 1/10 thousands upon thousands of sounds. In Chang'an, other shore world plateau, the power of 4/10 swordsmanship seemed to exceed his expectations. Capital. Lin Dongxi pressed down the brim of her hat, standing on the hover car, gazing in awe at this city that was beyond the limits of imagination. She murmured in self-admiration, softly amazed. Chen Yuk too was dazzled. The 2 women marveled, while the old woman standing beside them smiled and said, "From now on, you can also stay in the capital." The 2 women glanced at the old woman, hesitated for a moment, then Chen Yuk softly spoke. "Who exactly are you?" She stared at this mysterious old woman they met by chance, full of inquisitiveness in her eyes. The old woman smiled and said, pausing for a moment, the old woman in the deep-colored long clothes gently said, "I brought you to the capital because I want to offer you a better development." The 2 sisters exchanged glances. Lin Dongxi spoke softly. The old woman didn't mind. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. The old woman dressed in black paused, and suddenly soldiers poured in from all directions. Behind each soldier's head, there was a furnace fire burning. This signifies that they are all grandmasters. Lin Dongxi felt dizzy. Grandmasters, soldiers. She was shaken, yet all too aware. After all, this is the capital. Amid the bewildered, curious stares of the 2 women and many passers-by, hundreds of soldiers lined up in formation. Then all at once saluted the old woman. The sound of the salute was earth-shattering. The old woman nodded slightly, then looked at the 2 women, smiling as she spoke. Chen Yuk and Lin Dongxi exchanged a look. They chewed on this name, suddenly realizing, perhaps this is the legendary righteous divine sect recognized by the Federation. It seems no more hesitation is needed. After all, there is no need to abolish their previous lineage. Their master remains their master, even though he may very well have already. The 2 had left Chongyang heaven and earth early, naturally unaware of what transpired thereafter, and did not connect Blessed Life Buddha with their younger brother. They prepared to salute formally. The old woman in black suddenly frowned and looked up. In the next instant, the sounds of swords rang continuously, becoming a tide, arising from outside the capital, as well as from within it. On the face of the old woman in black appeared an expression of surprise. Swordsmanship. This level of attainment might have already reached the 3/10 level. Murmuring, the grand capital's sword sounds grew ever more sonorous, as if rejoicing, cheering. Afterward, countless Qing Feng's swords, all suspended in the sky. Lin Dongxi stared dumbfoundedly at this grand spectacle, lost for words. Other shore world, Jiuzhou mountain range, Inchang'an. With eyes open, the sword resounded. Standing up, the sound ceased. Zhang Fuxing stood quietly in front of Taiji Hall, the Panga banner manifested. The feathered immortal slaying sword emerged from the center of his brow and landed in his hand. He held the sword, raised his eyes, and gazed. All things in the world appeared flawed in his eyes. Everything he saw was covered with patterns, as if by following these patterns, nothing would remain unbroken. Zhang Fuxing murmured softly, the sword crossing his shoulder. Feathered immortal light rose all around, and the Pangu banner swayed. The sword followed his palm. The long sword accompanied by the opening heaven sword aura and chaotic sword light. With the swaying Panga banner, lightly carved before the Taiji Hall's door, the grand array of starry sky of the circulation appeared once more, yet in Zhang Fuxing's eyes at this moment, the array had endured endless ages and was no longer the same as it once was. Now it was flawed. The sword's edge grazed through the flaws. The world-shaking starry sky of the circulation grand array instantly collapsed. The opening heaven sword aura and chaotic sword light arrived at this moment, softly brushing against the door of Taiji Hall. Thus, the grand hall was split open. Inside, nothing was concealed from view. Oh no, why am I getting later and later? I promised to finish it tomorrow afternoon QVQ. Chapter 486, 324. Today, I transcend the Tao, sacrificing all things to nourish myself. Chapter 486, Chapter 324. Today, I transcend the Tao, sacrificing all things to nourish myself. Perhaps it was due to the ages of distance being too long, or maybe the ability brought by the sword technique to see through the weaknesses of all things was too strong. Most likely both. In any case, the Taiji Hall, protected by the celestial constellation Grand Formation, was split open just like that. The hall's door collapsed. The temple was torn apart. Dust rose, smoke curled around. Like the world venerate Buddha and the ancient Taoist, Zhang Fuxing, with his feathered immortal slaying sword in hand and the Panga banner formed from a secret scripture hanging beside him, walked step by step into the dust. Under the trembling gaze of three people, he gently blew a breath. A great wind arose, clearing the smoke and dust. Everything inside the hall became visible at a glance. Table, candle, offering platform, hanging sword, purple robe, emperor's throne. Zhang Fuxing held his sword and looked around vigilantly, ready at any moment to communicate with the gate of the past and the Eastern Emperor's head. The candles on both sides burned long, seemingly eternal. The table was set with fruits and wine, all still fresh and dewy, and the black silk hanging from the rafters, as if a feast had taken place moments before, with a hall full of people. As for the uppermost part of the hall, the emperor's throne was wide, a purple robe folded atop it, a sword hanging under the rafter on one side. Zhang Fuxing sniffed, suddenly looking at the tables on both sides, the scent. He hesitated, walked closer, squatted down for a careful check. A total of 24 tables, each arranged identically. A pot of wine, a plate of fruits, a small box of stewed meat. The plate contained 3 peaches, the stew still emitting steam and a rich meaty aroma. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, the fragrance of peach and meat entering his nose. A warm current instantly flooded his body, pores opening wide. This feeling was like consuming marvelous medicine when weak. No, even beyond that. Back then he was a martial arts master, but now he is venerate, and he only took a sniff. Zhang Fuxing sighed softly. 3 pieces per table, 24 tables here, making 72 large peaches. What is this? Zhang Fuxing matter. He did not pursue further, saluted and quietly left the chaos clock. His thoughts returned to his true self. The one who seemed both Buddha and ancient Taoist opened his eyes, gazing at the boxes of stew, murmured, "Whatever. Monk Tang's meat." Though unsure how Monk Tang became a demon Buddha, such a thing on the journey to the West made many demon saints drool. Zhang Fuxing murmured, his thoughts surged, scooped a bit of meat broth. It seemed light, yet incredibly heavy. The broth consumed. Chapter 487, 324. Today, I become the Tao, sacrificing all things for myself. Chapter 487, Chapter 324. Today, I become the Tao, sacrificing all things for myself. Almost in an instant, Zhang Fuxing let out a muffled groan, sensing an unimaginably terrifying force erupting from the broth, spreading to his limbs and bones in the first moment, and in the same moment piercing through the barriers of flesh and spirit, permeating his spiritual world, his sea of heart. Zhang Fuxing groaned, "This is just the soup. What would happen if he ate the meat?" He took a deep breath, feeling the surging, vast, terrifying power within him, conjured up long chopsticks made of refined gold, and fished out two of the smallest pieces of meat, only thumb-sized, from the food box. One exuded immortal splendor, mixed with extremely rich water essence, while the other presented a brilliant golden color, surrounded by Brahma's sound and Buddha's light, even accompanied by purple qi. It was not the imperial purple qi, but the merit purple qi that Zhang Fuxing had seen and absorbed before. He is surely one of the real protagonists of the Westward Journey event. Zhang Fuxing murmured in confusion. Dark guesses flashed through his mind. Then he put the two pieces of meat into his mouth. Before he had time to swallow, a massive amount of water-based divine essence, merit purple qi, and Buddha's resonance, demon's resonance, all burst forth at this moment, overwhelming Zhang Fuxing. He was glowing, emitting light of unprecedented brilliance. The concentration of the light was so intense that it seeped out from Yin Chang'an, permeating through the formation beneath the Jiuzhong mountain range and the thick layers of rock for thousands of miles, causing the entire Jiuzhong mountain range on the ground to glow. In Chang'an town, many celestial humans who had lost hope in the so-called Great Opportunity gazed towards it. Inside the Yuan mansion, Ruan Yutu, Li Xun, and others were also gazing intently. Yuan Tiandao, leaning on his cane, showed a look of astonishment. Beside him, Wei Bushi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, gazing at the splendid scene at this moment, the light of the earth illuminating the celestial vault, entangling in Tsangtian, faintly reflecting a magnificent scene. It is the river of heaven. It is the majestic Ling Mountain. Wei Bushi murmured. Yuan Tiandao pondered for a moment, took a deep breath. Sudden phenomenon. It is likely early. He leaned on his cane, wobbly walked back to the inner room, picked up that corner of the celestial book, painted on a miniature altar, while speaking in a low voice. Wei Bushi nodded, holding the dragon-slaying sword, performed the ritual again. While sighing, ancient figures reappeared, unraveling from within the dragon-slaying sword. And from that corner of the celestial book burst forth colors more intense than the light of the 1,000-mile earth. Chang'an town suddenly shook at this moment. And at this moment, outside the other shore world, Kong Shintong, cloaked entirely in black, holding the exquisite treasure tower in his hand, gazed at the turbulent, shaking other shore world. The other shore world trembled, and the Buddha's light that originally shrouded everything revealed gaps. Kong Shintong's gaze passed through the gaps, seeing the glowing 1,000-mile mountain range, even seeing the materialized purple qi. The celestial secret suddenly became chaotic. He looked at the exquisite treasure tower and whispered, "Great divine power user of the three altars sea society, the destiny event here seems to have erupted early." The true spirit within the exquisite treasure tower responded with a hum, but was not permitted to walk out of the tower. Kong Shintong remained uneasy. A bit of true spirit could only use a secret technique to form an avatar outside the tower, made of a mixture of soil, precious wood, celestial lotus, and others. The avatar was not in the form of a porcelain doll, but a young man with 3 heads and 6 arms, though the aura on him was not strong, merely venerate level. Neza looked innocent and naive. Kong Shintong raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Neza's eyelid twitched, yet said nothing in the end. After all, as long as this great divine power user wielded the exquisite treasure tower, the suppressive suffering that ensued, he simply couldn't bear it. He gave an imperceptible light sigh, urged his thoughts, and the celestial lotus body with 3 heads and 6 arms quietly stepped out of the shaking, continuously trembling other shore world. Meanwhile, beneath the Jiuzhong mountain range, 1,000 miles Xiaoling, Yin Chang'an, amidst the extreme light, Zhang Fuxing felt himself undergoing an unprecedented great transformation. This transformation even surpassed ascension to God. The vast merit purple qi in a small piece of demon Buddha meat fused with the merit purple qi already within him, under the nourishing of terrifying divinity and water essence. With the aid of merit purple qi, Zhang Fuxing birthed a special Taoist body, water Dao body. This was just a brief beginning. He picked up the food box, drinking all the meat soup and stewed meat in it. Then the second box, the third box, until the sixth box was downed. He was completely stuffed. Even his innate ability to devour all was bloated, unable to digest any more substance. But at the same time, at this very moment, merit purple qi manifested, crawling inch by inch over every part of his flesh inside and out, crawling over his essence, qi, and spirit. Thus, under the horrified gazes of the shabby old man, Li Yi and Luo Cheng, within the boundless radiant light, an ancient Taoist could be seen sitting cross-legged in the void. Chapter 488, 324. Today I attain the Tao, diminishing all things to nourish myself. Chapter 488. Chapter 324. Today I attain the Tao, diminishing all things to nourish myself. The ancient banner beside him swayed, the Bodhi behind him wavered, and above his head, scenes of the creation of heaven and earth rapidly flashed by. Thus, under the trembling of the entire other-shore world, Zhang Fuxing defied the innate. Not the innate of the innate realm, but the innate born before the heavens. That is, innate spiritual being. He immersed himself in the profound mysteries and murmured to himself, adding to the past saint's golden body, 18-foot true body, and fully Dharma body, 6 layers of profound physiques gathered together. A brand new innate spiritual being was born. The so-called innate spiritual beings are born before or at the moment of creation, inherently aligned with a path, such as the pure-blooded innate golden crow, ancestor golden crow, born to transform into a great sun, symbolizing the great sun, even ancestor Rock Pung, ancestor Tao Tai, each symbolizing a certain path above them. Only the innate saint spirits, such as the 3 pristine ones. Naturally, when Zhang Fuxing transformed into an innate spiritual being, he quietly aligned with a path. He asked himself, is it the primordial of Fuli I've cultivated so far? No, that is the path of the primordial of Fuli. Is it the boundless heights brought by the position of Tai Ching? No, that is the path of Tai Ching. It's not the path of Buddha, of great brilliance, of great wisdom, nor the most ancient position of the human ancestor given by Hua. These were all from the outside, not formed by himself. Although Zhang Fuxing could completely choose these paths, they were not what he desired. To be oneself, wrapped in the ultimate essence of Tao, Zhang Fuxing contemplated within the path of the sword. He remained silent, ultimately choosing to give up. Even though transforming into the symbol of the path of the sword, which inherently pertained to massacre, could drastically boost his combat power, it was only a temporary thrill. Then what exactly is my path? The innate merit purple qi surged and roared, and Zhang Fuxing knew he needed to make a decision quickly. He thought of the contract, everything he had achieved in more than half a year, from an ordinary high school student to where he stood now, relied entirely on the contract. Zhang Fuxing pondered silently, realizing that all this time he had not been trading but harming external things to benefit himself, which was soul sovereignty, the heavens, water and fire, decay and flourish. After lightly uttering the words said, suddenly, that light, that splendid light, that glorious light, those wondrous scenes, all divine apparitions, strange phenomena, in an instant, vanished completely. All receded back into the young man's shell. The sound of the Tao lingered, echoing throughout Yin Chang'an. All past events, all bygone happenings, became part of his position as an innate spiritual being, became his path. The title of Tai Ching, the position of Buddha, the technique of fully, all external things came to serve me, and I will forever just be me, and external things will always just be external things. This is his own path. But Zhang Fuxing knew he must not let the Supremes know this. So he chose self-deprecation and did not immediately conform to the path of soul sovereignty. Or, in more precise terms, what should be called my path, or more accurately, the only path. Zhang Fuxing transformed into an innate spiritual being, symbolizing the only path, but he communicated with the chaotic bell on the yin side of the divine realm, using the chaotic bell to conceal all abilities, hiding this path as well. A roar rose from the void, the primordial of Fuli technique, the cause and effect technique, the Buddha technique, the Tai Ching technique, the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate technique. Various techniques manifested, conforming to the only, evolving into a gigantic, inconceivable wheel of many Tao, quietly suspended behind the young man, quietly turning. The other shore world no longer trembled. Yin Chang'an also fell into dead silence. In the silence, the sloppy old man, Li Yi, and Luo Cheng looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what had happened. The former gazed at the young man with the rotating great wheel of many Tao behind him, attempting to call out, but the young man remained motionless, simply sitting cross-legged in the void, only the wheel quietly rotating, growing denser and deeper with every turn, and everything in Yin Chang'an flowing toward the wheel of many Tao with each rotation. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. Zhang Fuxing remained with eyes tightly closed, chaotic light floating under him, the primordial cloud swirling at the ancestral acupoint of his brow, while the contract silently radiated light from somewhere unknown. He seemed to be asleep, forming a true Tao name of his own. Zhang Fuxing fell into complete silence, sitting in the void, the wheel behind him unmoving. The three watching him couldn't help but form an answer in their minds. The person before them was not the world-honored one Buddha, not an ancient Taoist, not a Buddha. It should be called, Li Yi murmured. Yes, this is the name. It seemed like it was always like this, as if it should have always been so. At the same time, the Jiuzhong mountain range suddenly shook, rocks rolled, and the earth split apart. The 1,000-mile Xiaoling opened today. The closed-eyed Yuan Fei Dao suddenly began to glow, and the Methodiot Buddha statue abruptly cracked. Chapter 489, 325, Refining the Grand Cosmos, the Day of Breaking the Cocoon. Chapter 489, Chapter 325, Refining the Grand Cosmos, the Day of Breaking the Cocoon. The entire Yin Chang'an shook at this moment. Amidst the violent sway, Li Yi looked around in panic, supporting each other with Luo Cheng. Beside them, the scruffy old man, who was at least a celestial human, managed to stabilize himself completely, looked up solemnly. Li Yi instinctively looked up and saw celestial light floating above, inscribed with the arcane array buried within the rock layer. Cracking. The vibration of the rock layers intensified, and a resonance from above descended. The voices of Yuan Tiandao and Wei Bushi reverberated downwards, penetrating the earth, tearing the land apart. Then, the rock layers collapsed, huge rocks emitting celestial light, bearing remnants of arrays, rolled down. Smoke and dust swept down in vast waves. Li Yi instinctively activated her vision technique. Misty clarity clouded her eyes. She looked around in confusion, seeing the old man sitting before the Buddha statue, shining incredibly brightly, seeing the Buddha statue vast and boundless, seeing within the fractured land things manifest as both law and heavenly. She instinctively turned her gaze to the youth in the Taiji Hall. Unexpectedly, the youth with the slowly rotating wheel behind him had not a trace of light on him. Instead, seemed like a black hole, devouring all brilliance from every direction. What was going on? Li Yi didn't know, nor could she understand it thoroughly. She heard the rumbling, saw the rock layers thoroughly splitting to both sides, saw the black hole-like youth suddenly plummet to the ground, with the rotating wheel behind him vanishing, becoming ordinary, extremely common. Then, silk threads, unknown threads grew out of the void, wrapping around the youth's circle after circle, eventually forming a divine cocoon. She asked bewilderedly. The divine cocoon seemed to be nurturing that terrifying existence. Precisely what is being nurtured? In her confusion, light simply shone through from the split in the rock layers overhead. The roar came from above. The blind old man holding a corner of the celestial book was trembling, while the Buddha, the belly hiding the future 9 netherworld in the Mithra Buddha statue, yet birthed more and more cracks. The belly's 9 netherworld also began to tremble violently, tearing open. Li lastly saw there were people, many people, coming down from the cracked rock layer, celestial humans rushing to seize opportunities, the blind man with a cane and the elderly holding a long sword, the yellow-teethed old man accompanied by a maiden, and a young couple. Also a figure cloaked in fog, seemingly with 3 heads and 6 arms. In Chang'an, it was tumultuous and heavenly. On February 6th, the sky was overcast, the chill of spring. The imperial mausoleum opened, and opportunities emerged. Zhang Fuxing was immersed in the boundless Tao rhythm. He muttered lowly, sensing himself transforming into an innate spiritual being, perceiving the Tao he had achieved. In truth, he was betting on the truth of what the Eastern Emperor and the Celestial Emperor claimed, that even Supremes found it difficult to gaze upon the present, betting his Tao could be truly hidden away. But whether he won that bet, Zhang Fuxing didn't know. He sat cross-legged atop his sea of spirituality, not the divine realm, but his most fundamental, most primal spiritual world and sea. He quietly contemplated, calmly fused. Zhang Fuxing slowly came to understand. This is a path rejected by all creatures. Unique path, singular path, seeking only self-certification, considering all external things as nourishment, a truly self-sustaining route. The so-called unique means absolutely singular, also implying everything is unique, especially the latter. Zhang Fuxing realized in his heart, this path is extremely dangerous, opposite to everything, rejected by all creatures, and even the other paths. Likewise, it would be likely rejected by the Supremes, because being unique, destined to stand against all things, yet is also his current opportunity to rid himself of the Supremes. Zhang Fuxing sat cross-legged on his spiritual sea, his gaze bright. Since I am this path, how could I still be someone else? Shouldn't others be me? He exhaled, his spiritual sea swaying, himself transforming into the symbol of the unique path. Meanwhile, external things upon him were quietly being assimilated. Central Pole sect leader, world-honored Tathagata, Tai Ching, primordial of Fuli, human ancestor position. It's everything and everything. Yet, Zhang Fuxing didn't forcibly assimilate these things into himself. Though it expose himself, the Supremes will definitely notice. What will happen then? I don't know, but it certainly won't be good. These external objects are all assimilated by him into the subordinate path of the soul path, the wheel path, specifically that will of all things. Zhang Fuxing's eyes were bright, but when the opportunity arises, I can immediately integrate the multitude of things on the wheel into myself. He clapped his hands and smiled. He has finally found the way to break the impasse, although he still doesn't know what the impasse is. All Supremes want me to become someone else. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself. The only flaw now is that the Eastern Emperor might notice 1 or 2, but it's unlikely, because the other party just suffered a backlash. He shook his head, thinking nothing further, while silently transforming into an innate spiritual being, aligning with the soul path while also feigning alignment with the will path. At the same time, he also observed the vast cosmos in the void. Zhang Fuxing smiled, surveying the contract. In the past month, the High Heaven Association members from the Golden Province provided him with a considerable amount of taxes, including spiritual cultivation, technique cultivation, and cultivation time. Not much, 1,700 years of cultivation time. but it's entirely sufficient for refining the universe. Nowadays, I'm not the same person with extremely poor talent from before. Moreover, refining the universe and worlds is cultivation for the venerable realm. Thoughts trigger the light orb. 1700 years of cultivation time quietly envelopes him. The first year, I begin refining this vast, expansive universe. The 500th year, under the support of the primordial cloud, I successfully touch the nucleus of the universe with my divine thought. The 800th year, this extremely large universe is about to be initially refined. It can merge into my divine realm. The 1000th year, I have succeeded such a large universe. Ordinary venerables wouldn't dare to refine it, as even initial refinement might take millions of years. But for me, it only takes 1,000 years. The immense universe slowly merges with my divine realm, transforming into my blessed land, Buddha country. Next, as long as it is completely refined, and I become a great saint spirit within it, I can start attempting to break into the great power domain in the vast void. That large universe visible across the myriad realms quietly vanished. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, I thought for a long time, finally transforming this universe into the first star atop the celestial vault of my divine realm. My divine realm is vibrating, though merely initial refinement, refining only one part, yet every gesture still contains 1/10 the power of the entire universe. The 1700th year, I have refined 3 parts of this ancient universe with a casual punch. It can carry 3 parts of the weight of this ancient universe, 1700 years end. Here, Zhang Fuxing expressed some regret, as other venerables only need to fully refine a realm to start peeking into the great power domain. But it's different for him. Besides complete refinement, he also needs to become a great saint spirit. Weaver, Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, quietly sensing the earth-shattering power within himself. Ordinary venerables refine merely small realms of several thousand miles in width, and their gestures carry the weight, essence, and native being's support of that realm, whereas the one he refined is a true universe spanning billions of light years, encompassing countless star clusters. How strong is he now? Zhang Fuxing doesn't know. He murmured, recalling the white-haired elder establishing a rule with one statement, temporarily changing an area's rules, prohibiting the sword. Naturally, the opposing party could also prohibit the universe's support. But against a great power, Zhang Fuxing felt somewhat excited, believing that a great power might happen to swiftly obliterate him. Yet likewise, the cosmic support and heaven-cleaving sword aura might enable him to instantly destroy a weaker great power. Everything depends on who acts first. Integrating with the soul path is nearly complete. Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyelids, recalling precisely what the Eastern Emperor said. Supreme seek further advancement. Achieving Tao fruit, it requires all supports to merge into oneself. Isn't this precisely his path? He swept away his thoughts, telling himself so, keenly aware of the earth-shattering changes seemingly occurring outside. At this very moment, the Maitreya Buddha statue had completely split, its belly in the 9 netherworld also trembling, and a certain divine mountain within the 9 netherworld had collapsed. Souls from the past were rushing forth, returning from 10,000 years in the future to the present. Bronze sculptures within Yin Chang'an suddenly shivered. Bronze color fading, human skin emerging. Yin Chang'an, also transforming into the true golden age Chang'an, noisy with human voices. Nez's avatar stood in the corner of Chang'an, quietly, observing everything. His gaze then shifted to the imperial palace, where in a shattered hall was a gigantic divine cocoon. The divine cocoon gently trembled, as if the things inside were about to emerge. Chapter 490 326, bearing the wheel of reincarnation, confronting the Northern Emperor. Chapter 490, Chapter 326, bearing the wheel of reincarnation, confronting the Northern Emperor. Damn my update schedule, there's still another chapter soon. Li Xun knitted his brows tightly, pulling Cui Linglong into the corner of Chang'an City, speaking in a low voice. Cui Linglong silently nodded, her face also showing a look of alarm. At this moment, looking around, the lifelike bronze statues on the long street and in the houses were actually coming to life. The hawker picked up his carrying pole again. Vendors were still shouting in ancient accents. Smoke curled from the houses. Children chased and played in the street, singing nursery rhymes. It seemed that everything was unchanged from countless ages ago. The citizens of Chang'an City were unaware that the world had changed greatly. Even as the bronze figures came to life, the collapsed layers of rock above, unknowingly rendered by an inexplicable array, had turned into the appearance of blue skies and white clouds, with the sun hanging high while a spring breeze, full of earthy fragrance and vitality, blew. Chui Linglong subconsciously wiped her sweat, noticing that passers-by looked at the two of them strangely. Their clothing was out of place. No, it's not just them. Over 100 celestial humans scattered throughout Chang'an City were being scrutinized with strange, peculiar looks, and some citizens even reported to the authorities. From a distance, Li Shiyuan and Chui Linglong saw armored soldiers questioning a celestial, human-level great cultivator. The latter raised his hand, about to reduce the soldiers to dust, but then, under the gaze of some celestial, human-level great cultivators, the leader of the 10-man squad retreated, his eyes wide with anger, pointing his sword to the sky, shouting, "How dare you cause chaos in Chang'an?" Clearly, he was just a little martial artist of the 4th or 5th refinement level, but with his rebuke over Chang'an City, purple energy surged forth, crashing down. The celestial human's expression changed drastically. His spiritual sense went into a frenzy, warning him to flee, but he was shocked to find himself stripped of all power, turning into a complete ordinary person. In terror, he looked up, only to see the purple energy turning into chains one after another, fiercely piercing through him. The celestial human roared in pain, struggling fiercely, yet it didn't cause the slightest ripple. Under the gaze of jaw-dropping eyes, the celestial, human-level great cultivator was apprehended by about 10 patrolling soldiers just like that. Immediately, many celestial humans in the city quieted down. In the corner, Chui Linglong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, speaking with a tremor in her voice. Chui Linglong was puzzled. She took a deep breath and continued to ask. Li Shiyuan's face was somber as water. Chui Linglong seemed to understand a little, then asked. Li Shiyuan gently exhaled a turbid breath, his gaze traversing half of Chang'an City, falling into the Taiji Hall of the Imperial Palace. He scanned over the constantly wriggling divine cocoon, staring at the 18 stew boxes, a bone-deep hatred flashing in his eyes. Li Shiyuan pulled Chui Linglong, carefully protecting her as they retreated out of Chang'an City. Chui Linglong listened to her husband's string of incomprehensible words, but did not ask, just nodded silently. Following Li Shiyuan out of Chang'an City, looking back at the city now, the purple energy above, it was as rich as a surging river. It seemed like thunder resounding. Li Shiyuan's expression changed as he looked up, speaking low. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, Yellow-Teeth Old Man led Jiang Feinio, trying to sneak into the Imperial Palace, but failed. It wasn't because of the celestial steel in front of the Taiji Hall, but because as they approached the Imperial Palace, all magic and mysteries simultaneously lost effect. He stopped with Jiang Feinio outside the Imperial Palace, speaking in a low voice. Jiang. Feinio's expression tensed. Yellow-Teeth Old Man shook his head with deep meaning, saying, Jiang Feinio's face changed drastically. The Institute can, to the greatest extent, receive all of the Federation's resources preferentially, its priority even surpassing the War Department, Observatory Investigation Bureau, and other 9 departments. Its deep foundation of many years is frightening. Equally, the Institute also suppresses a particularly special true spirit, revived from the old world. Jiang Feinio spoke with a tremor in her voice. Teacher, are you sure? Yellow-Teeth Old Man remained calm and composed, saying, Jiang Feinio heavily nodded, pursing her lips, an unprecedented solemnity appearing on her face. No one knew better than her the terror of that ancient being. Chapter 491, 326, Bearing the Wheel of Reincarnation, Confronting the Northern Emperor. Chapter 491. Chapter 326, Bearing the Wheel of Reincarnation, Confronting the Northern Emperor. She spoke in a low tone, crouched down, and traced crooked lines in the sandy ground, connecting them into a mysterious array. The array was forming, with a hazy light appearing, establishing a special passage directly to the main courtyard. Jiang Feinio murmured, her face growing increasingly somber, finally making a resolute decision, biting her finger and letting the blood fall into the sacrificial array. The blood flowed along the crooked lines, the light gradually growing intense. And it was at this moment the thunderous sound echoed in all directions, becoming all the more thunderous. The yellow-teethed old man squinted to see that before the split grand hall in the imperial palace stood several figures. There were many soul spirits emerging from the swaying Buddha statue. The old man's face at the statue's front revealed an expression of extreme agony. With the louder the thunderous sound, the greater his pain became. And above, among the split layers of rock, 20, for seemingly ordinary civilians were being lowered by the clouds and mist. In a corner of Chang'an, Nez's incarnation glanced up, a grim look flashing across his face. The 24 figures, he recognized them all, from the glorious Tang of the old world, from the Lingyan Pavilion established by the human lord of the past Tang dynasty. These are the 24 of Lingyan Pavilion. But now the 24 only had their shells, and the soul spirits had not yet returned. Yet, Nez's incarnation fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man leading the 24. Famous general of the Great Tang, or rather, the earthly form of the great general of the celestial court. Li Jing. Nez's incarnation instinctively clenched his fist. His 3 heads showed wrathful faces, and each of his 6 arms wielded phantom weapons, almost wanting to strike immediately. He instructed himself, continuing to gaze at the imperial palace and at the cracking Mithra Buddha statue. The Buddha statue's trembling grew increasingly violent. In front of the Buddha statue, Yuan Tiandao leaned on a cane with one hand and held the corner of the celestial book with the other, speaking to himself. Beside him, Wei Bushi nodded, staring into the 9 netherworld within the Buddha statue's belly, vaguely able to see a towering figure standing on the bridge of helplessness. He spoke softly. The true spirit of the emperor is about to awaken. Yuan Tiandao, with hollow eyes, looked at the seated, visibly pained Yuan Feidao, sighed lightly. He showed a look of loneliness on his face. The 2 brothers had never actually had a conflict. What they were vying for was who would become this vessel for the descent. The younger brother was quicker by a step. Thus, the one who died was the younger brother. Yuan Tiandao sighed deeply. In that sigh, in the belly of Mithra, within the 9 netherworld, standing on the bridge of helplessness, the Emperor Tang, who had been waiting for Zhang Fuxing to take him out, suddenly showed a lonely expression and sighed softly. He spoke calmly to himself, leaning on a long sword with both hands, standing on the ancient bridge, gazing at the crumbling divine mountain from which countless soul spirits were escaping. Beneath the divine mountain was a great tomb, 1,000-mile Zhaoling. But it wasn't his tomb. It was the tomb of the Master of the Stars. It was the tomb of the Northern Emperor. The Northern Emperor had been sealed in the 9 netherworld, unable to step out of the great tomb, unable to step out of the 9 netherworld. The Emperor Tang understood all that had happened before and after. It turned out all along the Northern Emperor had been sealed to death, unable to step out of the great tomb, unable to step out of the 9 netherworld. Therefore, the Northern Emperor needed 2 transfers. One transfer to make his true spirit descend into the 9 netherworld from the tomb. That was himself. That was himself standing in the 9 netherworld. Then to use himself as a medium, one thread of will to descend upon the vessel outside the 9 netherworld. The Emperor Tang spoke coldly, raising the long sword, placing it across his neck, about to commit suicide. But the sword's edge could not cut down no matter what. First, his hands lost control, followed by his legs, his shell. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind, sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, thought. The six senses were being taken over one by an inexplicable, terrifying will. A calm voice echoed in the Emperor Tang's mind, and he let out a final bitter laugh. Then, the soul-spirit mind within the shell was squeezed into a narrow corner by a terrifying and limitless will. The new true spirit had already taken control of this body, dominated this residual soul. The Emperor Tang closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he was already the Northern Emperor, namely, the great sovereign of the Central Heavenly Palace, and Northern Ziwei, the Northern Emperor, ruling over the Northern Star, evaluating the records of calamities, ruling the underworld, curbing the Yin ghosts and demons. The Nine Netherworld was inherently his domain. The Emperor raised his head, wielding the human Emperor's sword, swinging it upwards. A majestic purple aura swept out, instantly suppressed by an unknown giant array. The Northern Emperor smiled, looking at the revolving giant array above his tomb, speaking to himself, a single giant array, even placing the Nine Netherworld 100,000 years into the future, placing it within Mithria's belly. The Northern Emperor calmly extended his hand, pointing beyond the Nine Netherworld. Thunder rolled, and the souls of the 24 from Lingyan Pavilion flowed out from his sleeve, surging out of the Nine Netherworld, descending outside. 24 figures standing before the Taiji Hall, bewildered and looking around. Zhangsun Wuji, Wei Zheng, Yuqi Jingda. Up to Li Jing. The 24 suddenly opened their eyes. The weaker ones emanated an aura of the venerate level. And at the forefront, Li Jing unleashed an energy comparable to the great power. The grand sound echoed as purple aura surged in Chang'an City, while celestial humans seeking fortune wailed and perished. Chapter 492, 326, Bearing the Revolving Wheel, Confronting the Northern Emperor. Chapter 492, Chapter 326, Bearing the Revolving Wheel, Confronting the Northern Emperor. The yellow-teethed old man shouted at Jiang Fanio, and then, under the rush of purple energy, he too turned into useless scrap iron. He was nothing more than a celestial human-level puppet, devoid of flesh and blood. But the corpses of the other celestial humans condensed into streams of blood shining with immortal light, intertwining before the Taiji Hall. And thus, the sacrificial formation was completed. More than 100 celestial humans served as sacrifices, and Yuan Fei Dao, who had been offering to the Mithria Buddha statue for 40 years, served as the guide. Yuan Fei Dao opened his eyes, his aura rising steadily, no longer suppressing himself, ascending to godhood in a single step. At the moment of ascension, he took out the celestial position of the heavenly shooter he had long prepared. Yet he did not merge with it, but used it as a basis to further attract the celestial position of the Nine Unlikes. The celestial position upon him, with the divine abilities of the Nine Unlikes, prostrated on the ground, listening with his ears. The sacrificial formation rotated, the sound of the Tao echoed, and Yuan Fei Dao truly heard the Tao's sound from the Nine Netherworld 10,000 years in the future. Since he heard it, a cause and effect was established. With this hearing as the cause and effect, a terrifying will descended. Chang'an City suddenly became stagnant. Officials, soldiers, aristocratic families, common people, all held their silence at this moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under the tense gazes of countless eyes, Yuan Fei Dao, who was prostrating on the ground, stood up. His aged visage gradually regained youth. Finally, what appeared was not the youthful appearance of Yuan Fei Dao, but a middle-aged man with a divine presence like jade. It was the Northern Emperor. Yuan Tiandao, Wei Bushi, among the 24 others, all prostrated in a bow, and the palace maids, ministers, and guards in the imperial palace also kneeled to the ground. The Northern Emperor exhaled a turbid breath. A frail body. Where's the Yama Hall I left behind in those days? No one answered. The Northern Emperor furrowed his brows. He was merely a wisp of will descending upon this body, and after breaking through the giant formation suppression, tens of thousands of years, in Mithria's belly, His will had been weakened countless times, far from having his body's great divine abilities, naturally incapable of being nearly omniscient and omnipotent. The Northern Emperor spoke calmly, hands placed behind his back. The authoritative voice echoed in the imperial palace, as Yuan Tiandao, prostrating on the ground, rasped out. The Northern Emperor spoke coldly. No one answered, but Li Yi and Luo Cheng, prostrate on the ground, unconsciously glanced at the distant Taiji Hall. The Northern Emperor keenly sensed this, looking back. He then saw the split Taiji Hall, the scattered grand celestial constellation array, and that single divine cocoon and 6 empty food boxes. The Northern Emperor's expression darkened. The 24 food boxes were prepared for his return. With them all consumed, even if weakened to a mere mortal will, he could immediately form an innate spiritual being's body and instantly step into the 4th realm of the divine path, the level of a true saint. Then, with the cultivation of a true saint, plus the techniques and laws he mastered, sweeping the contemporary era would be easy. Suppressing celestial venerates and Buddhas of the divine path 5th realm would be no challenge. But with 6 empty boxes, it could at most restore him to the level of a great divine power user. Hoping to counterattack celestial venerates and Buddhas with the body of a great divine power user, it would be difficult. And that divine cocoon. The Northern Emperor squinted. At this moment, he was equivalent to merely a venerate, inheriting only Yuan Feidao's essence, qi, and spirit, and could not see more. But the techniques and laws he mastered vastly surpassed those of a mere venerate. The Northern Emperor closed his eyes, reopened them, and within them, the internal celestial constellation unfolded. Under the starlight, the divine cocoon within became clear. After a moment of silence, the Northern Emperor's calm voice addressed the being within the divine cocoon. Silence, more silence. After a long while, accompanied by a crisp, shattering sound, a large crack emerged in the massive divine cocoon, the crack widening as silken layers peeled off until the divine cocoon was split in two, all silken strands also falling away. A divine-looking youth stood within the Taiji Hall. Li Jing arose, standing behind the Northern Emperor, shouted the question. Even though he was merely the wisp of true spirit of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king's descended body, he had not been weakened or limited like the Northern Emperor, and with his initial awakening, he already possessed the level of great power. A single shout brought forth rolling thunderstorms. Surging thunder tides capable of killing a venerate rushed forward, extending into the Taiji Hall, and rolled towards the handsome youth from all directions. But as they neared the youth's body, a massive, ancient, and weathered rotating wheel suddenly appeared, hovering behind the youth, inscribed with countless mystical runes, each one emitting immortal light, accompanied by intense chaotic hues, and as the rotating wheel spun, all the thunder tides suddenly ceased, devoured completely in an instant by the rotating wheel. The youth, smiling, extended a finger at the tip of which thunder flashed, the very thunder just consumed by the rotating wheel. The Northern Emperor spoke coldly. Zhang Fuxing smiled and replied, "The rotating wheel is one of the innate divine abilities he gained after transforming into an innate spiritual being, capable of entrusting everything he has learned and gained onto it. Under the wheel, circulating endlessly, cycling over and over, all he has learned and achieved are perfectly integrated within the wheel, unleashing powers far surpassing what he had before." Li Jing shouted, "Dare you arrogantly address His Majesty as a Taoist friend?" The rebuking voice thundered throughout the vast Chang'an city. Zhang Fuxing remained calm, standing before the Taiji Hall, also blocking the Northern Emperor from retrieving the food boxes, the purple robe, and the suspended sword. He brushed his sleeve and spoke calmly. As he finished speaking, the rotating wheels slowly ground forward, revealing a Ninjong Bodhi radiating Buddha's light, Brahma's sound swirling, a golden spring gushing forth. The calm on the Northern Emperor's face disappeared completely, and Li Jing gasped in astonishment. The two sides confronted each other at the Taiji Hall. In the sky, majestic purple energy gradually gathered like an endless sea. Chapter 493, 327. Why not let Taoist friend Tai Ching bear witness? Chapter 493. Chapter 327. Why not let Taoist friend Tai Ching bear witness? Purple chi surged and pressed on the east of Chang'an, while Buddha's light surged on the west of Chang'an. Neza's incarnation raised his head, gazing at the purple chi and Buddha's light in the sky locked in a stalemate, and gently exhaled. So there really is someone seated in the celestial position of Buddha, he murmured, a solemn look appearing on his face, making every effort to hide his form. Even his 3 heads and 6 arms were curled up. This is not the right time to show himself. The same thought echoed in Li Shuyuan's mind. He, along with Chui Ling Long, hid far away from Chang'an, gazing at the purple chi and Buddha's light. Beside him, Chui Ling Long softly asked. Li Shuyuan took a deep breath, suppressing the deep-seated hatred in his eyes, and spoke in a low voice. He closed his eyes. Li Shuyuan hated Buddha and also hated the Northern Emperor. At the moment, it seems that this world venerate is definitely not the resurgent Buddha Shakyamuni, but the Northern Emperor is truly the Northern Emperor. He spoke softly. The Northern Emperor is the foremost of the Daluo beings. Chui Ling Long remained silent. She didn't know what Daluo was, nor what Supreme meant, but she could feel the bitterness in her husband's heart, so she extended her hand, gently patting Li Shuyuan's back. Li Shuyuan opened his mouth, his face tinged with even more bitterness. He took a breath and spoke again, as if narrating to Chui Ling Long, yet also to himself. As he narrated, Li Shuyuan trembled slightly, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memory. With a look of anguish appearing on his face, Chui Ling Long pursed her lips and said nothing, continuing to gently pat his back. The purple chi in the sky grew even denser. Outside the other shore world, Kong Shintong held the exquisite treasure tower, questioning the true spirit suppressed and confined within. Neza's true spirit replied gloomily. His thoughts were very clear. With the exquisite treasure tower in this guy's hand, he still had a chance to escape. But if it went back to old man Li Jing's hand again? Neza pursed his lips. Kong Shintong asked curiously. Taking a deep breath, Neza's true spirit finally spoke. Kong Shintong was startled for a moment, then nodded. Neza interrupted. Kong Shintong's pupils suddenly contracted. The first of the Daluo? After only brief contemplation, he unhesitatingly turned around with the exquisite treasure tower. I must report back to the speaker. Neza's true spirit nodded gloomily. In Chang'an, Imperial Palace, Taiji Hall. A handsome young man stood at the entrance of Taiji Hall. Behind him, numerous Taoist wheels slowly rotated, causing the void to shatter and split. Beside him, a Ninjong Bodhi swayed gently in the wind. Both parties were still in a standoff. The Northern Emperor gazed at the handsome young man he had never seen before, mulling over the name Zhang Fuxing, equally unheard of. Who exactly was this mighty person from the old world? Could it be a supreme being? No, it couldn't be. The supreme being could not possibly appear at this time. The Northern Emperor narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently. As he spoke, the purple chi in the sky surged even more violently, faintly showing signs of overpowering Buddha's light. Though he was a venerate at this moment, he also commanded the entire Chang'an city, wielding the fullest potential of the human path. Zhang Fuxing remained expressionless, smiling as he said. The Northern Emperor stood with hands behind his back, calmly spoke. The rolling purple chi in the sky began to push back the Buddha's light, the purple hue breaking through the Buddha's light and Brahma's sound, illuminating Zhang Fuxing's face. Zhang Fuxing also responded with calmness. Behind him, numerous Taoist wheels turned slowly, chaotic lights spurted, and the imaginary position ascended. The purple chi suddenly retreated 100 miles. How could the momentum of the human path possibly suppress the human ancestor? The Northern Emperor's gaze flickered, moving past the handsome young man, landing on the food box, hanging sword, and purple garment. As his words fell, Li Jing understood intuitively. Stepping forward, his imposing manner like a tidal wave sweeping forward. Simultaneously, the Northern Emperor spoke. The great power's pressure bore down. Zhang Fuxing seemed like a small boat in a storm, swaying yet not capsizing. He was slightly surprised in his heart, knowing that this Li Jing, though just a great power now, was absolutely incomparable to ordinary great powers. After all, he was once a king in the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court, under the gaze of numerous eyes, the other 23 people of the Lingyan Pavilion also approached. Yuan Tiandao, lifting a piece of the Celestial Book, Wei Bushi holding the dragon-slaying sword. The handsome young man leisurely said, "The second celestial position suddenly appeared. It was the royal heaven position, gifted by the true celestial emperor to the upstream creature. The 6 imperial lords of the Celestial Court, Eastern Qinghua, Southern Changsheng, Western Gaochen, Northern Ziwei, and then there was Royal Heaven Hutu. One resided above, one below. With the emergence of the Royal Heaven position, even though it did not blend with Zhang Fuxing's essence, qi, and spirit, both the Northern Emperor and Li Jing's expressions changed drastically, especially the latter, whose blooming great powers seemed to inexplicably diminish, step back, and diminish again by 3 points. After all, he was a minister of the Celestial Court. Royal Heaven. The Northern Emperor uttered lowly, a hint of apprehension finally appearing on his face. Zhang Fuxing grinned, lightly looking towards Li Jing, and mockingly asked, "When did a minister of the Central Celestial Court join the Northern Celestial Court?" Li Jing stood there rigidly, soaked in cold sweat, under the royal heaven's might. Even breathing became difficult. He felt guilty in his heart. The spiritual auras of both sides continued to clash and stalemate, causing the Grand Imperial Palace to begin to crumble, as the Northern Emperor asked one last question. With each word in question, Zhang Fuxing's smile faded, and he suddenly realized that the Northern Emperor might have guessed something. After a moment of silence, the position of the Bodhi tree, progenitor of the human path, and the celestial position of the Celestial Emperor all quietly gathered into the myriad path wheel. Zhang Fuxing clapped his sleeves as if he were a sword blade, standing before the Taiji Hall. Then he said, the majestic voice rolled to the surroundings. Zhang Fuxing had long used the spiritual imprint left quietly on Li Shiyuan to hear everything the other had said. He naturally understood what the Northern Emperor was really after. The only thing that confused him was, who was Li Shiyuan? Why did he hate the Buddha, the Northern Emperor, and the immortals and Buddhas so much? The Northern Emperor lowered his eyelids. Zhang Fuxing chuckled softly, saying nothing, as the feathered immortal slaying sword appeared in his hand, lightly tossed. The feathered immortal slaying sword stood before the crowd. He spoke calmly, seeing the Northern Emperor with the intention of stepping directly across. He spread his hands again. The nailhead 7 arrows book appeared in his palm. The Northern Emperor withdrew his raised foot silently. His expression was solemn, even more unable to comprehend the person before him. The less he understood, the more he dreaded. The Northern Emperor spoke calmly. Zhang Fuxing merely smiled in silence, turned and grabbed a food box, finishing the stewed meat inside. Then the second food box, the third, the fourth, until the remaining 18 food boxes were all eaten clean. Though he indeed couldn't contain such vast energy, the myriad path wheel could store the terrifying water nature, divine essence, and merit purple chi within. Not eating it would be a waste. Outside the Taiji Hall, the Northern Emperor's expression was extremely ugly but soon returned to normal. He spoke slowly and deeply. Zhang Fuxing, satisfied, burped, and did not answer but asked, "Where is Emperor Tang?" He gazed at the Northern Emperor, speaking calmly. "I promised Erfing to sever the ties between you and him, and let him go." The Northern Emperor squinted and asked. Zhang Fuxing replied. Zhang Fuxing firmly refused. "Northern Emperor, do you really have a means to fight to the end with me now?" Zhang Fuxing sneered coldly. The Northern Emperor's face remained expressionless. "You seem to know quite a lot, fellow Taoist." Zhang Fuxing smiled, but did not answer. This information he had just inquired about from the Eastern Emperor's head. Actually, to face off against the Northern Emperor, Zhang Fuxing estimated he would lose miserably. After all, this was the foremost of Daluo, Emperor Ziwei of the North Pole, the one closest to the supreme fruit position. But he bet that the Northern Emperor didn't dare to fight to the death, didn't dare to act recklessly. The more powerful the person, the more cautious they became. The more cautious they faced the unknown. The silence lasted a long time. The Northern Emperor spoke calmly. Zhang Fuxing coldly asked. The Northern Emperor laughed. Are you pretending to be ignorant, fellow Taoist? Since Emperor Tang is me, how can it be severed? He paused, the smile on his face fading. Zhang Fuxing seemed pensive. After a long silence, asked. The Northern Emperor was startled, and only after a while did he remember who this was. Zhang Fuxing sighed softly. Grandmaster is gone just like that? He closed his eyes. The 24 people beside the Northern Emperor were all ready for battle. The purple chi in the celestial vault grew stronger, and starlit points appeared beside the Northern Emperor, as if evolving into the most ancient primordial stars. The confrontation seemed imminent. The Northern Emperor was clearly very apprehensive, yet indeed had the determination to fight to the death. Seemingly without the Emperor's robe of Ziwei, he couldn't attain the Tao, couldn't achieve the supreme fruit position. The handsome youth suddenly opened his eyes, speaking calmly. The Northern Emperor's expression shifted. What trade? How will it proceed? The youth bearing the myriad path will suddenly smiled. That's simple. The light, drifting voice fell. The Northern Emperor's face changed dramatically. Who? Taoist friend, Tai Ching? He suddenly felt a chill in his heart, instinctively looking up. In the celestial vault, at some point, a phantom grand scene was reflected. It was a profound yellow waterfall that pierced through heaven and earth. It was the majestic Taoist palace at the top of the profound yellow waterfall, or Buzhou, celestial pillar. In front of the Taoist palace, on the plaque, there were only 3 words. 8 Sceneries Palace. Thus, at this moment, inside and outside Chang'an, everything was utterly silent. Yuan Tiandao was sweating like rain. Nez's incarnation was stunned. Li Xiyuan's hair stood on end. And as for the Northern Emperor, he did not speak for a long time, staring at the majestic Taoist palace. Chapter 494, 328. Trading the Northern Emperor westward to seize the scriptures. Chapter 494. Chapter 328. Trading the Northern Emperor westward to seize the scriptures. Merging 2 into 1. Missing words will be counted as taking leave to sort out the state. A chapter will be added on Wednesday. 10,000 miles underground, within the illusionary canopy formed by interwoven arrays. The great sun blazes, the stars of the heavens twinkle, storms swirl, then in the midst of the sky. It seems there is a river apparently confined within a 1,000-mile canopy, yet within sight, infinitely broad and infinitely long. The river is composed of countless threads, but the appearance of the threads is not clear. Upstream of the river, there seems to be palaces, and in the blurred, illusionary great river, there's a profound yellow waterfall surging upwards, far above the river, supporting a palace, the 8 Sceneries Palace. Most people do not know what river this is, but some do know. Li Xuan murmured, with the purest, uncontrollable dread on his face. Beside him, Cui Linglong softly asked. Li Xuan remained dazed, responding instinctively. This is the river of time, the years, and history. He swallowed hard and trembled, saying, the 8 Scenery Palace soaring above the river of time. Cui Linglong's head spun at the mention of the river of years and history. Tai Ching. This time, Li Xuan did not respond directly, but muttered softly. As these words fell in the bewildered gaze of Cui Linglong, Li Xuan suddenly lay flat on the ground, burying his head in the dirt like a trembling ostrich. Cui Linglong was speechless for a long time. The entire Chang'an remained mute for a long time. Only a few beings whispered quietly. Some spoke of Master Tai Ching, and others of infinite celestial venerate, such as the true spirit of Neza, and also Huang Qiuxian, who followed alongside the old governor. Of course, the old governor at this moment has already converted, and is one of the arhats under the Buddha. He, along with the other 44 arhats, were following the command of the world venerate, hiding outside of Chang'an, quietly waiting. But seemingly, they weren't needed. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace before the Taiji Hall, Li Jing was drenched in sweat, utterly speechless. The stronger one is, the more they understand the implication of the words Tai Ching. Even the Northern Emperor could only raise his head and gaze respectfully. The blurred river in the sky was unclear, yet the 8 sceneries Taoist palace above the river had its doors wide open. Chaotic chi was slowly flowing out from it, down the 81 white jade steps, hanging downward to form a chaotic waterfall. As for the scenery within the Taoist palace, ethereal and dim. What the eyes could see, nothing existed. Just an infinitely vast and profound darkness. For a long, long time, the Northern Emperor silently saluted the celestial Taoist palace, without a shadow of doubt. The blurred river, although its countless threads were unseen, was undoubtedly the River of Years. Only one who could observe the full view of the River of Years could be Daluo. Those below Daluo, who had never seen the River of Years, naturally could not create a fake one. And the supreme Taoist charm upon the 8 sceneries palace was unmistakable. Just as eons ago, the Northern Emperor thought back to ages past, to the first visit to the 8 sceneries palace, and once again saluted that Taoist palace. Then with great difficulty, he adjusted his head, reclaiming his gaze, looking towards the handsome young man standing silently, bearing the wheel of the great Tao on his back. Another long silence. As the first of the Daluo, one of the 6 imperial lords of the celestial court, and also one of the oldest beings, though the Northern Emperor was not supreme, he could still converse as equals with many supremes. Even though, in a fleeting, long-erased historical line, he was once the son of Demu Yuanjun. Zhang Fuxing's expression showed no change, seemingly very calm, without a ripple. He simply stood at the cracked doors of the Taiji Hall, amidst the scattered, collapsed array of the circulation, looking into the Northern Emperor's eyes, before saying, the Northern Emperor exhaled a murky breath, no longer looking up at the 8 sceneries palace, which surpassed the limits of ordinary beings' thought processes. He spoke in a deep tone. Upon hearing the Northern Emperor's question, Zhang Fuxing showed a profound smile on his face. He himself didn't know what he should want. Hence, the Northern Emperor's eyelid twitched. What does it mean to spare half? Are these not all mine? He felt a toothache, suddenly certain that this fellow Taoist Fuxing's true self from the old world likely came from the Buddhist sect. It's just unknown whether under Amitabha or Bodhi, or perhaps Buddha, most likely Buddha. Everything and all beings once in their territory, with their eyes closed, all inexplicably belong to them directly. Chapter 495, 328, Trading with the Northern Emperor, Journey West to Seize the Scriptures. Chapter 495, Chapter 328, Trading with the Northern Emperor, Journey West to Seize the Scriptures. Taking a deep breath, the Northern Emperor gritted his teeth, suppressing various emotions, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Pausing slightly, a glint flashed in his eyes. Zhang Fuxing's heart sank, realizing that any mistake could easily expose the truth. At the level of Daluo's marvelous techniques, he truly doesn't understand much. At most what he's heard in the mythologies of his past life, of course, also what the head of the Eastern Emperor once said, the technique exclusively mastered by the Northern Emperor. As his thoughts churned, Zhang Fuxing calmly spoke. The Northern Emperor's expression changed again, staring at Zhang Fuxing. Who exactly are you? Pausing, he seemed to suddenly realize, lightly sighed, and looked up at the 8 sceneries palace for a moment. The Northern Emperor agreed, but Zhang Fuxing shook his head. The Northern Emperor's eye twitched. Zhang Fuxing merely smiled. The Northern Emperor asked in a deep voice. He thought this fellow was somewhat greedy, while calculating from his unknown secret techniques, which ones could preserve. Yet amidst the calculations, the Northern Emperor heard the greedy, blessed, infinite, celestial, venerable speak with a smile. Fellow Taoist may have misunderstood. I am not making excessive demands, but merely following the rules of Taoist friend Tai Ching. Blessed, infinite, celestial, venerable, with an air of indifference, said, As he spoke, Zhang Fuxing was overwhelmed with unstoppable excitement. How many years has the Northern Emperor lived? Incalculable. Since ancient times, it is but an infinite fraction. Knowing that such a character must have experienced countless timelines, countless versions of history. In the river of time, there are infinite threads, and only the topmost thread represents the present, while the other threads are the original history before each change. For example, himself, after knocking on the gate of the past thousands of times, in a certain sense, also created thousands of threads, thousands of different timelines, history lines. Just as Zhang Fuxing was overwhelmed with thoughts, a look of confusion appeared on the Northern Emperor's face. Cultivation. At first, he was puzzled, and then truly changed color in astonishment. A most ancient witness of infinite history actually showed shock at this moment. The Northern Emperor spoke dryly, exchanging cultivation time. No wonder Taoist friend Tai Ching can reflect in the present. No wonder you invite Taoist friend Tai Ching for witnessing. Zhang Fuxing's heart stirred. It seemed the Northern Emperor also knew of the contract's existence. "Oh, contract, what exactly are you?" Amid confusion, Zhang Fuxing heard the Northern Emperor take a deep breath, continue speaking. Zhang Fuxing's heart sank. "What?" The Northern Emperor continued. Zhang Fuxing smiled. A blink of time, the Northern Emperor's expression darkened. Zhang Fuxing's smile remained cold. His face unchanged, calmly responded. His heart was thumping. "How many years?" 12,900 years. 2 marvelous techniques, 2 blinks, is nearly 26,000 years. From the first use of the contract until now, from ordinary person to the present, all the consumed time accumulated, Zhang Fuxing has not reached 26,000 years. This number is too vast for him. Zhang Fuxing spoke softly. The Northern Emperor nodded, said. Upon hearing, Zhang Fuxing wasted no more words, lifted his hand towards the sky, and loudly said. Under each gaze, they instinctively looked up with reverence towards the Taoist palace in the sky. The 8 sceneries palace was extremely profound, fundamentally unclear, but they could see faint chaotic light emanating from within. This chaotic light was not intense, yet carried an indescribable high essence. Light and shadow intertwined beneath the celestial vault, forming a grand contract, reflecting within the mortal world. The grand contract was blurred. Ordinary people could not spy on its contents. Only the Northern Emperor and Zhang Fuxing could comprehend. What Zhang Fuxing exchanged with 12 platters containing 36 peaches of immortality, the Emperor's robe of Ziwei, and the hanging sword within Taiji Hall, for the Northern Emperor's secret technique of sever my binding path. He also received a shift star change constellation. Great divine technique along with 12,900 years of cultivation history, and another flight and spot trace great divine technique along with the same cultivation history. Chapter 496, 328, Trading with the Northern Emperor, Westward Journey to Seize the Scriptures. Chapter 496, Chapter 328, Trading with the Northern Emperor, Westward Journey to Seize the Scriptures. Zhang Fuxing forcibly restrained a tremor in his heart. 2 great divine techniques. This Northern Emperor, what a grand gesture! While Zhang Fuxing was delighted, he was also apprehensive. He understood that the Northern Emperor probably provided what he considered not so powerful Dharma gate. Thus, 2 great divine techniques. From this glimpse, how many marvelous techniques and divine techniques does this guy actually master? If just moments ago, he chose to fight to the death with me. Thunder rumbled in his chest, but Zhang Fuxing remained calm-faced, quietly awaiting the completion of the transaction. Hence, the 3 secret techniques and great divine techniques silently entered the cluster of light. The 12 plates of peaches of immortality, Ziwei Emperor's robe, and hanging sword in the Taiji Hall also fell into the hands of the Northern Emperor. Light and shadow faded away. The 8 sceneries palace, along with various visions, also disappeared. The celestial vault returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. It was also at this moment the Northern Emperor revealed a smile, his gaze profound, Zhang Fuxing nodded. The Northern Emperor's eyes were bright and meaningful, saying his words resonated, causing a chill in Zhang Fuxing's heart. In a once altered and overwritten history, the result of the westward expedition for scriptures was that the Great Tang dispatched troops, attacking Ling Mountain. Seeking scriptures? No, it's seizing scriptures. Amidst inner tremors, Zhang Fuxing calmly said. The Northern Emperor smiled. Zhang Fuxing did not hide. He reached out to lift, drawing forth a being from outside Chang'an City, Li Shiyuan. The latter's face was slightly pale, not daring to resist much, as the previous events had nearly frightened the courage out of him. However, the Northern Emperor turned to look at Li Xun, slightly surprised. He clicked his tongue, sighed. Mercy. The Northern Emperor spoke of mercy, yet it was clearly mocking. Zhang Fuxing's face showed no change in expression, though his heart was filled with wonder. What is this? Li Xun, or rather, the true spirit occupying Li Shiyuan's body, was one of the 4 people and 1 horse from the past pilgrimage? Firstly, exclude the great saint. So who exactly is Li Shiyuan? Zhang Fuxing was astonished but did not show it, only said lightly. The Northern Emperor did not refute for once, even raised both hands in agreement, wanting Li Xun to be the sutra taker. The smile on his face was almost overflowing. Zhang Fuxing chuckled, gave Li Xun a profound look, and stepped away. In an instant, he vanished from underground Chang'an. After he left, the smile on the Northern Emperor's face remained. He turned to scrutinize Li Xun, clicking his tongue in marvel. After a pause, the Northern Emperor reached out, gently patted Li Shiyuan's shoulder. Li Xun opened his mouth, but was enveloped by a deep sense of powerlessness, so he just slowly made a gesture of greeting, speaking dryly. The Northern Emperor chuckled. But you are too weak. He captured a peach of immortality, tossed it to Li Xun, and casually pointed. In front of the Taiji Hall, Yuan Tiandao, Wei Bushi, along with some other members of the Yuan family and Wei family, before they could even scream, they were all refined into a pill, also floating in Li Shiyuan's hand. Li Xuan's elites, Wisha Yuanli. Li Xun was silent, made another bow. He deeply buried the hatred in his eyes. The Northern Emperor smiled, turned, and walked into the Taiji Hall, leaving a drifting sentence. As he stepped into the Taiji Hall, the Northern Emperor sat on the Emperor's throne, unknowingly donned the Ziwei Emperor's robe, and the cracked and shattered Taiji Hall was restored to its original state. The 24 people of the Lingyan Pavilion filed into the hall, all prostrating in worship, calling out Emperor. Chapter 497, 328, Trading the Northern Emperor, Westward Seizing the Scriptures. Chapter 497, Chapter 328, Trading the Northern Emperor, Westward Seizing the Scriptures. The Northern Emperor gazed at Li Xun and continued. Li Xun said nothing, silently bowing outside the Taiji Hall. Other Shore Mountain, Divine Realm, within the 8 Sceneries Palace. Zhang Fuxing stood before the gate of the past, quietly observing everything. Tianpeng, he hates Ling Mountain. Zhang Fuxing thought of the 24 boxes of meat, containing both golden cicadas and the pure altar messenger's flesh. So, what happened to the sutra takers of that year? Zhang Fuxing did not know, but he realized that he would soon understand by asking Li Shiyuan in time. Those 24 boxes of meat were meant for the Northern Emperor. Speaking to himself, Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, connected with the contract, and comprehended its secret techniques and 2 great divine techniques. The cut-it-off path naturally needs no mention, allowing one to sever the world venerate, letting one's self hold authority over the other shore world, on Other Shore Mountain. But my true self? I can re-enter the turbulent world, visit the 49 provinces, go to the capital. The only trouble is how to make my true self escape all the gazes, leave the spotlight. After all, the world knows Blessed Life Buddha, and it's likely that the name Blessed Infinite Celestial Venerate will soon spread all over. With a smile blossoming on his face, Zhang Fuxing knew that all things are void, naturally can hide one's presence, for it can cut off even celestial secrets, fading existence itself. But this cause and effect marvelous technique is too consuming. But Zhang Fuxing's gaze settled on two other light clusters. Great divine technique. Move stars and exchange battles. Fly and leave traces. Move stars and exchange battles. One of the 36 great divine techniques of Tiangang can alter star formations, can conceal or change celestial secrets. So the saying goes, when heaven stirs up a killing machine, stars can be shifted, residences changed. Celestial secrets are like heavenly intentions. When the saint enlightens the mind, it becomes a marvelous technique of celestial secrets, a great technique of life and death. Zhang Fuxing laughed quietly, his gaze falling on the light cluster of fly and leave traces. Fly and leave traces. Also one of the 36 great divine techniques of Tiangang, can let one travel within the heavens and earth, roam within the four seas, leaving only a single trace. Where the true self resides is unknowable, untraceable, unseen, exists in the world yet unseen by the world. These two great divine techniques, combined with the cut-it-off path method and some wondrous application of all things are void. Zhang Fuxing was bright-eyed and full of spirit. At that time, he could completely leave the other shore world with another identity without being discovered by powerful beings or the Northern Emperor. Can go to the 49 provinces and even go to the capital. Quietly calculating, Zhang Fuxing was thoughtful. The last cause and effect of my junior apprentice sister points to the capital. Zhang Fuxing breathed out, lowering his eyelids. The capital, gathering ground for powerful beings of the Federation, where the headquarters of the 9 departments are, meaning there are at least 9 great directors within the capital, 9 personalities of great divine techniques level. Going there will surely be very dangerous, but the rewards will also be great. Zhang Fuxing understood that to win against the Northern Emperor, it is impossible to sit idle on Other Shore Mountain. The opponent will eventually discover the clue. At that time, there's also 6 paths of reincarnation in the capital. There are great divine power users. Zhang Fuxing spoke to himself, gaze blazing, thoughts simultaneously landing on 3 light clusters. Thus, the cut-it-off path harmonized with himself. Move stars and exchange battles, fly and leave traces. These 2 great divine techniques and the corresponding 26,000 years had quietly harmonized with himself. He did not want to delay for a moment. Above high heaven, Zhang Fuxing sighed softly. Yuan Feidao and Yuan Tiandao had both fallen. One was occupied with essence, qi, and spirit by the Northern Emperor. Another was refined into an elixir. The 6th and 9th seats thus vacated. And that guy Kong Shuntong, though bodily within high heaven, his mind is not. My spiritual sense is worn multiple times. Zhang Fuxing spoke to himself, quietly digesting near 26,000 years of time, his gaze deepening ever so gradually. In Chang'an. The whole of Chang'an felt like a true ancient, bustling city, packed with people and vehicles. Jiang Feinio had now fled outside Chang'an City, squatting in the mud and sand, holding up a ritual array. She was still performing a ritual, intending to summon some terrifying life from the Academy's main hall. Jiang Feinio repeated over and over. The ritual array was glowing. At the same time, within Taiji Hall, the Northern Emperor, clad in the Emperor's robe of Ziwei, was sitting alone, the vast hall empty, the Northern Emperor with closed eyes, contemplating something unknown. The Northern Emperor muttered to himself, suddenly rifling through the container's body, eventually extracting a token. The Northern Emperor spoke confusedly to himself, examining the immortal Tao rhyme floating within the token. So ordinary, so plain an immortal Tao rhyme. But, vaguely, the Northern Emperor sensed the token pointed to somewhere magnificently unimaginable. And on one side of the token were engraved the words, High Heaven. High Heaven. The Northern Emperor grew even more puzzled. Additional updates on Wednesday. Recommending a book on the side. I, Lord of the Five Viscera, manifested in high martial arts. Non-academic high martial arts, genius stream, does not suppress combat power. Chapter 498, 329. Return to the Homeland. Reunion with Old Friends. 1/2. Chapter 498. Chapter 329. Return to the Homeland. Reunion with Old Friends. 1/2. Immediate follow-up. Year after year, moment after moment, I immerse myself within myriad Tao. As for this year, nearly 260,000 years have passed, nearly 260,000 years, a blink of an eye. It has already become the past. Zhang Fuxing is exceedingly tranquil, at this moment quietly seated on the meditation mat. With just a sigh, the myriad Tao revolving wheel behind him is now emitting grand rays of light. The great divine techniques of shift stars and change constellations and flying transformation have silently engraved upon it. It is this year, this month, this very moment. Two great divine techniques, two minor achievement-level great divine techniques. Zhang Fuxing slowly rose from the meditation mat, yawned, and as he opened his eyes, an ocean of Tao and marvelous principles flickered before him. He carried the myriad Tao revolving wheel, and his steps became extraordinarily heavy, stamping on the 8 sceneries palace's floor tiles, which surprisingly resounded with a rumble. Step by step, again and again. Zhang Fuxing walked extremely slowly, extremely steadily, and when he stood at the entrance of the Taoist palace, he breathed out gently with a sigh and smile on his face. He employed that secret technique of the Northern Emperor, contemplated an unparalleled celestial saber. The celestial saber precisely stroked along the threads of cause and effect, severing them without breaking, like a lotus root breaking but remaining joined. This is the sole flaw in severing Tao to foster me. If there exists one deeply skilled in the wisdom of cause and effect, with careful insight, could possibly trace to the severed Tao body, discovering the location of one's true self. But for Zhang Fuxing, this flaw is not considered a flaw at all. He himself is indeed a true master within the Tao of cause and effect. Accompanying Zhang Fuxing's sharp rebuke, the world-honored One Buddha detached from his true self. Not the kind of detachment, as in one chi becomes 3 pristine ones. The world-honored One Buddha did not transform into another self of Zhang Fuxing, but after severing me, he entrusted it into Sword Tao, transforming into a Tao body. A Tao body fully manipulated by the true self, sharing all powers with the true self, yet ironically unrelated to the true self. If a strong being traces the origins of this Tao body, what they see is only Sword Tao, unless it is one at the level of primordial, celestial, venerable of supreme cause and effect, personally casting their gaze. But Zhang Fuxing did not intend to hide from those supremes. What he needed to hide from was merely the mundane world for now. At this very moment, in the grass hut of Other Shore Mountain, the Tao body of the world-honored one slowly opened his eyes, comfortably seated, summoned Lin Changle, instructed concerning the matter of going to Chang'an 10 days later to bestow the 9-ring scepter and brocade robe. As for Zhang Fuxing, he is quietly transformed, walking out of the 8 sceneries palace, returning from the divine realm to reality, yet descending outside the Other Shore world. Great divine technique is initiated. He stands in the wilderness, stands upon the world plateau, yet it is merely a trace of silhouette, a trace identical in power to the true self. What about the true self? It has already disappeared from reality. Elusive to trace, elusive to observe, elusive to decipher. A youth with a vastly different appearance stands in the wilderness, dressed in coarse linen garments, wearing straw sandals, a bamboo hat on his head, muttering to himself. His gaze is profoundly deep. Lifting his head, watches the celestial vault, watches the starry sky. Divine technique, shift stars and change constellations. Shift stars and change constellations is both a formidable killing move as heaven initiates machination, also a marvelous technique of heaven's secret in number. With this great divine technique, it can take life, it can obscure, alter celestial secrets, even amend the fate of a creature. This is the great divine technique. 36 divine techniques of Tiangang, each terrifyingly potent. Zhang Fuxing now stands alone within the thick fog of the plateau. Yet this fog cannot hinder his gaze. Stars transform at will. He also concocts a perfect set of special celestial secrets, special paths for his true self, real body. Thus, even encountering a mighty adept at divination, personally deducing this body, they would absolutely not trace to world-honored one Buddha and blessed infinite celestial venerate. Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyelids, contemplated briefly, then made a decision. He muttered to himself, "The thick fog all around sways in the wind. There seems to be thunder in the celestial vault above, yet the thunder swiftly falls silent." The youth in coarse linen clothes stretched lazily, walking alone through the fog, walking atop the plateau, step by step. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, his gaze clear and bright. After mastering the divine technique of shift stars and change constellations, under the survey of celestial secrets, he glimpsed the new event of divine mandate. It is the establishment of Ling Mountain. 3 Buddhas in place. Ling Mountain returns to position. Likewise, returning to position are also many celestial positions within Ling Mountain. Only until then is the right time to formally incorporate the pantheon into Ling Mountain. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, gazing in the direction of the capital, his gaze profoundly deep amid the capital's blurred, obfuscated array. Even he cannot decipher thoroughly. He can vaguely perceive Qinyuk is also there, yet cannot directly descend his spiritual will into her body. Despite second senior sister now being his divine realm creation, but that array severs everything. Zhang Fuxing troublingly scratched his head. The capital isn't just someplace one can go casually. Chapter 499, 329, Homecoming and Reunion, Part 1/2. Chapter 499, Chapter 329, Homecoming and Reunion, Part January 2nd. The people from subordinate cities find it difficult to travel to higher-tier cities, and naturally, it is even more difficult for beings outside the capital to enter it. Perhaps. He suddenly looked towards the nearby Qinghe city, and thoughts surged in his mind. The Qinghe Chui family is indeed a good stepping stone. Just right, Chui Winda is still in the Golden Province. Zhang Fuxing turned around, took a step forward, and as he landed again, he was already in Hanga City, returning to the Golden Province. He did not forget to shift one Yutu from the void, bringing her along, and casually rewrote her celestial secret, forging her past. The young girl paid her respects, her gaze brilliant. Zhang Fuxing stood amidst the bustling crowds of Hanga City, his thoughts silently enveloping the entire Golden Province. He lightly responded, a look of yearning and reflection appearing on his face. The girl, similarly altered in appearance but still resembling an immortal, quietly nodded, asking not about reasons or destinations, merely listening silently. Silent Fury Buddha, Sun, exhaled a murky breath, patting the palm of the withered woman on his back, a radiant smile appearing on his face. He looked at the bald-headed youth beside him, speaking warmly. Zhu Xiaoming rubbed his bald head, confused, and spoke. The Buddha's son nodded with a smile. After a pause, the Buddha's son sighed. Zhu Xiaoming blinked his eyes, cheerfully scratching his bald head, then asked, Buddha's son, where are we going now? The Buddha's son waved his hand. After a pause, the Buddha's son's gaze became deep, continuing. Zhu Xiaoming widened his eyes. The Buddha's son lowered his eyelids, and somehow, a cyan lamp appeared in his hand. He held the lamp, ensuring the candlelight enveloped both himself and Zhu Xiaoming. Before speaking with squinted eyes, Zhu Xiaoming curiously opened his mouth. A task. The Buddha's son nodded slightly, his gaze extremely profound. After a pause, the Buddha's son's face showed a solemn expression. It is said that this supreme treasure can encompass reality and even interfere with time, called. Zhu Xiaoming listened, confused. Map of mountains and rivers. The Buddha's son shook his head. That true spirit says that this scroll has existed in the world for a long time. When tracing cause and effect, it saw that it was originally held by some. Zhu Xiaoming swallowed. Are we supposed to find it? The Buddha's son shrugged. Zhu Xiaoming pondered. So, our real goal is still your so-called major affair? The Buddha's son lowered his eyelids, gazing at the cyan lamp in his palm. Speaking in a low voice, Zhu Xiaoming was stunned. The Buddha's son's eyes revealed a mad look, his breathing slightly rapid. He gently caressed the cyan lamp in his palm, then stroked the high heaven order at his waist, murmuring to himself. Sounds absurd, right? In a certain mountain range, Chen Wanyu quietly watched as her heart was opened, watched as the elder venerate walked into her heart. The disciples then slowly stitched her chest closed. The Western teaching celestial being spoke peacefully. Chen Wanyu reached out to touch her chest, feeling the vigorously beating heart, asking in a low voice. The Western teaching celestial being smiled and spoke. Chen Wanyu's pupils contracted. The Western teaching celestial being calmly said. Chapter 500, 329, Return to Homeland, Reunion with Old Friends, 1/2_3. Chapter 500, Chapter 329, Return to Homeland, Reunion with Old Friends, 1/2_3. Chen Wanyu's lips trembled. She remained silent, and a bitter expression flashed across her face. 10 or so divine spirits, hiding within her heart. Her heart trembled as she looked into the indifferent gaze of the Western teaching celestial being, vaguely understanding something. Perhaps, 49 days later, all the venerates and great powers will emerge from her heart and her fate. Chen Wanyu lowered her head, thinking of the great celestial venerate. She suddenly asked, seemingly unintentionally. The Western teaching celestial being casually replied, The world venerate is stationed in the other shore world, forcing harmony among the sects and the Federation retreats. Chen Wanyu lowered her eyelids and nodded silently. Golden Province. Purple Bamboo Forest. Su Qinswan leisurely sipped a cup of tea, sizing up the group from the Chui family, and spoke indifferently. He straightened up, playing with the teacup in his hand, and continued. The elder of the Chui family politely bowed without arrogance. Lord Su, our old ancestor has already stepped into the great power domain. Holding a great realm independently and receiving the blessings of that realm brings enormous benefits. Su Qinswan smiled non-committally, gazing faintly at another person in black robes. He slowly spoke. And you, what do you want? The black-robed man bowed slightly and calmly spoke. The smile vanished from Su Qinswan's face as he stared coldly at the black-robed man. Your lord dares to ask. The black-robed man merely smiled slightly. There's no need for anger, Lord Su. My lord is in the capital at this very moment. The capital? Both Su Qinswan and the members of the Chui family were slightly taken aback. The former squinted and said, The black-robed man spoke confidently. My lord unexpectedly acquired an extraordinary supreme treasure. Su Qinswan squinted his eyes. Under 10,000, easily kill. Before he could finish his words, the black-robed man smiled faintly, clapping his hands gently, and said, Su Qinswan was momentarily startled, suddenly touching his left hand. On his left hand, without knowing when, there appeared an old scar. His heart suddenly went cold as he realized with shock that within his own memory, from thousands like himself, when he was young and weak years ago, a silent shift had occurred. In that segment of memory was a black-robed man wielding a sharp blade, who carved a scar into his left hand. Later, the scar really appeared. Su Qinswan's voice had become hoarse, while the black-robed man simply nodded lightly. The purple bamboo forest suddenly fell into dead silence. Su Qinswan's expression was extremely grim, not even interested in tasting the calming tea in his hand, just staring intently at the black-robed man before him. Suddenly, the wind rose. A breeze swept through, causing the entire purple bamboo forest to sway gently, with Su Qinswan, the Chui family, and the mysterious black-robed man all instinctively glancing to the side. In the bamboo forest, at some unknown time, stood a young man dressed in coarse linen, wearing straw sandals and a bamboo hat. Beside him was a girl who resembled an immortal. The young man smiled and spoke. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.